such times, words can offer solace and comfort. I request Dr. Venkatramani to share a few words as we pay our respect to the lives lost.
This is in homage to the Waynard lives. In ways deep and thought solemn, in prayers sacred and compassion boundless, in meditation holy and hearts in bondage, we stand in homage bereaved, the lives snatched young and old, the lives lost in dreams and sleep, though moved to heavenly gates, forever remain as tales never lost. The nation stands in chorus huge to stand by and write epitaphs, special and solemn, to all dear ones who have traveled to spaces afar, that the unthought sins of human hands surrender in apologies true for the cause of your exits in undue times. Domains of rest in serene green, that was Waynard. The slopes and fields where toils made, the humble means gathered long to secure life and futures strong. In nature's fury, lashing, drowning, ripped and battered, the prices big. Too big, the losses in tears, in humility we do pray, condone be our little wrongs. With nature's wonders and treasures great, our lives be tuned, the lives lost be granted peace, and remain as our gateways to truth.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed guests, distinguished. Before we begin, let us take a minute to silence and pay our tribute to the lives lost in the Wayanad. May I kindly request everyone to be seated? Thank you. Esteemed guests, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues, participants, students, and friends, I welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of the Commonwealth Legal Education Association International Conference on Law and Technology, Sustainable Transport, Tourism, and Technological Innovations. This conference stands as a beacon of progress where our collective vision for a sustainable future in law, transport, and technology takes center stage for bridging gaps and driving meaningful change. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests for graciously accepting our invitation and for honoring us with their august presence today. I, Ruchi Sharma, Chief Conference Coordinator and Joint General Secretary of Commonwealth Legal Education Association, extend a warm and respectful welcome to all our dignitaries and guests who have taken the time to be with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence our event on an auspicious note, we shall now proceed with the traditional lighting of lamps. May I request our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice B.R. Gawai, to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp along with our distinguished dignitaries. To extend a warm welcome and to introduce the vision of this conference, may I now invite Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar, Conference Chair, President of Commonwealth Legal Education Association and Senior Professor at Indian Law Institute, to deliver the welcome address.
Before I begin, again, I would like to express our deepest condolence to the families and loved ones of those who tragically lost their lives in the recent landslide in Wayanad. We pray that their souls may rest in peace. Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Mr. Justice Gawai, Judge Supreme Court of India, esteemed judges of Supreme Court, Chief Justices, High Court, distinguished speakers, esteemed legal professionals, my dear colleagues, dear participants, dear students, good morning and a warm welcome to you all. It is with immense pride and a deep sense of gratitude that I extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to our Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice B.R. Gawai, Senior Most Judge, Supreme Court of India. We are profoundly proud for your Lordship unwavering commitment and invaluable contribution to the constitutional and legal developments over all these years. Justice, your leadership and vision have been a guiding light for us, and we are truly honored to have you grace this occasion. Thank you, Lordship. I extend a warm welcome to Honorable Mr. Justice Roni Govindan, Chief Justice of Seychelles, who, despite the short notice, graciously agreed to address this gathering and share his insights. We are deeply grateful for your Lordship's willingness to join us and contribute to the rich dialogue we anticipate over the next 2 days. Our deep gratitude goes to our Chief Patron, Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakant, Judge Supreme Court of India, and Chief Patron, CLEA. Your Lordship's constant guidance has been the pillar of strength for us, and we are proudly thankful for his leadership, patronage. Each and every aspect of this conference was monitored by Lordship. Lordship took a lot of time to guide us, and that's why we are here to have this conference. Warm welcome to you, Lordship. We also warmly welcome Honorable Judges of our Apex Court, Supreme Court. Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, Honorable Mr. Justice Deebankar Datta, Honorable Mr. Justice Manoj Mishra, Honorable Mr. Justice Rajesh Bindal, Honorable Mr. Justice Prashant Kumar Mishra, Honorable Mr. Justice Aravind Kumar, and Honorable Mr. Justice N. Kodeshwar Singh. We are also honored to have a distinguished members from abroad judiciary. We welcome Honorable Justice Srimati Nalini Padmanathan, Federal Court of Malaysia, Honorable Mr. Justice Ture Raja, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, Honorable Mr. Justice Anil Kumar Sinha, former Judge of Supreme Court of Nepal. We are grateful to Dr. R. Venkatramani, Learned Attorney General for India and Patron CLEA, whose support has been instrumental in our endeavors. Your encouragement has been a source of inspiration for all of us. Wherever we have any issues and challenges, the attorney is with us. He is the main pillar for all support. Thank you very much, sir, and welcome to this gathering. It gives immense pleasure to welcome Sri Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India, whose presence adds great significance. Sir is always a helping hand. Whenever we need any type of help, sir is available. Thank you very much, sir. We extend a warm welcome to you. It is worthwhile to mention about Acting Chief Justice of Kerala High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Muhammad Mustaq. Under his leadership, we are working last 3 months to put together this conference. Thank you very much, sir, for your all support. We welcome you. We have a vibrant organizing committee, co-chaired by Justice C.S. Dias, Mr. Loknath Behra, the Managing Director of Kochi Metro Rail Corporation. Actually, that Metro Rail Corporation is our conference secretariat, and he made immense contribution for this. And my own colleague and classmate, Dr. Girish Shankar, as the organizing committee, we put together along with a colleague, CLEA colleague, law teachers from our country, and students. I extend a warm welcome to all the High Court judges, vice chancellors, academics, experts. We are mentioning their name in the respective session. Thank you so much for coming and taking this much pain to come to a destination where we can see how the ecotourism can be. As a conference chair, I am honored to introduce about this conference. We face today on sustainable transport and tourism and integration of technology in current regulatory framework. In an increasingly interconnected world, these challenges are not confined by borders. They are transnational in nature, requiring collaborative efforts across nations. Reflecting on the success of Commonwealth Attorneys and Solicitor General Conference, we organized in Delhi under the patronage of Honorable Justice Suryakant, Attorney General and Solicitor General. That gave a momentum, and that impact of that conference reflected in the circular issued by the Bar Council of India on 25-24. They have directed and include emerging subjects to their curriculum. Today, we find ourselves in a critical point in history, a time when the fast-going pace of technological innovation intersects with urgent need for sustainable development. On this note, our discussion over the next few days will revolve around sustainable transport, ecotourism, technological innovation, and justice delivery. By concluding, I would like to emphasize that this conference is not just an academic exercise. It is a call to action. As we commence this conference, I would like to say that the true measures of our success will be the extent to which we are able to create a more just, sustainable, and inclusive society. Inspired by our Supreme Court, who embodies the principles of progress in the pursuit of justice, let us embrace the 3 C's: clarity in our vision, commitment to our cause, and collaboration in our effort. I look forward to the insight and innovation that will arise from this conference and encourage each of you to engage fully in the discussions, share your knowledge and experiences. Once again, thank you all for joining us, and I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and for setting the tone for what promises to be an enlightening conference. May I now request Honorable Mr. Justice Muhammad Mustaq A, Acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Kerala and Chairperson Conference Organizing Committee, to deliver the opening remarks.
The President of this inaugural session, Honorable Justice Suryakant, Justice Gawai, and all other judges of Honorable Supreme Court, Chief Justice of a different state, Sunita Agarwal, Justice Vinod Chandran, Learned Attorney General, Chief Justice of Seychelles, Roni Govindan, Learned Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, and all other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my colleagues of the Kerala High Court. It is both the honor and privilege for me to welcome you, in the God's own country. And I must thank the organizers for choosing this destination, the Kumaragam. It is quite befitting to hold the conference of this nature. As we all mourn today, the landslide and the victims that occurred in the Wayanad district, the northern part of Kerala, it's a grim reminder for all of us while we discuss and explore and deliberate on different topics today. The legal professionals had an immense role in nation building, whether during the period of independence or the post-independence time. The legal professions built this great country. By their experience, by their knowledge on legal philosophy and legal principles, we are able to make a very strong India and a strong institution in this country. But the challenge we face today is immense. The challenge posed by the technology. The past learning or past experience in the legal philosophy or legal principles may be relevant, but necessarily should be valid while we make decisions for the issues we face today and issues likely to face tomorrow. The unprecedented rapid growth of the technology penetrating to every walk of life poses big challenges for all of us. This conference assumes so much of significance. Intersection of law and technology never been felt so significant. And we may not be able to solve all issues we face on onset of the technology or its penetration to every walk of our relationship or in relationship of our life. But this is a beginning for guidance for the future generation. Europe given an example. They enacted AI Act to regulate the artificial intelligence and its products. By regulating it with certain principles. We also need to regulate the technology. There is a shift from human authority to the authority of the machines. And our relationship otherwise, our law otherwise govern human relationship. But the challenge now posed is not related to the human relationship, but the relationship between machine and human on the other hand. While we speak about sustainable development, it cannot be treated as a mere buzzword for the industry, but it is rather something related to the global strategy for combating climate conditions and at the same time simultaneously promote economic development. So while we're looking at an economic development, we also need to sustain our environment. That's exactly the Wayanad points at the grim reminder for all of us. So both in terms of the challenges we face on the environmental sphere and in terms of onslaught of the penetration of technology, we need to deliberate, and this conference is ideal for that. Different minds are converging today, the policymakers, regulators, adjudicators, and all academics also. We need to think and deliberate and explore new ideas to face new challenges. This should be it should be treated as a beginning. And we need to guide the future generation. I wish this conference is a productive and inspiring for all of us. Let guide the future generation. I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and for laying the foundation for our discussions. Before we proceed, we have an important announcement to make. May I request Dr. R. Venkatramani, Learned Attorney General for India, to make the announcement.
By way of expressing the solidarity of Commonwealth Legal Education Association, the lives lost in Wayanad, we thought it is befitting that we make our humble contribution to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund as much as possible to meet and succor the lives of people lost. I thought it's my duty to start the conference with this announcement, and I'm sure with this kind of commitment, wherever CLEA goes ahead with its engagement to the concerns of people, the same will be done in as many ways as possible. And let me make this humble announcement.
Thank you, sir. It is now my honor to invite Mr. Tushar Mehta, the Learned Solicitor General for India, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you. My Lord Justice Gawai, Justice Suryakant, Acting Chief Justice Mustaq Muhammad, the Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court, Honorable Chief Justices, Honorable Judges, Justice Tyagarajan, Judge Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, Justice Nalini Padmanabham, Judge Malaysian Court, ladies and gentlemen, I join the Learned Attorney General and others in expressing my solidarity with those who have lost their loved ones. May the departed souls rest in peace, and may God give the strength to their near ones to bear this loss. As a matter of fact, the incident which has taken place, the devastating effect of which we are feeling today, is a reminder to all of us as to what happens when we tinker with atmosphere, when we tinker with climate, and we tinker with the nature. The subject which is chosen by the organizers can never be more befitting and more apt than it is today. We have already entered the globalization age. India as a nation is progressing very fast economically, and this situation has brought with it its own unique problems. There is an emergence of higher middle class. There is an emergence of very easy auto finance. There is an emergence of affording people who can buy vehicles on installments, which has resulted into a problem which needs a sustainable transport solution. How would that be achieved would be the subject matter, one of the subject matters of the day. Friends, there is one thing which is common in every human civilization and every human being. We as humans will always take a right step, but only after exhausting all wrong ones. Now we have exhausted all wrong steps, and it is for us to find out what the right step can be. We are entering into an unknown era of artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence has no match for natural stupidity. Lawmakers and interpreters of law will have to bear this difference in mind, because every solution may not be found in the era of artificial intelligence through the technology. What can be done? There are experiments being made globally. For example, in some of the countries, there is a concept of mass transportation. And when they say mass transportation, it does not mean metro or public transport, but a shared mobility model, as they call it. If I have a vehicle, I cannot drive it alone. I'll have to have 4 people if it's a 4-wheeler and at least 2 people if it's a 2-wheeler. I'll have to persuade my colleague, I'll have to persuade my co-worker, or I'll have to persuade my neighbor to travel with me to ensure that there are less vehicles plying on the road. We have the option of electric vehicles for the purpose of a sustainable transport system, but the difficulty is the number of vehicles being produced in the country are very less, and we don't have infrastructure everywhere for the purpose of charging. So we'll have to find out some solutions which are out of the box solutions. In some countries, they have experimented. Out of 2 days of holidays, 1 day would be a vehicular curfew. And they have got good results. No vehicles plying on the road on 1 day. Of course, these solutions or these experiments will need the synergy between all the 3 wings of the government, that is the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Will the legislature be able to rise to the occasion and make some experimental law to deal with this situation, which is otherwise assumed a great proportion? If the legislature makes the law, will the executive be able to displease the citizens who are the voters by implementing it forcefully, by implementing it firmly? Even if these 2 stages are crossed, there would be a huge challenge before the court of law. Such things can be challenged by a newly devised ground of right of privacy, that I can not be compelled by the state with whom I will travel. It's my privacy not to let other person know where am I going. Right to autonomy. Again, a new ground, new perceived challenge. Right to freedom of movement under Article 19, and in all probability, the purpose for which this right would be curtailed may not fall within Article 19, sub-Article 2. These are the challenges with which the judiciary also will have to grapple, but all of us together will have to find out some solution so that we can leave this earth a better place to live for the next generations. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be before such brilliant minds, august gathering, and one of those who shape the future of the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and for shedding light on the legal and economic challenges of present times. It is now my honor to invite Dr. R. Venkataramani, the learned Attorney General for India and patron of CLEA, to address the gathering.
I understand that all of us are gathered here as global citizens in pursuit of global commons. And when CLEA wanted to have the next round of deliberations, the legal fraternity from across the Commonwealth, we thought about many issues, concerns, and subjects. And when the things would have it, one thought, let's talk about artificial intelligence, something very topical. But something more deeper than this went into our mind. And Professor Shivakumar, and then we consulted Honorable Justice Suryakant. We thought something more important, more fundamental, and which may have implications on many aspects of our life, our activities, economic, financial, social, political. We thought this subject probably should usher into a compact at the global level and through Commonwealth Legal Education Association. While CLEA has been endeavoring to engage in many of its subjects in the past, we thought since India has an opportunity of chairing it for a couple of years, given India's position not only as an emerging economic giant, but also its historical, cultural, social, spiritual past, which can contribute in many ways, we thought that this subject should be taken up for consideration and deliberation, and that's why we are here. And while the Wayanad tragedy occurred, thoughts came to us, how do we go about the event? Because we thought it's befitting that we assemble here. Kumarakom is like any other Pacific island across the world. And it's like any other place in any other part of the globe where the concerns of our ability to gather our intelligence and genius to understand what we can do for the future. I thought, therefore, we have assembled here again today, not withstanding this very grave tragedy. I wouldn't like to take much of your time because we have a lot of speakers here, and I particularly would like to welcome honorable judges who have come from abroad, and we are thankful to them for showing their commitment to these causes and concerns and to their being part of India's marching ahead in very important areas. Now, in one Sachidanand Pandey versus State of West Bengal, where the Supreme Court of India was called upon to talk about setting up a hotel in Calcutta, the Honorable Judge, as Chenappa Reddy quoted at great length, a beautiful piece, and I would like to quote only parts of them. It's a very lengthy piece. And it's about a piece written in 1854 by the wise Indian chief of Seattle. Seattle, all of us know, is a different place in the world today. But in 1854, it's very different. And this is how the quote goes. 132 years ago, in 1854, the wise Indian chief of Seattle replied to the offer of the great white chief in Washington to buy their land. The reply is profound, it's timeless, it's beautiful. It contains the wisdom of the ages. It is the first ever and the most understanding statement on environment. It is worth quoting. To abridge it or to quote, extract from it is to destroy its beauty. You cannot scratch a painting and not diminish its beauty. That's how Justice Chenappa Reddy exacts it. And how it goes. How can you buy or sell the sky, the warmth of the land? The idea is strange to us. If you do not own the freshness of the air, the sparkle of the water, how can you buy them? Every part of the earth is sacred to my people. Every shining pine needle, every sandy shore, every mist in the dark woods, every clearing and humming insect is holy in the memory and experience of my people. The sap which courses through the trees carries the memories of the red man. The white man's dead forgot the country of their birth when they go to walk among the stars. Our dead never forget the beautiful earth, for it is the mother of the red man. We are part of the earth and it's part of us. The perfumed flowers are our sisters. The hares, the great eagle, these are our brothers. The rocky creek, crest, juices in the meadows, the body heat of the pony, and man all belong to the same family. So when the great chief in Washington sends the word that he wishes to buy the land, he asks much of us. The great chief sends words, he will reserve us a place so that we can live comfortably to ourselves. He will be our father and we will be his children. So we will consider your offer to buy our land, but it will not be easy, but this land is sacred to us. The wise letter goes on at great length. It's very inspiring to read that letter. But as we said, all parts of the globe are connected today. In a very interesting book written about a decade ago, Sacred Mountains in Danger, one of the very learned authors talked about how the tides of oceans are all connected. No part of oceans are divided. Therefore, that how the geological structure of the mountains is so connected. So we are all connected, but then we have lost our connectedness. So therefore, the idea of getting together here is to be able to place CLEA on a certain platform and to ensure and to enable CLEA and similar organizations across the globe. Not that we are alone in this. There are many, many organizations at the United Nations level, but then there are different kind of voices. voices which speak different ways of looking at things. Therefore, we need to look at those, what I call the big brothers of yesterday, who still want to give us lessons on what we need to for future. I think as India is not a big brother at all. It wants to be a brother and sister and mother for all the countries in the world. It is in that context I thought CLEA should take up this job and keep engaging ourselves more and more and as much as possible, and give to the rest of the world what lessons we can talk about in sacred economy, green economy, as they call it. Therefore, we need to move away from an economy where probably Adam Smith was talking about. We have moved far, far away from that. So if you talk in terms of a sacred economy and a green economy, how do we go about it? And let's build bridges. And thank you for every one of you who have come today here. And I thank Judge Suryakant and Judge Gawai and all the honorable judges of the Supreme Court who are present here today, who graced the occasion, which gives a lot of inspiration and strength to continue to be engaged on this noble endeavor. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. To present the presidential address, may I now invite our Chief Patron, Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakant, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to address the gathering.
Chief guest of the event, Honorable Mr. Justice B.R. Gawai, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Justice Roni Govindan, Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Seychelles, my esteemed colleagues from the Supreme Court of India, Justice Narasimha, Justice Dipankar Datta, Justice Manoj Mishra, Justice Prashant Mishra, Justice Rajesh Bindal, Justice Arvind Kumar, Justice Koteshwar Singh, thank you very much for all of you that you spared your time and came to participate in this event. We have a distinguished team of honorable judges from different jurisdictions. Justice Nalini Padmanathan, Judge, Federal Court of Malaysia, Justice Surya Raju, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, Justice Sinha from the Supreme Court of Nepal. Thank you very much for traveling all the way and joining us. Learned Attorney General of India and the patron of Commonwealth Legal Education, Justice Muhammad Mustaq, Acting Chief Justice, High Court of Kerala, Justice Sunita Agarwal, Chief Justice Gujarat, is also with us. Justice C.S. Dias and other honorable judges of the High Court of Kerala, a team of very distinguished judges coming from different high courts within the country. Shri Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India, Mr. Loknath Behra, Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited. We have among us Mr. Santhanan Krishnan, President of the Commonwealth Advocates Association, Mr. Guru Krishna Kumar, Senior Advocate from the Supreme Court, Mr. Pradeep Bakshi, representing the Asia Pacific Jurist Association, Dr. Giri Shankar, Secretary, Conference Organizing Committee, a distinguished team of jurists coming from different jurisdictions. We must have met all the learned vice chancellors, professors, and very senior academicians coming from different jurisdictions here. And eventually the master of the show, Professor Shiva Kumar, the President of the Commonwealth Legal Education Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. It is my profound honor to welcome you all to the Commonwealth Legal Education International Conference on Law and Technology, Sustainable Transport, Tourism and Technological Innovations. As the earlier speakers have explained, the conference has brought together some of the brightest minds around the globe to discuss and deliberate on the critical issues on the intersection of law, technology, and sustainability. With the stunning backwaters of Kerala, as you must have seen while coming at the venue, with a picturesque backdrop, I am confident the conference will be both productive and engaging. Before we begin the formal sessions, I want to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries, each one invaluable pillar of this gathering. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed in organizing this event impeccably and with the finish and grace. Across the next 2 days, we will explore themes such as the legal and ethical frameworks for sustainable transport and ecotourism, the regulatory challenges posed by emerging transportation technologies, and the dynamic synergies between law, justice, and technology. These discussions are not only timely, but in my opinion, essential for shaping the future of our societies. Our world stands at a critical juncture with the escalating impacts of climate change, resource scarcity demanding a urgent and comprehensive response. The recent series of natural calamities which we have seen unfortunately in Wayanad, as the learned Solicitor General pointed out, really is a stark reminder of this urgency. These events should be seen as alarm bells urging us to adopt better practices and environment-friendly measures. The theme of this conference, therefore, emphasizes the pivotal role of law and technology in promoting sustainable transport and tourism. These sectors are not only vital economic tourism to drive our economy, but also guardians of our natural and cultural heritage. Their sustainable development is crucial for ensuring a balanced and equitable future. In this context, it is imperative to acknowledge the role of the Indian judiciary in upholding intergenerational equity. This concept emphasizes that the rights and needs of future generations must be considered in our current policies and legal frameworks. The Supreme Court has been a firm advocate for environmental protection and sustainable development and has often invoked the principle of intergenerational equity to ensure that our actions today do not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their needs. This conference is therefore structured to address these multifaceted challenges through a series of insightful sessions, stakeholders meet, and the judicial colloquium consisting of experts' discussions. As we delve into the legal and ethical framework necessary for sustainable transport and ecotourism, it is important that we also explore how these sectors can evolve to meet the demands of our changing world. Technological innovations will be at the forefront of our discussions as we examine the regulatory challenges and opportunities posed by emerging transportation technologies and the role of artificial intelligence in enhancing efficiency and sustainability in these fields. Let us picture this: a future where energy conservation and environmental sustainability are leading to inefficiencies and regulatory inconsistencies. The need for a unified transport law is pressing, especially when we witness rapid advancements in smart transportation technologies and cross-border water transport. As we move on the second theme of this conference, which is on regulatory challenges and innovations, we need to acknowledge and reimagine the potential of artificial intelligence and smart technologies to reshape our world. The advent of artificial intelligence and smart transportation technologies presents both opportunities and ethical dilemmas. Automated vehicles, for instance, have the potential to revolutionize public transportation, yet they also raise significant regulatory and ethical questions. Cross-border water transport, emphasizing the harmonization of regulations and community engagement, is another frontier that requires our careful consideration. Navigating the complexities of AI, for instance in traffic management and public transport, will require us to steer with skills and foresight. The rise of these technologies calls for a delicate balance, a regulatory framework robust enough to tackle privacy and cybersecurity concerns, yet agile enough to foster innovation. Our discussions must explore these complexities to devise comprehensive regulatory frameworks that balance technological advancement with ethical considerations and sustainability. Finally, the concept of dynamic synergies brings us to the interplay between law, justice, and technology. Capacity building and empowering justice delivery through technology is crucial. Digital courtrooms, e-filing systems, AI-driven legal research tools can revolutionize our justice systems, making them more efficient, transport, and accessible. Those significant steps taken in that regard, I'm quite sure in the technical sessions will be discussed in detail. I can only say that with the steps like virtual mode of hearing of the cases has introduced increased access to justice for litigants who may face geographical or logistical barrier to attending courts in person. As chief patron of the Commonwealth Legal Education Association, I am proud of how our organization has facilitated this gathering. CLEA mission is to advance legal education and create a platform for robust discussion on emerging topics that has been at the heart of our discussions. In conclusion, I would like to say, just as the river carves its path through stone and persistence and purpose, we must too shape our future through transformative laws and innovative technology. We must strive to develop legal frameworks that not only promote economic growth but also ensure environmental protection and social equity. By embracing technological innovations and fostering collaborative approaches, we can build a future where law, technology, and sustainability coexist harmoniously. I once again welcome you all to this conference and look forward to the fruitful discussion and innovative solutions that will emerge from this event. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Justice, for your thought-provoking address, which has certainly set a high bar for our deliberations. We are deeply honored to have Honorable Justice Mr. Ronnie Govindan, Chief Justice of Seychelles, our guest of honor. I now invite Justice to deliver the keynote address.
Honorable Justice R. S. Gavai, Justice of the Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Suryat Khan, Justice Supreme Court of India and Chief Patron of the CLEA, Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Muhammad Mustaq, Acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Kerala and Chairperson, the Conference Organizing Committee, Honorable Judges of the High Court, Chief Justices, Dr. R. Venkantaramani, Attorney General for India and Patron of the CLEA, Mr. Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General of India and patron of the CLEA, Dr. Giri Sankar, Secretary of the Conference Organizing Committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my singular honor to be called upon to present the keynote address at this august forum. The Commonwealth Legal Education Association International Conference on Law and Technology, Sustainable Transport, Tourism and Technological Innovation is, in my view, a very great initiative. Permit me also to add my welcome to the esteemed participants at this conference and wish all of us here present a very insightful and fruitful deliberations ahead. In this very idyllic and enchanting setting, you could not have chosen a better setting and a more apt environment for these topics for our discussions. The backdrop of these beautiful waters which surrounds us evokes a sense of purpose and inspires us further in our quest to protect those infinite resources. This is my very first international CLE attendance. It's a new experience, and I'm very excitingly looking forward to the contents and discussions on all the papers presented. One thing which strikes me when I look at our teams is the idea of law and technology, law meeting technology. We all know that while law moves at a slow pace, and some may say rightly so, on the other hand, however, technological developments, contrary to law, which is commercially driven, knows no limit. It is moving at a lightning speed. The aim of this conference, in its most fundamental aspect, is giving a chance for us to find a way to synchronize the two in the areas that we are going to discuss. That is, in law, industries, transport, and tourism, so that the law meets technological development in a big way. This with a view to be more effective in achieving outcomes and goals. My job this morning is to give an overview of today's subjects, which is legal and ethical frameworks in transportation and ecotourism. The other learned speakers and discussants will no doubt do justice to these subjects. So let me begin by noting that, first of all, tourism has become a vital engine of economic growth for many countries, providing jobs, driving local businesses, and fostering cultural exchanges. What has until quite recently been overlooked is the significant environmental harm occasioned by unregulated tourism. This had led to loss of habitats, pollutions, and resources depletion, especially in many communities that need those resources as their livelihoods. The first of the topic of this morning is strategies for energy conservation and environmental sustainability in transportation and ecotourism. One of the solutions in balancing the economic benefits of tourism with ecological preservation, as written by Robert C. Brez, is sustainable tourism. It is an approach that seeks to minimize tourism and negative impacts whilst maximizing its benefits for local communities and the environment. This approach includes reducing waste, conserving water and energy, protecting wildlife, and supporting local communities. To qualify as ecotourism, travel to natural areas must also be a tool for empowerment of local communities, for maintenance of cultural diversity, and for alleviation of poverty. There is, to me, an inevitable nexus between tourism and transportation, as the latter is the means employed to engage in the former. This has highlighted the need for the development of what is referred to as sustainable transportation. This refers to the development and use of low and zero-emission, energy-efficient, and affordable modes of transport, including electric and alternative fuel vehicles, as well as encouraging other zero-emission for other tourism activities such as cycling, hiking, canoeing, rafting, and the likes. Investing in greener transportation infrastructure can have positive economic impact by promoting sustainability and reducing reliance on fossil fuels, ultimately improving the economy and quality of life for residents and visitors alike. For these strategies to work, they have to be homegrown and bought in by local stakeholders and communities that bear the brunt of tourism. We have seen lately, from the valley of the Mount Fuji in Japan to the streets of Barcelona and other prominent destinations and hotspots, how communities are starting to turn against what used to be their economic bread and butter, given the negative impacts that non-sustainable tourism development had been having on their qualities of life and livelihoods. Hence, we have to take a holistic approach, including the ethical issues arising and attempting to understand and evaluating our moral obligations to protect and preserve environment, noting that environmental ethics seeks to bring together the interests of both human and the environment, recognizing that both are interdependent and are intrinsically linked. This brings me to the second of this morning's topic, which is legal perspective on infrastructure development and public-private partnerships. The investment in the aforementioned greener transportation infrastructure usually cannot be done and left to the government alone. Government generally faces the challenge of meeting the growing demand for new, better infrastructure services with limited available fundings. Government, therefore, have found partnership with private sector as an attractive alternative to increase and improve the supplies of infrastructures and services, especially when it comes to greener modes of transportation, which oftentimes are developed by private initiatives and companies. The United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, the ESCAP, has noted that public and private partnership, PPP, are generally to be regarded as an overarching solution option to infrastructural problem, but are more as a viable project implementation mechanism. Hence, government worldwide have increasingly turned to private sector to provide infrastructure services in energy, power, communications, transport, and water sectors that were once delivered solely by the public sector. The report notes that the PPPs have become attractive to governments as an off-budget mechanism for infrastructural development. Despite the benefits of implementing sustainable tourism and ecotourism, there are several challenges that lay ahead. Legal regulations are necessary in the interest of tourism itself, as they should contribute to the solution of environmental problems and the preservation of the necessary space for tourism. Sustainable and ecotourism, as good tourism, can take place only with legal restrictions based on proper monitoring and assessments of the impact that we have on the nature around us. Normative legal regulations of ecological tourism must be fair in maintaining the delicate balance between nature and human activities. One of the strategies for promoting sustainable tourism is for government to implement policies and regulations that insensitize sustainable practices and penalize harmful activities. The third in this morning's topic is the legal consideration in promoting water-based tourism rights, responsibilities, and regulations. We all understand that water-based tourism relates to any touristic activity undertaken in or in relation to water resources, such as lakes, dams, canals, etc. The NGO Tourism Concern Action for Ethical Tourism, in its report on water equity in tourism, argues that, I quote, "For tourism to be truly sustainable, its development and management must be premised upon respect for human rights, including the right to water and sanitation for essential personal, domestic, and livelihood use. In many cases, tourism development is negatively impacting the quality, availability, and accessibility of fresh water for local people, amounting to an infringement of their water and sanitation rights. This is a statement of its principles of water equity in tourism, taken from the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, as well as the CEO Water Mandate, which is a global business initiative providing useful guidance for effective business engagement in sustainable water management. The principles of water equity in tourism holds that water is a human right and that there are shared risks to all water and tourism stakeholders if water is not managed equitably and sustainably. Water-based tourism can enhance local communities' quality of life due to the mobility of economic activities, and it also offers opportunities for sustainability of ecosystems, particularly for water supply, and will become an alternative energy source for climate protection for the future. Governments are therefore enjoined to uphold the international legal obligations and should ensure that, one, the right to water and sanitation should not be compromised by tourism. Two, clear regulations should be implemented for sustainable and equitable water and tourism management. Three, tourism planning should be based on assessment of water resources. Four, government and tourism business should be accountable to local communities where water rights have been adversely impacted. It is clear that there appears to be increasingly unanimity that the principle should be that the fact that an industry is water-based as compared to land-based should not mean that it has to have less stringent legislative frameworks. I share this principle firmly, that the water, be it coastlines waters or other water bodies, should receive the same legal treatment and their users should have same rights and duties, this again in the spirit of sustainable development. In this quest, in 2010, Seychelles made a commitment to protect 30% of its 1.37 million square kilometers exclusive economic zone and territorial sea as marine protected areas. That is more than 400,000 square kilometers. In so doing, if we had not done this, those areas would have been left for industrial fishing only. However, now it is managed by regulation in frameworks to allow for greater participation of other stakeholders, including local communities, tourism, and other services. To crown it all, this morning, one important issue is technological development and how it can be used in our common objectives to establish common practices in all those three important areas of discussion. On my part, I am eagerly waiting, just as you are, for me to be enlightened by our esteemed speakers. So without further ado, I will permit to pass the floor to the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
the President of the Inaugural session, my esteemed colleague, Honorable Justice Suryakant, the Honorable Chief Justice, Ronnie Govindan, the Chief Justice of Republic and Seychelles, my esteemed colleagues from the Supreme Court, Justice Narasimha, Justice Dipankar Datto, Justice Arvind Kumar, Justice Manoj Mishra, Justice Prashant Mishra, Justice Rajesh Bindal, Justice Koteshwar Singh, the learned Attorney General, Sri Venkatramani, Srimati Venkatramani, the learned Solicitor General, Sri Tushar Mehta, the Chief Justice of, Acting Chief Justice of Kerala High Court, Justice Mohammad Mushtaq, Justice C.S. Dias, Mr. Loknath Behra, Dr. Giri Shankar, Justice Dias, the man behind today's conference, Dr. Shiv Kumar, the Chief Justice of Gujarat High Court, Sunita Agrawal, the Chief Justice of Kerala High Court, Justice Vinod Chandran, sorry, Patna. He is from Kerala, so that's a mistake. Srimati Nalini Padmanathan, Justice Surya Raju, Justice Sinha from Nepal, Mr. Senthanam, my esteemed colleagues from the different high courts, the learned vice chancellors and the academicians present from the entire country, the academicians and the dear students, the senior counsels present here. At the first, I pay my deep homage to the souls that they are lost in the recent Wayanad tragedy. In the beginning itself, the learned Attorney General prayed for their peace. We are already running behind by almost 50 minutes, and therefore I won't stand here for long. I, at the outset, express my gratitude to Justice Suryakant, the learned Attorney General, Mr. Venkatramani, and Professor Shiv Kumar to give an opportunity to inaugurate this conference on a very important subject of sustainable transport, tourism, and technological innovations. Recently, we have seen that on account of a conflict between the development and the environmental concerns, in the last decade, we have suffered various tragedies. The tragedy in Uttarakhand about a decade back, wherein thousands of people lost their life, is still present in the memories. Every year we witness a tragedy. Last year it was in the state of Himalaya. This year again in Uttarakhand last month itself, and very recently in Wayanad. No doubt that for a development of the country, for a progress of the country, the development is necessary. But at the same time, the development must not be at the cost of the environment. Man has always been said to be greedy, but the greed should not be of such a nature, it should not go beyond limits wherein there is no concern for the future generations. And therefore, the concept of sustainable development has, over the last couple of decades, taken importance. In first of the reports, which is known as Brundtland Report, Our Common Future, the concept of sustainable development has been defined. I quote, "Sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs." As the learned solicitor said in the beginning, all the three wings, that is the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, have to work together in order to balance the conflict between the development on one hand and the environment on the other hand. As a matter of fact, our Constitution itself, under Article 48A, requires the state to endeavor to protect and improve the environment and also to safeguard the forests and wildlife. Not only that, but a fundamental duty is cast upon the citizens under Clause G of Article 51A, which requires the citizens to act in such a way so as to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, wildlife, and have a compassion to the living creatures. We see that over the last decade, the environmental jurisprudence in India has developed a lot. Couple of decades ago, taking note of the pollution causing buses in the city of Delhi, in one of the first cases of MC Mehta, the Supreme Court took cognizance and directed that all polluting buses should be stopped plying on the roads of Delhi and only CNG buses should be permitted to ply. And now we see that in Delhi, all the buses are either CNG buses or the electric buses, so that the pollution which was very prevalent in Delhi decades back has already been reduced to a substantial level. We have seen that in MC Mehta series of cases, the Supreme Court has recognized various rights by expanding the scope of Article 21. The right to life has been made to be interpreted as a right to environment which is pollution-free, right to potable and clean water, and so on. Right to clean air has also been recognized as one of the fundamental rights. And therefore we see that in the last decade, even in the matter of transport, the emphasis is made on having the transport fuel which is not polluting. The initial thrust was on CNG, now it's on the electric cars and so on. And therefore, while resolving the conflict, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary has to balance the needs of progress, the needs of the development, at the same time, the need to protect environment. For last 2 years, I have been presiding over the Green Bench, which deals with the TN Godavanam cases. And at times we have to balance between the rights of the citizens as well as the need to protect environment. Like we have the cases with regard to Aravali, the illegal mining in the Aravalis. And on the other hand, the demand of the states that they must have the permission to mine so as to meet the necessity of construction. Ms. Aishwarya Bhatti, the Additional Solicitor General, has been assisting the court in those matters. On one hand, we have the demands of the state government to permit the dams so that they can erect they can produce electricity. And on the other hand, there are concerns expressed by the environmentalists that if such dams are permitted, the same would cause a threat to the already fragile ecosystem. So therefore, today's conference, and particularly the location where it is being held, Kerala is known to be the God's own country. It's such a beautiful country, and particularly in the backdrop of what is a result of a human greed which has been noticed in the recent past, about 100 kilometers away from here. Holding such a conference on the sustainable transport, tourism and technological innovations is very important, and I must congratulate the Commonwealth Legal Education Association and particularly Dr. Shiv Kumar, the learned Attorney General, and my colleague Justice Suryakant for organizing such a conference on such an important topic. The topics to be discussed in today's conference have been already elaborately dealt with by Justice Suryakant in his presidential address, as well as Honorable Mr. Justice Govindan in his keynote address, and therefore I would not like to repeat the same. Artificial intelligence certainly plays an important role, but it cannot be a substitute for a human mind. The conflicts between the man and the human have also to be taken into consideration while we are looking at the tourism and ecotourism. In one of the matters before us, we are directed that insofar as the wildlife sanctuaries and the tiger reserves are concerned, in the buffer zone, only eco-tourism should be permitted. We have also issued certain directions appointing the committee of experts which shall permit as to what activities should be permitted in such areas so that the man and animal conflict is minimized. The ecotourism, as rightly said by Mr. Govindan, is an important aspect because in order to protect the environment, the important stakeholder is the resident of that area. And unless he gets a livelihood out of the environment, out of the tiger project or tiger reserve, he would have no interest in protecting the environment. And therefore, these are all complex issues, and the conferences like today, they really help in finding out the solutions. As the sustainable transport is one of the topics, I'm happy to note that in Kochi Metro, the waterways are being used as the transport for, because I think waterways is one of the ways which pollutes the river or the air in the least way. I also came across a news a couple of years back that in Kochi, the boats used for waterways are used on a solar energy, which is also very eco-friendly. It has been said that development is necessary, but as it has been said, anything else you are interested is not going to happen if you can't breathe the air and drink the water. Don't sit this time. Do something. You are by accident or fate alive at an absolutely critical moment in the history of our planet. The challenges of the climate change are being noticed worldwide. The adverse effects of climate change are one of the aspects which need to be looked into seriously. In today's conference, we have a mix of the judges of the High Court, the senior lawyers, the experts in the field of environment, the scientists, and the faculty members, the academicians, the vice chancellors of the law universities. I'm sure that these 2 days brainstorming sessions and churning of the ideas will go a long way in finding out the changes, the solutions that are necessary for protecting the environment, as well as finding out the ways for sustainable development, where the development and the protection of environment go hand in hand. As George Bernard Shaw said that, and I quote, "Progress is impossible without change, and those who can't change their mind cannot change anything." I'm sure that the 2-day long deliberations by the experts from the various fields will give a solution so that the outcomes of this conference will enable us to change the mind of the citizens of the country in order to protect the environment, in order to ensure that the development and the protection of the environment go hand in hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for your inspiring and insightful words, which would undoubtedly resonate us with throughout the conference. May I now request Professor Dr. Lisa P. Lucas, Professor, University School of Law and Legal Studies, GGS IPU, and Secretary of CLEA Asia, to announce the felicitations and presentation of mementos.
It's time to honor our honorable guests and dignitaries who have kindly graced this occasion with their esteemed presence and illuminating words. May I request Professor S. Shivakumar, President CLEA and Conference Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice C.S. Dias, Judge High Court of Kerala, Dr. Girishankar S.S., Secretary Conference Organizing Committee, to do the honors of the day. It's our tradition to honor our esteemed guest with a ponnada, which means a golden shawl, and an auspicious royal protocol. I invite Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar to present ponnada to Honorable Justice B.R. Gavai, Judge, Supreme Court of India. As a token of our honor and respect, Honorable Justice Dias will present an Aramula mirror to Honorable Justice Gavai, a world-famous geographical indication tag product from Kerala, which signifies wealth, luck, and celebration. May I request Dr. S.S. Girishankar to present a memento, which is known as Para in Malayalam, a unique symbol of prosperity and abundance, to Honorable Justice Gavai. May I request them to do the honors to Honorable Justice Roni Govindan, Chief Justice, Republic of Seychelles. May I request them to honor Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakant, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Chief Patron, CLEA. May I request to honor Sri R. Venkatramani, Learned Attorney General for India and Patron, CLEA. May I request to honor Sri Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India. May I request to honor Honorable Justice Muhammad Mustaq A, Acting Chief Justice, High Court of Kerala. May I request, thank you sirs. May I request Mr. Logannath Behra, Managing Director Kochi Metro Rail and Co-Chairperson Organizing Committee to honor Honorable Justice B.R. Gawai, Judge Supreme Court of India. May I request Mr. Logannath Behra once again to honor Honorable Mr. Justice Surikant, Judge Supreme Court of India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. As we conclude this inaugural session, may I invite Mr. Loknath Behra, Managing Director of Kochi Metro Rail Limited and Co-Chairperson Organizing Committee to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, as we are running sort of around 50 minutes back, I'll be very brief. Today is in fact a very auspicious day for Kerala people. It is called Chingam 1. This is very, very auspicious and is very befitting that this conference is happening here with a very auspicious note. And with a follow-up, there will be a Kumarakam declaration which will be done tomorrow. And to be very brief, I, on behalf of the August House and on behalf of CLEA, on behalf of everyone present here, propose our gratefulness to all the honorable dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I invite everyone to move to the tea reception area for refreshments. We will commence our first technical session on legal and ethical frameworks in transportation and ecotourism in 15 minutes at 12. And I request all participants of the session and everyone to promptly join us by 12. Thank you for your attention and enthusiasm. See you shortly. Thank you all for being with us today. Thank you, Justice.
and a very warm welcome to this technical session on legal and ethical frameworks in transportation and ecotourism. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this important discussion set against the beautiful backdrop of KTDC Waterscapes Kumarakom. We are particularly honored to have with us today our esteemed chair, Honorable Justice Dipankar Datta, Judge of the Supreme Court of India, our respected co-chair, Honorable Justice Arvind Kumar, Supreme Court of India, our distinguished keynote speaker, Honorable Justice Roni Govindan, Chief Justice of the Republic of Seychelles. We also warmly welcome our eminent speakers and discussants, including Honorable Justice A.K. Jayashankaran Nambiar and Honorable Justice Anup Kumar Dand, Mr. Gopalakrishna Kurup, Advocate General of Kerala, Professor N.K. Chakrabarti, Vice Chancellor of the West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences, Mr. Manoj Kumar from the Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, Professor Ashok R. Patil, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Study and Research in Law, Ranchi, Mr. Sagar Singham Setti from Grey Space Consultancy, Belgium, Dr. Vignesh Devraj, Founder and Chief Physician of the Sitaram Retreats, Dr. D. Dhanraj, Founder and Chairman of the Center for Public Policy Research, Kochi. Today, we gather to explore crucial topics at the intersection of law, ethics, and sustainable development in the realms of transportation and ecotourism. Your presence here underscores the significance of these issues and our collective commitment to advancing sustainable practices while navigating complex legal and ethical landscapes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests for sharing their valuable time and expertise with us today. I hope this session will foster meaningful dialogue, inspire innovative ideas, and pave the way for sustainable solutions in transportation and ecotourism. Thank you all for being here, and I wish you have a productive and insightful session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Meera. I'm Professor Kokila Konasinghe from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and more specifically, I'm a member of the steering committee of CLEA. Aibowan, Namaskaram, Elarum Ingane ini Kurunu. Yes, I made it. Thank you very much, volunteers who helped me with my little humble effort to speak some Malayalam. And I'm a huge fan of Malayalam movies, so this is my land of dreams to be. Thank you very much, Professor Sivakumar, for inviting me and hosting me, and I'm ever so grateful. Now, the main theme of this conference, let me bring your attention on the screen. It's law, technology, sustainable transport, tourism, and technological innovations. And let me also invite all of you to look at the ceiling. It's made out of bamboos. And look at all the wall hangings and decorations, landscape, architecture. What a wonderful blend of heritage, culture, environmental sustainability, ecotourism, and technological innovation, where we have this platform of presenting your presentations, discussions, and innovative ideas. So today, indeed, as one of the speakers mentioned at the inauguration, an auspicious day. We are looking at environmental sustainability blending with technological innovation. I am from a land called Pearl of Indian Ocean, with one of the highest biological diversity in the world. And when I landed on Kerala, I felt like home, nothing but home, because we have almost the same biodiversity and cultural aspects. Let me begin with introducing the first technical session. The theme of the first technical session is on legal ethical framework in transportation and ecotourism. This is the blend that I've been talking as an introduction as the moderator, and we have 5 speakers and 5 discussants. The speakers in this session are Honorable Dr. Justice A.K. Jayashankar Nambiar, the Judge of High Court of Kerala, Mr. Gopala Krishnan Kurup, Advocate General of Kerala, Dr. Manoj Kumar, Additional Secretary, Legislative Department, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, Mr. Sagar Singham Setti, Founder and Managing Partner, Grey Space Consultancy, Belgium, Dr. Dhanu Raj, Founder and Chairperson of Center for Public Policy Research, Kochi. And we have discussants, honorable panel of discussants, Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Shyam, Judge of High Court of Guwahati, Honorable Mr. Justice Anupam Kumar Dand, Judge High Court of Rajasthan, Professor Dr. N.K. Chakrabarti, Vice Chancellor, the West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences, West Bengal, Professor Dr. Ashok K. Patil, Vice Chancellor, National University of Study Research in Law, Ranchi, Dr. Vignesh Devraj, MD, Founder and Chief Physician, Sitram Retreats and Director, Sitram Ayurveda Private Limited. You can see what a vibrant panel of speakers and discussants that I am equipped with on this platform. So, as a proud moderator, let me introduce the first speaker. And also, I would like to stress that you have 8 minutes to present your presentation, right? So, Honorable Dr. Justice A.K. Jayashankar Nambiar to the podium. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Justice Datta, Judge Supreme Court of India, Justice Arvind Kumar, Judge Supreme Court of India, Justice Govindan, Judge from Seychelles, other dignitaries on the dais, other dignitaries assembled here, good morning. It's rather intriguing that we're actually assembled here in Kumarakom, barely about 150 kilometers away from where tragedy struck about 2 weeks ago. And I say it is intriguing because these two places, Wayanad and Kumarakom, represent both ends of a spectrum in terms of ecological sensibilities and sense. On the one hand, you have the situation in Wayanad, which represents everything that we did wrong over the years. And on the other, you have Kumarakom, which has earned its place
on the world tourist map as probably one of the best destinations for responsible tourism. When you talk about environmental law and the development of environmental law in our country, what we need to realize is that the basic shift from the anthropocentric perspective to the ecocentric perspective in our country began to take shape only in 1990s when the Supreme Court, as you all know, developed the principles of sustainable development, precautionary principle, the polluter pays, intergenerational equity, etc. But even then, what we need to realize is that the emphasis was more on regulating human actions to prevent environmental degradation. When did we actually switch over to preserving the ecosystem? That was only much later. In fact, the first truly ecocentric legislation that we have in our country is in 2002 with the coming of the Biological Diversity Act of 2002. And it's thereafter that we actually embraced a new perspective of environmental justice that today looks at not only preserving the environment, we're also looking at equitable distribution of risks and harmful effects of environmental degradation. Sustainable development today has been reimagined in ways that promote this idea of environmental justice, even in the tourism sector. We have to realize that tourism and through it, transportation, is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. Today, tourism is second only to the oil industry, the global revenue from tourism. But when it comes to ecological impact, tourism is capable of creating various economic, social, cultural, ethical conflicts in destination areas. And apart from the environmental degradation such as pollution of air, water, landscape, it also causes displacement of local people. It generates a lot of unfair labor situations, disrespecting of indigenous cultures, and many other violations of human rights. Now that's disturbing in a sense because as an industry that depends heavily on nature and common pool resources, situations of overuse and congestion may adversely affect the life of local people. And I think this, the local people and the environment, is something that we need to focus on. Simple things like, you would have noticed today, for example, that you have bottled water. Now, in most conferences, you would find plastic bottles, but here you have bottled water. Although, having said that, I'm a little worried and disturbed by the small plastic thing that you find on top of the, the cap on those bottles. But it may seem trivial, but it's not. Because once you start paying attention to these minute things, you can make a big, big difference. And that, I think, is something that we need to focus on now, more so when we've just experienced this tragedy barely 200 kilometers away. Transportation, which is an integral aspect of tourism, can also bring its share of pollutants. And I need not mention those to an august gathering like this. To combat this, we have to ensure that clean fuel options are insisted upon. Kudos to Mr. Behera and his entire team at Kochi Water Metro. They've shown us that you can have clean transportation. And as far as possible, recourse is to be had to public transportation. And somebody in the morning mentioned mass transportation, which is, again, something that has to be encouraged so that you have a reduction in the number of vehicles used and consequently a reduction in the emission of pollutants. What then are the ethical standards that we should adopt in the tourism sector? What do we mean by ethics in the first place? We generally talk about ethics to describe what is good and bad conduct in society. Well, sustainable development requires one to pay attention to environmental ethics. And personally, I see the need for those interacting with the environment, which is essentially all of us, to cultivate a culture of responsible tourism. Now, I'm focusing only on when we do venture out as tourists. And today we assembled here as jurists, who are also incidentally tourists. So when we talk about responsible tourism, we need to strike a balance between the economic, social, cultural, and environmental components of travel and tourism. And we need to understand or sensitize ourselves as tourists to the rightful differences that exist in a destination place between people of diverse culture. We need to respect the equality of men and women, the rights of vulnerable people like children, elderly, ethnic minorities, indigenous people. I think the time has come for us to introspect on, when we visit places like Wayanad, Idiki, Kumragam, there are a lot of these, we go to particular destinations to, because they have a USP. It may be the scenic beauty. It may be the forests. And Wayanad was famous for that. And it's really a tragedy for people like us who have, been to Wayanad over the years, to actually go there and see the distressing scenes that we've seen flashed on televisions. We need to sensitize. Good Lord, is that 1 minute more? I didn't know 8 minutes was that short. Yes, essentially it sensitizes the tourist to the need for coexistence and mutual respect of the other. So how do we maintain these ethical standards in tourism? I believe factors that affect the environment of tourist destinations must be studied, monitored through periodic environmental impact assessment studies. There has to also be a periodic assessment, and this is important, of tourist carrying capacity in each area. If you start letting an influx of tourists into an area which is, examples are, abound, for example, in Ooty in Tamil Nadu, you can't go there anymore. So we need to have that check, because only a myopic view of tourism can see it as a mere revenue generating exercise. And many factors such as seasonal nature of jobs, low income, absence of health insurance, etc., that are not realized by the local people. Let me just cut short by just switching quickly, dwelling a little, Madam, just give me 1 minute, on the legal framework. Now this is an aspect I wanted to just introspect on. For too long, we've been going on a rights-based architecture in our country. Our laws, as I said, are anthropocentric when it comes to environment. But why are we discussing all this in the language of rights? We are a country, our ancient legal system was founded on the concept of dharma, which loosely translates as duty. Why are we not conversing in the language of duties? Especially when it comes to... See, one of the unique features of a rights-based system is that you need to go to a forum, an adjudicatory forum for balancing of those rights with your adversary. When you're talking about a duties-based system, you don't need to go to a forum. You control human action by insisting on an adherence to your duties. You have a chapter in our Constitution which talks about fundamental duties. It's mandatory, it's enforceable. Why aren't we following that? When it comes to people, when it comes to conflicts with animals, when it comes to respecting environmental legislation, environmental obligations, why do we talk in the language of rights? And this is the thought that I would like to leave with you, because in the ultimate analysis, if you want to be responsible tourists, you need to be aware of your duties more than your rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Nambiar, for your words of wisdom and enlightenment on research and addressing jurists and tourists. I learned it from you. Thank you. Now it is my honor to invite the chair of the session, Honorable Mr. Justice Deepankar Datta, Judge of the Supreme Court of India. Your Lordship, this is an invitation for you.
dignitaries on and off the dais, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, one and all. To begin with, I pay obeisance to the departed souls of Wayanad. I pray to God to grant them eternal peace. It is both a privilege and a pressing responsibility to stand before you today as we gather to discuss one of the most significant yet less deliberated challenges of our time, the legal and ethical frameworks in transportation and ecotourism. We live in an era where the freedom to explore the world has never been greater, yet the impact of our travels on the environment has never been more profound. This session will explore how we navigate these complexities with wisdom, foresight, and a commitment to sustainability. Welcome to the world of ecotourism is a tagline not just about exploring new places. It is about exploring them in a way that ensures that they will still be there for our children, their children, and to explore as well. I have a personal belief that apart from we being human beings, there is another common feature, and that is we are all tourists to this space called planet Earth. Planet Earth is our host, and we are here for a very short span of time till we breathe our last. The question that I would pose is, do we leave behind a legacy of destruction, or do we assume the role of caretakers of planet Earth? I'm sure right from the beginning and even till the conclusion of this conference, there can be no two opinions that the second part of this question would be the preferred answer of all. Now, talking about ecotourism, we have seen certain key milestones in the international arena. For constraints of time, I may not refer to them individually, and I may leave it to the following speakers to touch upon them. But to define ecotourism, which for the first time appeared in the Oxford English Dictionary of 1982, it is responsible travel to natural areas while conserving environmental concerns and sustaining the well-being of the locals, coupled with the purpose of learning. Now, for the unversed yet discerning mind, one may refer to the various resolutions adopted in international conferences and summits. The underlying idea is that there has to be insistence on ecological sustainability, economic viability, and social equitability. Now, so far as legal framework for ecotourism in India is concerned, in course of his address, the President, Justice Surya Kant, referred to the Wildlife Conservation Act, the Forest Conservation Act, Wildlife Protection Act, Forest Conservation Act, the Environment Protection Act. We have the Biodiversity Act of 2002, and we also have the National Green Tribunal of 2010. We have set up a specialized body to look into environment cases to protect environment. I would only refer to the most recent formulation of idea by the Indian government. The Ministry of Tourism has formulated the National Strategy for Ecotourism 2022, which focuses on promoting our rural tourism, enhancing local capacities, and advancing destination and product development. It emphasizes the importance of fostering strong partnerships between the public and private sectors along with local communities. The strategy introduces a welcome initiative to rank states based on their ecotourism achievements, setting the stage for a new era of competition among states to deliver sustainable and enriching travel experiences. Now, as part of the first session, we have 3 sub-themes. The first is the strategy for energy conservation and environmental sustainability in transportation and ecotourism. The second is infrastructure development and public-private partnerships. And the third is the legal considerations in promoting water-based tourism. So that there is no repetition of ideas, I don't touch upon these 3 topics consciously. I leave it to my co-speakers to dwell on it. Only one particular aspect I need to touch upon is this about religious tourism. India is renowned for its sacred sites and shrines. The pilgrimage routes and sacred sites are not only destinations of faith and spiritual heritage, but also treasures of cultural and natural significance. It is therefore imperative to integrate ecotourism principles into their management by adopting practices that minimize environmental impact, such as waste reduction, water conservation, and energy efficiency, while also respecting the cultural sanctity of these sites. By fostering sustainable tourism practices, we honor both our spiritual and ecological heritage by ensuring that these spiritual sites continue to thrive both as places of pilgrimage and as caretakers of our natural environment. 1 minute or 2? 1 minute. I'll conclude by saying this. As we embark on our journeys, let us do so with a sense of purpose. Let us remember that we are custodians of this planet. Let us make sure that when future generations look back on our time, they will see that we took our responsibility seriously, that we were visitors who cherished, not exploited, who protected, not plundered. Let us create a legacy of reverence and responsibility for future generations. Let us tread lightly, act wisely, and travel with a heart full of respect for this beautiful planet we are so fortunate to call home. Let us ensure that when our journey ends, the earth is better for having hosted us. Just last thought, let us change our mindset from I came, I saw, I conquered, to we came, we saw, we preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. I think the audience is particularly interested in learning your insights to this environmental ecotourism and religious tourism. And under the Constitution, Article 48A in India, I think the judiciary is bound to uphold the responsibilities of this conserving of this precious nature. So enlightening on those aspects, thank you so much, sir. The next speaker is the co-chair of this session, Honorable Justice Aravind Kumar, Judge of the Supreme Court of India. Your Lordship, over to you.
A very good afternoon to one and all, on the dais and off the dais. I wish I was doing the comparing, because there are 12 speakers. Initially, the comparer spoke for 2 minutes. In between, she'll be speaking for 1 minute, so it will be 14 minutes. Whereas we are getting 8 minutes, notwithstanding that. The topic for which I most obediently as a law student prepared was legal and ethical frameworks in transportation and ecotourism, which I categorized it under 3 categories. One is strategies for energy conservation and environmental sustainability in transportation. 2, legal perspectives on infrastructure development and public-private partnerships. 3, legal considerations in promoting water-based tourism in India. If I speak on all these 3 subjects, it will take about 11 minutes, 57 seconds. So cutting short, I'll be confining myself only to the third aspect, that is the legal considerations in promoting water-based tourism in India. Before that, I would like to share one remark which I received in my WhatsApp about 5 days back. I have told some of my brother and sister judges also on this. I received a photograph where 5 persons dressed in a suit were driving, cycling. See, the question was, if you recognize this, you will get a prize. Recognize these persons. So I couldn't get it. So I gave up my defeat. I told I am defeated, and the answer was, the center, second from the right side was the Prime Minister, the third one was the Defense Minister, one was an officials, and 2 cops. This is of Netherlands. The second thing was, I had been to Netherlands where my daughter lives last year. So we had gone for a zoo. So my granddaughter was about 2.5 years. Then we all ate oranges. She was holding the peels of the oranges in her hand and running here and there. So my daughter was shouting, you put it in the cover. So she said, I am searching for the waste paper basket. I was shocked. Even as a young boy, we used to throw this wherever we wanted. Now, why I am highlighting these aspects is, taking a cue from what my learned brother, Justice Nambiar said, we all speak about duties, we all speak about rights, Article 12, 14, 16, 19, 21, and at the ultimate Article 32 of the Constitution also. I am not finding fault with invoking such articles. Let us apply our mind to Article 51AG of the Constitution of India, which says, I quote, to protect and improve natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and have compassion for living creatures. Let us introspect ourselves as to whether we are doing it, whether we are asking our next generation to implement this, follow and discharge this constitutional duty which is envisaged under the Constitution. If we put ourselves this question, most of us may have to say the answer is in the negative because we may not be doing it. So let us start from ourselves. Let us do it as Justice the Chair has put it. Let us leave for the next generation something good. Having spoken about this, I would like to say that the legal considerations in promoting water-based legal tourism in India, the regulatory framework consists of 2 acts. Number 1, Indian Vessels Act 2021, which plays a pivotal role in regulating registration, licensing and operation of vessels on our inland waterways. Similarly, Ports Act 1908 governs the administration of ports and coastal water, setting guidelines for the use of port facilities and access to coastal areas. And in the recent past, we have come across what is known as CRZ, that is Coastal Regulations Zone, issued under the Environmental Protection Act. And these notifications are designed to regulate activities of India's coastlines. We have the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, which also plays a critical role in safeguarding our wildlife and their habitats. Tourism activities in protected areas such as national parks and sanctuaries require special permissions and must be conducted in a manner that does not harm the biodiversity we cherish. We all visit many parks, many playgrounds, and we see all these plastics thrown in the pathways. Have anyone, including ourselves, let us not ask some third party, let us put ourselves question, have we picked up that waste paper, that plastic, and put it back into the dustbin. Whoever may be the polluter, irrespective of that polluter. So as I said in the beginning, let us all start from ourselves. And now, the navigation and safety standards, insofar as this eco-zone of water sports are concerned. The safety of our tourists is non-negotiable. The Director General of Shipping sets the standards for maritime safety and pollution control, regulating maritime activities, including tourism. So it is our responsibility to ensure that all tourism operators are well versed in these standards and comply with them rigorously. So there is an onerous responsibility cast on the law enforcing agencies to create awareness amongst the stakeholders. And comes the liability and insurance. The Indian Contract Act outlines the general principles of liability and contracts. Tourist operators must ensure that their contracts with tourists are clear about their responsibilities and liabilities. In the event of accidents, injuries, or environmental damage, having comprehensive insurance coverage is crucial. The IRDA oversees the insurance sector, developing products that cater to the unique needs of the tourism industries. Then comes the intellectual property and cultural sensitivity. Respecting our cultural heritage and protecting intellectual property rights are essential components of sustainable tourism. The Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 1958 safeguards our cultural and historical sites, ensuring the tourism activities near these sites are conducted with utmost care. The Copyright Act, the Geographical Indications of Goods, Registration and Protection Act 1999 protect the intellectual property rights of unique culture expressions and regional products. This legal framework encourages the promotion of our rich cultural diversity through responsible tourism. The public access and usage rights. The National Waterways Act 2016 ensures that certain inland waterways are declared as national waterways, regulating their use for both commercial and recreational purposes. This act balances the interests of tourism operators with the rights of local communities and traditional users of water resources. And compliance and enforcement is yet another critical area which requires utmost attention. The monitoring, compliance and enforcing regulations is essential to maintain the integrity of our tourism activities and the initiatives. The Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change and the state pollution control boards are responsible for ensuring environmental protection and pollution control measures. Their efforts are complemented by tourism authorities and training institutes which provide capacity building programs for operators and local communities. And this has to take place at both the taluka level, district level and the state level, where we can think of a sustainable development. Finally, sustainable development is the cornerstone of our tourism strategy. The Ministry of Tourism encourages operators to obtain sustainability certificates and adhere to the best practices in environmental management and community management. Mandating environmental and social impact assignments for significant tourism project as outlined in the environmental impact assessment ensures that we consider the long-term impacts of our actions on local ecosystems and communities. Here I may tell you, friends, that recently I had gone to this Khana and Pench forest. While we were on the safari, the driver suddenly got down and he went and again came back within 30 seconds. I asked him, what did you do? He said, sir, I saw a plastic bottle lying and we have been trained that whenever we take the tourists, there might be possibilities of tourists throwing this, either the plastic bottles or plastic covers in the forest, and the impact it may have on the animals is devastating. So we have been trained, and every 6 months, we are given refreshing course. This is what is required. This is to be taught not only those persons who manage the forests, it should be taught to the children at the kindergarten as to how essential and important the protecting of our forests and the environment is to the mankind, or to the humanity and the mankind. To ensure that water-based tourism is both sustainable and beneficial for all stakeholders, it is crucial that we adopt 3 steps, which I would say in conclusion, that is, adopt best practices, encourage operators to follow best practices in environment management and community engagement, such as those outlined in sustainability certifications and guidelines provided by tourism authorities. Educate and train. Provide education and training for tourist operators and every citizen of this country, including the local communities, on the legal requirements, environmental stewardship, and responsible tourism practices. 3. Engage with communities. Work with the local communities to ensure that tourism benefits are shared, that their cultural and environmental concerns are addressed. As my friend has put it, if we practice dharma, dharma will automatically be established. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. In conclusion, I would say, ano badraha krantu yatavo vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. Now I owe you an explanation because as you can see, for every other speaker, they have limited the time, not for me. So I took the privilege of that, and also being the only lady on the dais, I think you don't mind me speaking. Okay, right. Thank you very much. Let me introduce the keynote speaker of this session, Honorable Justice Roni Govindan, Chief Justice of the Republic of Seychelles. Your Lordship, over to you. Okay. Right. Then let me continue with the speakers. The next speaker is Mr. Gopirkrishnan Kuru, Advocate General, Kerala. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Mr. Justice, Arvind Kumar, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Deepankar Dutta, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Roni Govindan, Chief Justice of the Republic of Seychelles, all other dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good afternoon to all. Because of constraints of time, I straight go to the subjects on which you are discussing today. Transportation and tourism are interdependent and mutually complementing sectors. Transportation provides accessibility to tourism. The infrastructure of road and transport is determinative of destination attractiveness of tourist locale. While better transportation infrastructure effectively promotes development of tourism, both transportation and tourism must be sustainable nature to positively impact the environment. Our country and the state of Kerala in particular are facing the ill effects of climate change. Greenhouse gas emissions contribute severely to climate change. Motorized and road transport significantly increase carbon emissions. Starting with judicial interventions, in the last 2 decades of the previous century, we began to take steps towards alleviating the public health impacts of fuel emissions, starting from elimination of lead in petrol to switching to compressed natural gas for public transport vehicles in select cities, and then on to prescribing emission standards for new vehicles. In our country, regulation of vehicle emissions, air quality and fuel standards is as per the Air Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1981, which empowers prohibition of the production of burning of any fuel that lead to air pollution. The Environment Protection Act 1986, which though it does not specifically deal with the fossil fuels, authorizes the union and the state government to regulate activities that can harm the environment. The Motor Vehicles Act 1988, which provides for vehicular emission standards and authorizes the union and the state government to further regulate and enforce them. Now, the composition of vehicle density has changed with seemingly high increase in the number of private vehicles for personalized mode of transport when compared to vehicles for public transport. With rising disposable income and greater need for mobility, the personalized mode of transport is likely to grow further. The escalation in the use of private vehicles has contributed to congestion of limited traffic space available, carbon emission pollution. Though hybrid and electric vehicles are alternatives, they are still not cost effective and thus not affordable to many. In the interest of sustainable transportation, it's essential to promote fuel efficient and cost effective public transport which provides affordable mobility to all. Our endeavor should be to promote energy efficient and environment friendly public transport with requisite quality of service. Even localities that are otherwise not busy locales must be made accessible by way of public transport. For the same, public sector transport undertakings must be strengthened as private players will always tend to concentrate on profit-making routes. The European Union regulations that obligates a public transport service to provide minimum levels of service in various routes of the city can be replicated in the case of private players involved in public transport. The comfort and security in public transport must be enhanced to attract commuters. Incentives must be provided as granted in foreign countries to encourage public transport. Incentives for taking recourse for public transport provided in Singapore includes subsidized fares for students, seniors and low-income groups, discounted fares for travel during off-peak hours, discounted parking rates for motorists who park and continue their journey by public transport, seamless connections between buses and trains at integrated hubs, and reward points and discounts for using public transport. Statutory restrictions can be brought with regard to the entry of self-driven vehicles into congested urban areas with high traffic density. Rail transportation contributes less to adverse consequences of transportation. Congestions, accidents, and environmental impacts of transportation can be reduced if a substantial part of the road traffic is transferred to the railways. The Railways Act regulates all aspects of rail transportation and Metro Rail Construction of Works Act 1978 and the Metro Rail Operation Maintenance Act 2002 regulates the construction, operation and maintenance of Metro Rail. Mass rapid transit metro rail system run on electricity and do not produce harmful emissions and contribute to air pollution. They also use less energy per passenger than road-based systems, help reduce traffic congestion, and on account of their increased carrying capacity, make it easier for people to get around cities. Metro rail systems can reduce journey times by 50 to 75% depending on road conditions. High-speed rail, like the one envisaged by the state of Kerala, apart from bringing about a remarkable change in local commute by improving the travel time and quality of transportation, will substantially reduce congestion on roads and consequent carbon emission. Inland water transport is a fuel-efficient and environment-friendly mode of transport. Though in our country, its operations are currently restricted to a few stretches of inland waters, substantial quantum of cargo and passengers are transported in this sector. The Kochi Water Metro project has introduced modern energy, efficient, environment-friendly and safe boats. The project envisions a holistic development of the area being connected by waterways as well as integrating the waterway system as a part of the entire public transport system of the city. Such models of comprehensive and integrated transport projects are to be adopted all over the country. The Inland Vessels Act 2021 regulates transport and trade through inland waters of the country. The National Waterways Act 2016 regulates and develops waterways in the country for shipping and navigation. Water is an important element for the conservation of ecosystems and for human well-being. Water-based tourism experience can promote the development of quality tourism. Responsible water tourism and ecotourism envisage environmental impact to the least extent possible, sustenance of the native inhabitants, and sustainable ecological development. Developing a sustainable ecotourism industry is a way to protect an area through tourism. The three dimensions of sustainability, economy, society, and ecology intersect only in ecotourism. To avoid the adverse impacts of ecotourism on the environment, consistent adoption of policies at the government level for environmental and ecological safeguards is necessary. Only after careful assessment of carrying capacity, ecological areas for tourism must be open to public. Potential impacts of every ecotourism activity shall have to be assessed at the initial stage, and mitigation plans are to be developed. A stringent code of conduct for tourism facilities around the protected areas, stringent code of conduct for tourism facilities around protected areas must be adopted with strict monitoring of its implementation. Water tourism must be managed in such a manner that same does not hamper the water accessibility to the local inhabitants, since their lives will be intrinsically connected to such water source. Effluent disposal and other water pollution by tourist boats and tourists must be regulated to the utmost. The environmental ignorance can be allayed by awareness programs with follow-up efforts to attain sustainable ecotourism. If ecotourism in ecologically sensitive area is not managed appropriately, its consequential effects will be severe and irreversible than that of conventional tourism. Before concluding, let me thank the organizers of this conference for providing me with an opportunity to speak in this conference. I hope that the brainstorming deliberations in conference pave way for framing of more concrete enactments and guidelines in the area of sustainable development, sustainable transport, tourism, and technological innovations. Thank you. I remain.
Thank you very much, sir. The next speaker is Dr. Manoj Kumar, Additional Secretary, Legislative Department, Ministry of Justice, Government of India. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you. We have 8 minutes and I'll try and use each of those minutes very judiciously. Respected Justice Suryakant, Chief Patron of CLEA, Justices Dipankar Datta, Justice Arvind Kumar, Justice Roni Govindam, and all the honorable judges from various high courts and the former judges from Supreme Court of Nepal, and judges from across the Commonwealth region, friends and colleagues. Before touching on the areas of legal reforms on the ecotourism side, I wanted to touch on what Justice Datta also pointed out about the national strategy on ecotourism, which has been formulated by the Government of India. In fact, navigating through a lot of the natural calamities over the past years, the Government of India has been quick to respond very comprehensively across 2022 and 23 with a very detailed and outlined national tourism policy, which has a separate national sustainable tourism policy and the national strategy on ecotourism. For brevity of time, I choose to discuss on the ecotourism strategy and the way forward possibly that we need to together look at. The national strategy for ecotourism lays down the goals, structure and roadmap on ecotourism going forward. It sets out a multi-tier mechanism, in fact a 6-tier action plan, which has governance models at the national level, at the state level, at the interministerial coordination level, then a national board, a district, and at the site level. All this to ensure that the policy objectives that are set out in the national strategy can be achieved seamlessly and can be implemented seamlessly. Some of these key areas of focus are state assessments and rankings based on globally recognized parameters, state strategy on ecotourism, essentially to guide and ensure that each state receives sufficient guidance and supervision on formulating strategies around ecotourism, dissemination of information and education and communication on ecotourism across all stakeholders, including tourists, as we referred to repeatedly, capacity building and certification, the number of professionals required, the number of people required at different levels across stakeholders who know and who have the skills on different aspects of ecotourism, marketing and promotion, destination and product development, public-private and community partnerships, and the last and the most crucial and important one, governance and institutional frameworks. In fact, this is what is the closest that we need to work on in terms of the legal framework that needs to be possibly put in place to give wings to the goals of the policy. We can refer to in this regard an example from other jurisdictions. Japan has a very comprehensive ecotourism act of 2007, which in a way, I couldn't help but see the similarities between the policy that we have in terms of the detailing, the structure, the stakeholder engagements of our policy and that of the Act, Ecotourism Act of Japan. The difference, however, being that ours is a strategy at policy level, and there they have a law which is being enforced. Now, is there something to learn from it? As even our learned AG and other speakers were referring, there's possibly a need of putting a very comprehensive, all-encompassing law in place or a legislative framework in place, which could possibly be a combination of principal legislations, subordinate legislations, or executive orders at different levels to give effect to the various goals of the national strategy on ecotourism. Well, the ecotourism strategy of 2022 has already commenced its implementation phase. The first one in this regard, we saw the changes brought in the Forest Conservation Act, where ecotourism was included in a forest activity, moving from the non-forest activity where it was not finding a mention. Other areas could also be explored to have plugins between the ecotourism policy and laws relating to community engagement to accelerate the benefits to local communities in forest areas. An example in this regard is the Forest Rights Act of 2006, where communities are entitled to claim neighboring forests for community forest resource CFR purposes. including, this is just a thought, including ecotourism within the CFR framework could not only help them earn income, but also give a much needed focus on conservation. Therefore, we need a holistic framework going forward to give effect to the national strategy on ecotourism. This essentially is to be looked at from the fact that there are multiple stakeholders. Stakeholders' rights have to be defined in the laws that could be framed. Compliance structures need to be put in place where rights and duties both are well defined in order to ensure that as much as anyone would like to enjoy the rights, they also in the know of the duties. Incentives and penal provisions to ensure compliance would also need to be put in place. Constitutional guarantees and development objectives also need to be balanced. The plethora of laws around environment and nature, such as water, air, soil, land use, operational laws, tax incentives, and sustainable transportation, all would need to be synced together and tied in together to bring in a comprehensive legal framework to promote ecotourism. And before closing within the 8 minutes, I would like to touch on what Justice Arvind Kumar referred to as the consciousness that we should have. In fact, sir, in some of the tiger reserve zones, like Corbett, for example, when you are required to do your ID, you are compulsorily required to take a jute bag on your safari in the jungle. I believe that some kind of standard norm setting across the entire sector and the grouping which works on forest and ecotourism, a common norm setting would help and go a long way to have these practices more standardized and followed uniformly. As a wildlifer and a nature enthusiast myself, this is something very close to my heart, and I thank CLEA for giving an opportunity to speak and discuss about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj Kumar. Now I invite Mr. Saga Singham Setti, founder and managing partner, Grey Space Consultancy, Belgium. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to take your permission first in order to speak. Honorable judges on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here. This morning someone was saying 20 years ago we have to sow a seed. I think probably it was me in a way, because 20 years ago I went abroad to do my master's in law in aviation and space, something to do with transport. Okay, so I think I am kind of an example there that this is a subject that is very close to my heart. But I don't think I have a lot of time, so I know that I have 8 minutes, but I want you to, because we're talking about destinations, so let me take you to Europe, because that's where I live, and I just want to play a short video which encapsulates everything that we have been discussing since morning. Please, sir.
I wouldn't come here, to be honest. Oslo is just not, I mean, is it even a city? You know what I mean? Everything is just so available, you know? There's no exclusiveness. I grew up here, and I temporarily live here, unfortunately. I don't understand why people go swimming in the middle of the city. It's disgusting. Have you ever been to Istanbul? Oslo feels more like a village, maybe. I mean, you walk around a corner and it's like, oh, there's the prime minister. And you walk around the next corner, it's like, oh, there's the king. I mean, you can just walk from one side of town to the other in like 30 minutes. Try that in New York or Paris.
It's an American architect.
Culture? I don't know. If you don't have to stand in line for at least a couple of hours, is it even worth seeing?
Not exactly the Mona Lisa. Sometimes I just walk right in off the street and get a table.
And I'm not even famous.
I mean, what does that tell you?
I think a city should feel a little hard to get. It's like a good relationship, you know? It's not supposed to be easy.
This is an ad which you can check on YouTube, which has been trending in the last couple of weeks, and it has done millions and millions of viewers. And the simple reason is accessibility. What we have been discussing over the last 2 hours is all about accessibility, isn't it? And at the heart of this accessibility, who is it? It's the user, it's the consumer. Under the Constitution, it is you and me, isn't it? So we have been discussing about rights, duties, we have been discussing about various legislations that have been in place. But what is the vision that we have when we talk about tourism and transport? Tourism is a mega sector. Transport is only a part of this sector. If you want to achieve the goals of carbon neutrality, net zero neutrality, transport alone will not work. We have to work with many other sectors, whether it's food and beverages, whether it's the hospitality committee or sector. So there are many other sectors that we have to work. But coming back to the point about accessibility, I want to also point out one particular group here. If Justice Chandrachud was here, I think he would be happy, or at least somebody is addressing it. It is about the people with disabilities. Okay, so there is a whole lot of accessibility that we need. We have seen this in the Oslo. It's kind of a dry humor, by the way. Okay, the Scandinavians have a very dry humor, so they put it in a different context. But again, they're welcoming. The city is accessible. The city is welcoming everyone. But imagine in Europe, where cities like Paris, Barcelona, Italy, there is something called over-tourism, and they have a different kind of a problem. I don't think India currently has that luxury, okay? But this is also where tourism should be not only just to the main touristic places like Delhi or Bombay. I think we are here in a destination city like Kerala. But again, there are many other places in India, there are many other places across the world that you could visit. Okay, this is exactly what is happening with the younger generation, with families, with people with disabilities. They are traveling to places, something like offbeat places. They're not going to the usual places, okay? So accessibility is key here, and transport, of course, plays a very big role. I just want you to take this message or these couple of phrases. So when we talk about transport, it is all about efficiency, affordability, accessibility, and reliability. Okay, so your users, your consumers would come to you as a destination city if you have reliable services. Okay, so what is Europe doing? So the fact that I just want to point out, there are a couple of elements when we talk about, I think Sir already pointed out that there is a tourism policy in India as well. But let's also see what Europe has been doing, because they are also struggling, as I said, with over-tourism, with sustainability issues, and of course, on the other hand, they have to run their economy as well. So they are promoting competitiveness. They want to ensure that there's a level playing field and a fair competition between the tourism service providers. And competitiveness is not just about domestic players, it's not just the domestic market. EU also has many other countries. You know how the European Union is built. So competitiveness is key. And if the same example or the same analogy has to be carried from Europe to India, we also have to become very competitive. We have our neighboring countries, we have traffic coming from abroad as well. So how do you make ourselves competitive in an international market where there are so many destinations which are offbeat, which are affordable, and India is not yet there. India, by the way, for your information, is standing at 14th place when it comes to touristic or tourism visits. So it is reported that we rank 14th in the world in terms of international tourism, where we have around 130 billion visitors in 2022. But what is very surprising is also the same fact shows that there were less number of domestic travel. Can you imagine why? What could be the reason? And the reason from the statistics was, it was because of climate. So people are aware of climate. People know that there is something that needs to be done. But I think what we are missing is what I want to point out is one, and I hope I have a couple of minutes, but to me, what we are missing today is the fact that we are not promoting India as a destination. Advertisement is next to zero. We have absolutely no focus in terms of what we want to achieve out of our tourism goals. Is it spiritual tourism? Is it adventure tourism? Is it other kinds of tourism that is available? Rural tourism, which is very important. And in a country like India, rural tourism will generate jobs, will generate local economy as well. And it will benefit a lot of SMEs, the small and medium-sized enterprises. So we have to promote that. The second point I want to emphasize is we have enough laws. I'm a very business-oriented person. We have enough laws. I think the regulation is in place. We have a vision, but I think we need to become more competitive, and we should stop complaining that there is a lack of infrastructure and incentives. I think the government is putting in place, the private sector is putting in place the infrastructure and the incentives that are required. But I think what we lack is the coordination when it comes to the policy. There is lack of coordination, not only in terms of policy, but we continue to work in silos. When we built our tourism policy, they have not spoken to the transport department. They have not spoken to the, the Ministry of Security, the Defense. Everything counts. If we have to build a robust tourism policy, we need to have every stakeholder. This morning, there was a reference to consultation. Consultation does not mean only the judiciary, legislature, and executive. At the heart of everything is the consumer. We have to consult the consumer. We need to put the consumer here right in the middle. If the consumer is not aware what exactly you're building, what is it that they're going to use for? Or how is it going to benefit them? Okay? So for me, it's very important that we actually consult, and that's something we are missing in the due process, where we need to have more consultations with other departments in the government and also with the private sector. The other aspect, sir has already pointed out, when it comes to accessibility, especially with disabled people, one of the things that statistics have shown is that we lack skills. There is no L&D, learning and development, in the tourism sector. Of course, there are steps being taken. Okay? I'm not saying that there is nothing happening. That's not fair, probably. But the point is, we need to do more if you want to become a destination country. The other aspect is social protection. Why people go to Europe, or why Europe takes a lot of these issues seriously, is because they have something. Of course, they love their regulations, they love their paperwork. Okay? Apart from that, I think social protection means that people working in the industry, people working especially in the community, okay, are also benefited out of these initiatives. Currently, the money that is being generated, let's say in this place, I am not sure how much of it is actually reinvested. Maybe this particular place is a good example of where reinvestment is taking place. Okay? But there are a lot of other places in India or across the world where the investment is not coming back into the tourism sector. So again, I think there are a lot of aspects, there are a lot of good things that we have gone through, but there are a lot more to be done. I'll leave you with this thought. We all talk about sustainability and digitalization. Absolutely, I think these are in Europe they call it as twin engines. They are going to transform the way we are working, we are connecting with people, and whatever we are doing. Sustainability and digitalization will play a major role. And if we want to become competitive, we have to become sustainable, which means we have to become environmentally sustainable, we have to become economically sustainable as enterprises or as governments. The same digitalization. Digitalization does not mean just the fact that you have a phone and you're able to tap it, which is good, which is great. But there are a lot of platforms which are impacting the consumer rights because they do not consider, they do not take care of the consumers that they are serving. You have online platforms that are selling a lot of things. So again, there are a lot of legal and ethical issues that we have to definitely look into. But I believe that we are on the course. I think there's a lot of transformation that has already happened over the years when it comes to transport and tourism sectors. But my main message is to all the government officials, to everyone who is probably even doing research, please do not work in silos. The fact that we work in silos, if we think that tourism is the only way, or this is the policy and this is how we want to go ahead, I think we are already heading in a direction that we're going to fail. So with that, I wish to conclude by saying that when we talk about connectivity, it means physical networks and digital networks should be coming together to support the transport and tourism sector. The world comes to us for technology. I'm sure you know that. Sitting in Europe, I see it it's very evident. Okay? But when it comes to assistive technologies and technological interventions in transport and tourism of persons with disabilities, we have a lot more to do. And last but not least, if we want our tourism to flourish and thrive, our vision and actions should support the concept of tourism as a right for everybody. You, me, everyone. Give a chance to every Indian citizen and visitors from across the globe to travel and experience the richness of India, including those with low income and disabilities. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for the organizers for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saga Singham Setti. Next speaker is Dr. D. Dhanuraj, founder and chairperson, Center for Public Policy Research, Kochi. Over to you.
Honorable judges on the dais, distinguished speakers on and off the speakers, and dignitaries on and off the dais. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share some of our thoughts on sustainable transport and tourism. I'm a public policy researcher. I'm not a lawyer, so pardon me if I, some of my presentations, thoughts on sustainable transport and tourism, if it doesn't fit with the jurisprudence and also the legal framework. I've been researching on sustainable transport for more than a decade. I've been working with various state governments, giving them some ideas, thought process, how to make it sustainable. And I'm so happy that being the last speaker, I have the benefit of taking cue from the previous speakers. What do you mean by sustainability in transport? Last many years, I think, for example, in India, we've been promoting EV transport, thinking that that's a sustainability. Tourism also, we've been debating it. We should bring non-conventional energy to the promotion of tourism activities and sectors. For me, the sustainability is different. I'll give you some statistics. India is having a population of 1.4 billion now. You know how many are actually using public transport? Why less number of people are using public transport? I'll give you some basic statistics for you to understand how system operates in a country like India, and I'm sure this is throughout Commonwealth. I have not studied the region comprehensively, but I see there are a lot of give and takes in this region. For me, the transport, public transport, is a tool and the platform for economic growth. Accessibility, availability, affordability to the common man, the citizen on the street. But what is the public transport we are giving? The public transport we are giving in this country is very less. Forget about the EVs and all other complicated debates that we have now. For me, the basic fundamental, we have made a basic fundamental mistake in the country for the last 60, 70 years. When I look at the statistics, for 1,000 population, we have 1.2 buses. That means for 1 lakh, we have 10 buses. For 1 lakh people in the country, we are only offering 10 buses. If you look at World Bank standards, they say for a lakh population, we need 40 to 50 buses. Even policy researchers will say it, in a country like India, we need more buses for a lakh population. So where we went wrong? So I was doing a historical research on what is the development, how public transport evolved in this country starting from 1935 onwards. There are many judgments by various high courts. And if you are interested, I'm sure this is also very interesting. Read 16 Stormy Days by Tribhuvan Singh. Recently, there's a very bestseller. He captured this very succinctly. The story is, we had private participation. This section is also delving with public participation, public transport, private participation, public transport. We had so many of these companies, they were offering public transport. Private companies were offering public transport since 1935. When India became republic, for various reasons, maybe because of political and context there, some state governments tried to overtake and nationalize these private companies. And this was challenged in various courts. I remember some challenges in UP, Mumbai high courts. And by the time India became republic, there was also a discussion around Article 14, Article 19, your right to get into an occupation. And court also actually upheld the right of private operators. But then, cutting short the story, 30 years down the line, 1977, the legislature decided that it should be a state subject. State subject meaning it should have a state monopoly. So it went to the session, the Schedule 9 of the Constitution, 4A. So the inadvertent consequence of that particular legislation now is public transport is a complete monopoly of the state. STUs are responsible, they believe that they are responsible, but we know the status of STUs in the country, they are not viable, they are not economically sound to offer the services. But inadvertently, the all private operators were not, they were discarded, or they were not allowed, or maybe they become very illegal in their operations. Right now I'm researching on 8 states in India. Every state we visit, we see that there will be so many buses, but mostly they are illegal in their operation. Because as per the law, it's STU that is responsible for public transport. In a state like Kerala, for example, we have 209 seats, 9 routes, 209 routes, which are nationalized. That means, even I'm sure this part of the state where we are having this conference, some of the roads are nationalized. That means no other private operator can operate public transport. But at the same time, Kerala was famous for the role of private operators for the last 30, 40 years. 70 to 80% of or even there was a time when we had 85% of the bus transport operations were handled by private operators. Regulated, fare is fixed by the state government. For various political reasons, I believe now government started nationalizing partially, fully, all the roads. That means a private operator can't operate their services on a road which is nationalized. That means only STUs can operate. This is the case with many states in India. And because it is Schedule 9, only legislators can intervene and address this challenge. I think the sustainability comes here because we talk about carbon pollution, congestion, we talk about various other reasons, various other issues. Unless we offer quality, reliable public transport, which has sufficient, adequate in number to address the requirements of the public, I don't think we are going to address the sustainability part. We will have more. We are not restricting private cars on the road. But what we are restricting is the private buses, which is a public cost, And for the public good, we are restricting them. And India requires around 3 million buses now, 30 lakh buses, as per the standard definition. And the STU share is only 1.7 lakhs. That is 107,000 buses are operated by STUs. That shows that STUs has a very negligible share in public transport. I'm sure you and I probably drive the cars because we don't have reliable, efficient, effective public transport on our roads. We are tempted to drive our cars. And that leads to all the issues that we have been discussing since morning: pollution, congestion, environmental impacts. So, and adding to that, I conclude, I take one more minute. There's one more issue that I would like to bring to your attention. There's a concept called shared mobility. I'm so happy that Solicitor General today morning mentioned about the shared mobility concept. There also, our Motor Vehicle Act is not helping for the private operators to bring shared mobility. The issue of stage carriages with respect to contract carriage, and that particular provision, unless we amend and modify and give such a beautiful interpretation to that provision, the RTOs and motor vehicle departments in the country are not going to give you license for shared mobility. When you get down at a metro is a beautiful concept. But when you get out on a station to reach your last mile, to reach your home, you don't have a shared mobility. And overall, when I look at this scenario, I see the nationalization, lack of shared mobility is actually disincentivizing the manufacturers also. Because I remember, I recall the speech by Honorable Judge in the morning talked about the less number of manufacturers in public transport vehicles. There's a reason for that. When you talk to manufacturers, they say that there's no incentive for us to even to do R&D in this sector. You can modify the vehicle, you can improve efficiency of the vehicle, but there's no incentive because public transport is a very neglected, ignored subject because it's completely a nationalized subject, a nationalized topic, and nationalized topic means the sense is a nationalized operation. So we have to get rid of it. Then only we can talk about sustainability. Then only we can think about upgradation, improvements in fuel efficiency, probably going to the next level of EVs and all. Even if EV vehicles, EV buses are coming today, only STUs can operate it. And I don't think a 30 trillion economy that we are targeting, let's say 2047, unless you improve the transport, public transport in the country, for those 600, 700 million people who are actually living on a wage of 500 rupees every day, a huge amount of money is actually spent for their daily transport. And if you are not able to give them an affordable transport, that is only possible with the market intervention, I believe. And that is where I think the August gathering here should look into in detail these provisions, what can we do to ensure sustainability in transport and also the economic growth and opportunities for everybody in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dharmaraj. Now we have concluded the speeches. Now it is time for the discussants. Each discussant will speak for 3 minutes, starting with Honorable Justice Anup Kumar Dhand, the Judge of High Court of Rajasthan. Over to you.
Sir, before starting my speech for 3 minutes, I want to tell you one joke. A lady goes to a doctor and asks, my husband by mistake has taken a paracetamol, what to do? Doctor says, why to waste paracetamol, give him headache. Sir, that is what exactly happened with me. I got a letter from Attorney General that I have to address this conference as a speaker. So I prepared my speech running in 10 pages. Then all of a sudden I got a message that I have to speak as a discussant. So I thought, why to waste my speech? I can reduce this to 3 minutes. So if the chair permits, I can conclude my speech in 3 minutes, sir. Namaskar. Today we have gathered here at this Goats on Country at Kumarkom, Kerala, in this Mahakumbh festival of sacred features of Commonwealth nations to discuss on the topic of legal and ethical framework in transportation and ecotourism. Respected chair, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. In India, the motto behind inviting the tourists across the world is Atithi Devo Bhava, guest is God, and in Rajasthan, we call it Padharo Maharadesh, welcome to my land. We all know tourism can be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it brings funds, creates job opportunities, and boosts local economics. On the other hand, if we are not careful, it can lead to environmental degradation and loss of cultural heritage. That is where the concept of sustainable transportation and ecotourism comes into play. A critical aspect of sustainable development in ecotourism is balancing economic benefits and environmental protections. India promotes the use of renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power in tourism infrastructure. Initiatives like Atal Jyoti Yojana promotes solar energy in rural areas, enhancing the sustainability of rural tourism. The use of electric vehicles through the schemes like the faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, aiming to reduce vehicular emissions and promote energy-efficient transportation options, is essential for sustainable tourism. India's eco-friendly tourism practices include supporting local conservation projects, encouraging responsible travel behaviors, implementing regulations that protect natural habitats and biodiversity. Public-private partnerships have emerged as a pivotal force, driving national economic growth and the development of social infrastructure. These models not only enhance the quality and efficiency of public services, but also demonstrate a profound impact on both national and international markets. PPP projects must comply with a range of legal requirements, including environmental laws, labor laws, and safety regulations. Adherence to the terms and conditions outlined in the PPP contract should be monitored and enforced by regulatory bodies. Water-based tourism presents unique legal challenges that require careful regulation to balance economic benefits with environmental protection. Key legal considerations include the right and responsibilities of various stakeholders. Legal frameworks must address the responsibilities of tourists and tour operators in minimizing their impact on water bodies, including mandatory trainings for operators on sustainable practices, educating tourists on the importance of preserving aquatic environments. Governments play a critical role in establishing regulations that protect water resources, setting limits on the number of visitors, regulating the types of activities allowed, and ensuring that tourism operators comply with the environmental standards. In the end, sustainable tourism in India is about more than just protecting the environment. It's about creating a tourism model that benefits everyone, from travelers to local communities. By embracing sustainable practices and ensuring a strong legal framework, we can ensure that tourism remains a positive force for our planet's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Next discussant is Professor Dr. N.K. Chakraborty, Vice Chancellor, the West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences, West Bengal. Over to you, sir.
Respected Chair on the dais and other speakers, distinguished guests, to discuss what I, from academic field, think about this ecotourism and technology and our future road. I use the term from the chair, use that planet Earth. Now we have already experienced from our various facts, we have already read that from the mountain to sea, Himalaya, Everest to our sea, there are pollutions and reported violations of law. We have already enacted legislations to protect. We have already the Wildlife Protection Act, the Forest Conservation Act, Coastal Region Zone Notification, Environmental Impact Assessment, Wetlands Conservation Management Rules, and also regarding the new national strategy for ecotourism. The problem is with the implementation. And it is not the present problem. If we go back to our jurist Roscoe Pound, his ideal elimination law, he has mentioned that 100 years, the problem with law is not to creation of law, but to implement the law. And for implementation, what I think from my research, that it not require only the law, it require three things. You have to have legal structure, infrastructure, and social structure. For infrastructure in our tourism, in most of the places in India, we have no water recycling, we have no rainwater conservation, not science-based waste management, and also for violation of the legal provisions and protections, very less personnel to look after that. So what some countries, if we take the name in the world, the model countries which have developed and make a best practices, we can refer to Norway, we can refer Iceland, Kenya, and even our neighborhood Bhutan also. The reason is there is a culture which respect the nature, and that culture helping them for that. In fact, last year, not last year, 2 years back, we have also studied 10 years judgments of East Zone Green Bench. And we have revealed the trends that there are 3 areas where most of the cases being lodged in the Green Bench, East Zone Green Bench. One is Sundarban, other is Mundarmoni, both are tourist places, and other is wetlands, East Calcutta Wasteland. Problem is that why in that area so much violations? One of our colleague who is researching on human rights, and we have our system to develop new elective papers in each year, and she has seen that there are few universities in the world having in the undergraduate course, one course named as Art Jurisprudence. I asked what is, and I have seen the syllabus, what is that Art Jurisprudence? Art Jurisprudence, that paper is focusing on that look your nature and earth where you are living as your mother. And mother giving you so many things, it is your duty to respect and preserve. That jurisprudence developed, I think, in the culture of those places, and as we are in the law academics, we are trying to develop that. I think one of the strategy, like in any implementation, besides legal structure and your infrastructure, you need social structure for that education in the line of what the mindset which my previous speakers also said, we have to have a mindset. For that, I think this Earth jurisprudence, planet Earth to be regarded as a mother, how we can spread this education in our educational system, that may help us very much. It is my personal view. Thank you very much, and organization also.
Thank you, sir. Next, it's Professor Dr. Ashok R. Patil, Vice Chancellor, National University of Study and Research in Ranchi. Over to you, sir.
Respected Chair, speakers, respected lordships, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Ecotourism has three subjects. One, nature, another one, business, third one is consumer. If all the three subjects respect each other, if they can grow together, then there is no problem. But if these three, especially the business and the consumer, if they cheat on nature or in between, then all these problems will face. Ecotourism requires holistic approach. This will require preservation, community empowerment, and sustainable harmony. My focus is on consumer-centric. Ecotourism and consumer protection are closely related because the tourism industry, which involves travel, hospitality, and entertainment, often requires effective consumer protection policies to ensure that tourists are treated fairly, safely, and transparently. Looking into the consumer-centric, what are the best practices one must follow? So first one, clear and transparent information, accurate marketing, accessible terms and conditions, language accessibility. Second point, safety and security standards. In that, compliance with safety regulations, emergency preparedness, health and hygiene protocols. Third point, fair pricing practices, transparent pricing, and preventing price gouging. Fourth point, customer service excellence, responsive customer support, staff training, and feedback mechanism should be properly placed. Then next one is ethical and sustainable practices, respect for local communities, and sustainable tourism practices. Next point is data protection and privacy. So secure data handling and clear privacy policies in place. Then redress and dispute resolution, accessible complaint resolution, third-party mediation also. Collaboration with the regulatory bodies is also important, compliance with the legal requirements, and partnership with consumer protection agencies. Then proactive communication is also very, very important. Crisis communication plans in case of any problems happens immediately, how the tourist should be protected and safely transferred. And real-time updates in variation is there, immediately it has to be updated. And lastly, ethical advertising and reviews, authentic testimonials, and compliance with advertising standards. All these things should be on the website so that consumer immediately can see and understand 99% of the details about that particular place or resort or everything. That is very, very important. Recently, new Comprehensive Consumer Protection Act was enacted in 2019, came into force in 2020. I was in the drafting committee since beginning, and I'm heading a consumer chair of Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Government of India since 2008, and training the Consumer Commission members and presidents in last these years. What my observation is, all these, if the defective product, deficiency in service, unfair trade practice, restrictive trade practice, unfair contract, if these things are followed, then this particular Consumer Protection Act will come into picture and cases may be filed. And recently, Ministry of Consumer Affairs worked on two very important new concepts. First one is greenwashing. Greenwashing is the act of making false and misleading statements about the environment benefits of a product or practices. So what is they are saying which is not followed, so eco-friendly they are saying, but it's not there. Sustainable they are saying, it is not. Recyclable things they are saying, it is not. So they are using the sustainable development of words, but actually they are not following. So that's why Ministry of Consumer Affairs came out with the guidelines on greenwashing. Another one very important thing is online fake review. So usually the consumers visit the website, they see the star, 5-star, oh, it's a very good. But nowadays there are packages, if you want 5-star, you give much, this much amount, I will see that you will get a 5-star on product or services. So that is also happening. Then Ministry of Consumer Affairs called all these stakeholders and did 2-3 meetings, and ultimately they come out with online consumer reviews procedure, standard under Bureau of Indian Standard Act. Now it is on place. So these are the important aspects one must follow, and all three organs or all the three subjects should be respected for the development of the nation and nature. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next discussant is Dr. Vignesh Devraj, founder and chief physician, Sitaram Retreats, Director Sitaram Ayurveda Private Limited. Over to you.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, first of all, I will also like to thank Attorney General Sir and the CLEA August body for this invitation. My purpose of the speech is to bring the awareness of Ayurveda medical tourism and how it is very much aligned with the concept of ecotourism. And also to make you aware how underrated this Ayurveda medical tourism is. I'm an Ayurvedic physician and I run 2 retreats, and also to understand how Ayurveda tourism is very much a potential solution for some of the strategies that we look for ecotourism. So most of the patients, in my language we call it patients, but in our today's language we should call them the medical tourists. They come for solutions which fall under the non-communicable disease or the diseases that cannot be just solved with taking a pill. They have to go through a lifestyle, they have to eat healthy, and they have to sleep better, and we provide them Ayurvedic therapies that relax their mind and purify their body. An average stay of these tourists or the medical tourists comes between 14 to 21 days. So when we talk about ecotourism, we need 3 things. One is we want to use the nature without exploiting it rather than nourishing it. And the local communities has to be empowered without being, not having a problem with the local communities, and make sure that the culture is also obtained. The third thing is, the people who are coming should be conscious. These tourists who are coming should be conscious of the ecological part and also the local culture and the tradition that is following. And usually, most of the guests who are coming, we get patients coming from Switzerland, France, Germany, most of the first world countries, and those who have these concepts, problems which falls under autoimmune diseases, allergies, skin disorders, gut health issues. And when they come for this 2 to 3 weeks, we pick them up from the railway station, or if they're coming from India or from the airport, and they just go, we drop them back to the airport and they leave the country. The transportation that they do, they just stay in the resort to have the treatment. And unlike a mass tourism, which has a reputation of exploiting the place, but here, the patients, when they come, they are in nature, they're in sync with the nature, and also respect the local tradition. And to look at it from another side, if you look at a resort or a leisure resort that is running, usually the occupancy is very high on the weekends, or if there is a convention like what we see today, or if there is a destination wedding. So if there is 365 days, you will see the occupancy is less than 122 or 150 days. And the rest of the days, These people might have to look for jobs elsewhere, or the owners who are running this, they have to find other cutthroats or cutting corners ways to make the revenues to meet the expenses. So when you look at an Ayurvedic retreat, the occupancy is perennial. We have it throughout the year. And more than that, in a leisure resort, the employee and the guest ratio, if you have 5 guests, you just need 2 employees to take care of that. But when you look at an Ayurvedic retreat that is running, for every 1 patient that is coming, we need about 3 to 4 employees. So which means it's a labor intense, but majority of the employees that we have recruited, it is the local community, it's the rural community, and 60% is more women, because we have noticed most of the patients who are coming for Ayurvedic retreat tend to be women than men. And when we ask some men who are coming as patients, we ask them, why did you come? They say, because my wife told me to come, or my mother told me to come. Somewhere we see that women are more conscious about their wellness. And on top of that, you see that more employees are recruited here, per patient that is coming, and the local community is upgraded, and there is profit for the patient who's coming with the health, profit for the local community because they're having a job throughout the year, and these will be some of these employees that we have, they have not even passed their 10th grade or 12th grade. We are training them to be fantastic therapists, and also they feel a lot of pride and self-esteem because of what they do. And the third thing, whoever is running it, we are nourishing the nature without exploiting it. And most of the patients who are coming, they ask us, what are the ecological solutions that you're doing to take care of the nature? And they come and plant a tree before they leave so that they can minimize the carbon emission that is happening. So for a country with more than 1.4 billion, as one of the previous speakers told, we don't have the luxury for mass tourism to come. And also a seasonal tourism, because when you see a seasonal tourism, only on those seasons and the weekends, there is a huge influx of tourists coming, and the rest of the days it can do a lot of damage. With no disrespect to what is happening, I'm just saying, if we can come up with a judicial structure to give more public and private partnership and make the industry understand the beauty and the ecologically aligned concept of Ayurvedic wellness tourism, there is a huge scope and also a lot of foreign remittance coming, and the local communities are empowered, and in general, we can protect and preserve our nature. Because, and this is not just we are talking about Kerala, I'm talking about the entire country, we have this concept. Wherever we have beautiful nature, if you could come where there is a good legal structure and licensing protocol is much easier and with clarity, there's a lot of scope here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devraj. Next, it's the felicitation ceremony. To do the felicitation, I invite convener of CLEA, Ms. Nabila Zehara, to do the felicitation.
As a token of appreciation and gratitude, may I request Chief Patron of CLEA, Honorable Mr. Justice Suryakant, to present the memento. I request the patron, Dr. R. Venkatramani, and President CLEA, Professor Dr. S. Kumar, to present the mementos. To our Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Deepankar Datta, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Co-Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Arvind Kumar. He is left. To our speakers, Dr. Manoj Kumar. Dr. Manoj Kumar. Mr. Sagar Singham Sethi. Dr. D. Dhanuraj. Dr. D. Dhanuraj. Honorable Mr. Justice Anup Kumar. Professor Dr. N.K. Chakrabarti. Professor Dr. Ashok R. Patil. Dr. Vignesh Devraj, MD. Professor Kokila
So with that, we conclude the session. But last not for least, I invite Mr. Salman Qasmi, doctoral scholar, Indian Law Institute, and also convener of CLEA, to deliver the vote of thanks. So with that, I conclude my role as the moderator with pleasure, and Ayubowan, may you live long in good health.
Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, colleagues, and participants, as we conclude the first technical session of the CLEA International Conference in Law and Technology on the theme Legal and Ethical Frameworks in Transportation Ecotourism, I extend my privilege, heartful vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to the success of this insightful discussion. First, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, Judge Supreme Court of India, Co-Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Arvind Kumar, Judge Supreme Court of India, and Mr. Justice Rooney Govindan, Chief Justice of the Republic of Seychelles, for his keynote address. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers and discussants for their in-depth presentations. I would like to express my deep sense of thanks to Honorable Dr. Justice A.K. Jaishankar Nambiar, Honorable Mr. Justice Anup Kumar Dhan, Mr. Gopal Krishna Krup, Dr. Manoj Kumar, Mr. Sagar Sigma Senti, Professor Dr. N.K. Chakrabarti, Professor Dr. Ashok R. Patil, Dr. Vignesh Devraj. I would also like to convey my regards to our moderator, Professor Kukila, for guiding the discussion throughout the session. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to our participants. Your active engagement thoughtful question and contributions have made this session a truly collaborative and enriching experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Salman. I'm back with a happy news. We all can lead for lunch at the restaurant at 1:30 it was supposed to be. And please be back by 3 o'clock. See you all.
Yes, I was just telling him. Sajid, here. Yes. One chair. When we finish this, sir, I can, because I will frequently. I can give structure. Speaker first, with the permission of the chair. Sir. Such as that. And this one. Samay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are on to the second session. The session is on the regulatory challenges and innovation in transport technology and ecosystem. We all know that the transport system is one of the most dependent by the local common man. And the United Nations has said that by 2050, 68% of the world population will live in cities and adding almost 3 billion vehicles on the road. This growing demand for transportation will be a significant challenge to the long-term sustainability goals of the current transportation system that we have. Furthermore, people's choice related to travel have also been changing. And this changing behavior of the people and the policy related to sustainable transportation make it difficult to develop strategies that protect people's social interests and well-being. And in this context, the discussion on the topic of regulatory challenges and innovation in transportation, technology and ecotourism holds a great significance for the future. And it's my privilege and honor to welcome all the esteemed dignitaries for this session. It is with great pride and honor I welcome Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to this session. Honorable Justice has an illustrious career serving as a distinguished judge of the Supreme Court and representing India on various international platforms. Notably, he was a part of the Supreme Court delegation to the Canadian Supreme Court, where he presented a paper on extradition and environmental issues. He has also had the rare distinction of leading the Indian team before the International Tribunal Law of Seas in Hamburg, Germany, and represented India before the Permanent Court of Arbitration in the Hague Investment Treaty Arbitration. On behalf of the CLEA and all present here, I extend a warm welcome to you, Honorable Justice, sir, to this conference. It's my distinct honor
to welcome Honorable Srimati Justice Sunita Agarwal, the esteemed Chief Justice of Gujarat High Court, to the conference. With a distinguished career in the judiciary, Madam Justice has served with distinction in various capacities, contributing significantly to the advancement of legal education and judicial reforms. On behalf of the CLEA and all those present, I extend a warm welcome to you, Madam Justice. It's my privilege to welcome Honorable Mr. Justice Anil Kumar Sinha, Judge, Supreme Court of Nepal, who is retired right now, to the conference. Justice Sinha has an illustrious career as a judicial career, known for his profound contribution to the constitutional law and human rights. On behalf of the CLEA, I welcome you, sir, to the conference. It's also my privilege to welcome Honorable Mr. Justice Mahabir Singh Sandhu, Judge, the Punjab and Haryana High Court. I also welcome Honorable Justice G. Ramakrishna Prasad, Judge of the Andhra Pradesh High Court. I extend a warm welcome to the other esteemed panelists, Mr. Guru Krishna Kumar, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Professor Dr. Usha Tandon, Vice Chancellor of Dr. Rajendra Prasad National Law University, Prayagraj, Mr. Amit Bhatt, Managing Director of International Council for Clean Transportation, Dr. Matthew Verghese, Director for Center for Urban Studies, MG University, Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Jodhpur, Mr. Manu Mohan, Mr. Manu Mohan, Advocate and Consultant, Shoesmith Brussels, Honorable Srimati Justice Mahusmi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Telangana, and Professor Dr. Sagi Setu, Head, Amity Law School, Amity University, Dubai. I also extend a warm welcome to all the participants who are present in this session. Thank you.
With permission of the chair, I take the liberty to welcome the esteemed members in the panel. I need an assurance from the esteemed member of the audience. Please don't sleep. If you sleep, raise your hand. Thank you. Sir, this is my privilege and honor to invite our keynote speaker. I don't want to repeat what our friend Gijimon had already announced. Keynote speaker of this technical session 2, Honorable Justice Mr. Anil Kumar Sinha, former Judge, Supreme Court of Nepal. Sir, this is my honor and privilege to invite you.
Thank you, sir. It's a difficult task, especially after the lunch session. Your Lordship, Chair of this session, honorable colleagues, esteemed academicians, professionals, participants, participating guests, ladies and gentlemen. Standing here before the most esteemed legal minds in India that I can ever think of makes me feel proud like never before. I express my heartiest gratitude to the organizers for inviting me as a keynote speaker on this session. In this session, our discussions here will focus on wide area and will cover intersection of law, technology, and sustainability, a complex and vital issue in this rapidly evolving world, the world that is now more interested on fortune making through transportation and tourism and less considering the future. With less priorities and its sustainabilities, issues change every day. New ideas dominate traditional methods and many issues emerge that were hardly thought of from the perspective of legal, ethical, and ecological implications. Here we will be discussing about such implications in the arena of artificial intelligence and smart technologies in respective fields of transportation and ecotourism. They give rise to the issue of regulatory challenges and legal implications in respective fields. Moreover, These issues are not confined to any one country. It goes beyond the boundary, and we all need to focus on cross-border issues and harmonization of regulatory frameworks, respecting other countries' sovereignty. During past few decades, we have found ourselves on the brisk of unprecedented advancement in transportation technologies, thanks to evolution of AI, creative ideas of autonomous vehicles, or innovations in ecotourism. In addition to technical innovations in these areas, we also are the transformative shift. They also are the transformative shifts that challenges environment, our traditional notions of regulations, ethics, and governance. Being a citizen of Nepal, a landlocked country surrounded by Himalayas, ranging from 8,848 meters, the top of the Mount Everest, and other high altitude peaks in Nepal on the north bordering China, and feeling of the friendly embrace of India on east, south, and west. This gives me immense pleasure to be part of this August gathering that will be sharing valuable insights about the cross-border water transport also. The river originating from the Himalayas also have perennial flow of fresh water, demanding exploration of possibilities of cross-border water transport. Having said this, both India and Nepal are at pivotal situations where the law must balance the dual imperativeness of development and sustainability. While we explore boundless possibilities and innovative and creative ideas and opportunities, each of such new developments need foresightness for relevant legal framework to address the ethical implications. Artificial intelligence may be a blessing that explore potential or to revolutionize various sectors, including transportation, but on the other hand, adverse environmental impact, climate change, human rights issues, and ethical considerations cannot be compromised. Nepali judiciary has time and again confronted comparable issues, like particularly within the realm of climate change and environment and ecotourism. In major instance, Supreme Court has to cautiously intervene poorly planned and subjectively prepared environmental assessment report to build an alternative international airport nearing the Indian border, where it was planned to deforest millions of trees much prior to the preparation of the design. Major concern was expected ecological imbalances and subjectiveness of the mitigating measures. Attempts to construct hydropower stations in the middle of the reserve and protected forest, or to plan railway tracks through densely populated animal kingdom in the forest in plain Tarai region, Tarai and Madhya region were taken up by the courts too. Only because the transportation and tourism will thrive the economy of the country with such development, it will be appropriate that we pass on the curse of unregulated destruction to the future generation. I think certainly everybody will agree that it's not. It is the ecological balance and a relatively protected environment in hand with us that we need to pass on to the future generation. The legal discourse surrounding cross-border water transport and the harmonization of the regulations with neighboring countries, including India, highlights the necessity for collaborative approach to share challenges and common mitigating measures. The issues we face are not isolated. They are interconnected, and our response must be guided by a shared understanding of our legal and ethical obligations with better diplomacy and mutual cooperation between the judiciaries too. And this is the time that the mutual cooperation memorandum must be entered, possibly between the two countries or the other countries, with other countries also. For reason that we will be sharing our thoughts and opinions on the regulatory challenges and innovations in transport technologies and ecotourism, let me also highlight a recent judgment delivered by the Supreme Court of Nepal regarding Everest Base Camp trekking route and unregulated heli-taxi uses. If somebody has gone to the Everest Base Camp, you will find that there are more helicopters than the three-wheelers outside the railway stations. This landmark decision emphasized the necessity to stringent regulations to protect both environmental sanctity of the region and safety and rights of the thousands of tourists who navigate those challenging terrains every year. This judgment is a powerful reminder of the judiciary's role in balancing development with environmental protections, a principle that extends to the border issues of transportation technologies and ecotourism. Here I would like to add one of the instances where a helicopter basically trying to display their ability even touched the top of the Mount Everest, and the print of the helicopter, small print of the helicopter was publicized everywhere in the world. Now the challenge was possibly the helicopter excessive uses causes the environment and the gulf, that is glacier outbursts, to trigger, and over a period of time we are going to face the disasters like what happened unfortunately even in Kerala recently, Wayanad, and very recently, only about 2 days back in Nepal, where nobody knows where the water came from, but it basically washed away maybe 2 or 3 villages. Fortunately, there were Gulf alarm systems, and the people were evacuated. Only one person, I'm not sure whether he could be accounted for, but human lives were saved. This was what we have learned from other places like India also. As judges and legal practitioners and also the experts and academicians, our role extends beyond the mere interpretation of law. We are the custodians of justice, tasked with ensuring that the law serves the greater good. We have among us here highly recognized and respected administrators of metro rail projects, shipyard, famous houseboats of Kerala, our traditional Ayurvedic practitioners who have connected ecotourism with medical tourism, and other learned professors and researchers. We all have this opportunity to learn from each other's experience. This responsibility is particularly pronounced in areas where technology intersects with human lives and environment. It is our duty to ensure that the legal framework we developed are not only reverse or forward-looking, but also grounded in the principles of equality, justice, and good conscience, with full respect of human dignity. Before I conclude, please allow me to quote Justice Krishna Iyer: "The judicial system must operate within the context of society and not in isolation. Justice is a form of social engineering, and it is the judge's responsibility to be the architect of a fair and just order through innovative interpretation of law, attuned to the needs of the community." Thank you very much.
I must be grateful for a wonderful keynote speech, and it's very insightful and engaging. This is my privilege to invite co-chair of the session, Honorable Justice Sunita Gowal, Chief Justice, High Court of Gujarat, Ahmedabad. Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, the Chair, my colleagues from the High Court, different High Courts, audience, a very good afternoon. I hope that we are not making you sleep with this session. In this age of transformation from technology-driven vehicles having GPS navigation assistance and GPS trackers on smart engine, when we are reaching in a world of smart vehicles, autonomous vehicle being driven without any active human assistance, I would like to highlight few issues which came in my mind. Like, this AI information consists of decision making learned through its algorithm, and from the machine learning of innumerable database of vehicles and vehicles to everything, V2X communication. These smart transport technologies promise safer transport than conventional transport. But there are issues like two smart vehicles hitting each other, or a smart vehicle hitting a non-smart vehicle, or even some persons passing by or crossing the road. these incidents cannot be prejudged as something impossible. The take is that existing legal framework is not equipped to regulate the onset of the autonomous transportation landscape. In this accident, in the event of this accident, like main forte of our criminal law enforcement and adjudicating organs is finding out and declaring an accused as a wrongdoer for the felonious act. In the absence of an independent actor taking decisions of manning the vehicle, means the driver, who would be subject to the law for any mishap or loss of life or injuries caused? This is the first question. Second is whether the person or team of person, like in the same take, whether the person or team of persons who as software developers program the algorithm of the AI system of vehicle, or the team which developed the AI system, or other vehicles, or those who developed the AI system of smart infrastructure around. If the AI algorithm has not failed, the malfunctioning of a sensor or a camera or network device of a vehicle or infrastructure which has caused the accident, whom to be prosecuted for the same, and whether the criminal negligence liability would be possible to be fastened for the same. There is another issue of AI algorithm bias, which can cause systemic bias and erroneous outcomes arising due to biases learned by the AI system through machine learning. One of the foremost investigative challenges would be to find out the actual reason for an untoward incident out of various possible reasons of faulty or malicious algorithm, erroneous or mischievous data fed to the AI and the machine learning system, or the systemic algorithm bias. There is an issue of cybercrime because of the machine learned data, a huge amount of machine learned data also. Then the issue is about investigation and trials. We are still grappling with the ever-rising pendency of investigations and trials due to the paucity of cyber forensic infrastructure in the country. Are we equipped enough to investigate and adjudicate the complex cyber evidence web of AI algorithm or machine learned data causing mishap? Do we have optimally skilled and trained officers in the investigation, prosecution, or judicial wing of the criminal justice system for such a scenario? Then the fault liability, our age-old legislation and case laws are on rash and negligent acts, and the doctrine of the standard of the duty to take care. They will go topsy-turvy when confronted with a legal and factual matrix. Are we in a position about the road infrastructure? Are we in a position to imagine exclusive road infrastructure for smart vehicles? Or we can accommodate smart vehicles on the same roads where non-smart vehicles can ply, our smart human being can pass by, and our smart kettle can also roam around. Shall we be ethically able to ensure a level playing field for all of them in case of a legal fight erupting due to use of smart vehicles? There are some broad suggestions. India should establish a centralized regulatory framework under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways that set national safety standards for autonomous vehicle. Given the diversity of road conditions across states, these standards should be flexible enough to accommodate regional variations. India can adopt a phased approach, starting with limited trials in controlled environments like smart cities and designated testing zones. Collaboration with global safety bodies and learning from international best practices will be crucial. Furthermore, the Automotive Research Association of India, AI, could play a key role in certifying the safety of autonomous vehicles before they hit the road. Liability and insurance in the event of an accident, determining liability and identifying who should compensate becomes a difficult issue. Traditional concept of driver accountability do not apply to autonomous vehicles. These are pointers. The Indian legal system needs to adopt to the complexities of liability in the context of autonomous vehicles. The Motor Vehicle Acts, as well as provisions under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023, could be amended to include specific provisions for autonomous vehicles, defining clear liability rules. A no-fault insurance system where compensation is provided regardless of fault could be introduced, initially to simplify claims. The Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India could work on creating new insurance products tailored to the risk associated with autonomous vehicles. Law and regulations must be established to govern autonomous vehicles, setting performance standards they must meet. There are ethical conundrum also when faced with inevitable accident scenarios. Driverless cars may encounter multiple ethical dilemmas, each requiring distinct moral judgments. For instance, a driverless vehicle might be programmed to minimize overall harm, even if this means that some innocent bystanders could be injured. Or the car could be designed to prioritize its own preservation, regardless of the broader consequences. In August 2017, an Ethics Commission on Automated and Connected Driving, appointed by the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure, Germany, in its report addressed these concerns. It emphasized that autonomous vehicles must minimize harm when a collision with a human is unavoidable. The report mandates that these vehicles should not discriminate based on factors such as age, gender, race, or disability. Instead, the algorithm should be programmed to uphold the principles of equal respect for all. The ethical dilemma of decision-making in life-threatening situations posed by highly automated vehicles raise profound concern. Unlike a human driver who must make an immediate and deeply personal choice between self-sacrifice and risking the lives of others, an autonomous vehicle relies on pre-programmed algorithm or self-learning systems to determine the cause of action. A scenario has been highlighted there. I quote from the report: the driver of a vehicle is driving along a road on a hillside. The highly automated car detects several children playing on the road. The driver of a manual vehicle would now have choice of taking his own life by driving over the cliff, or risking the death of the children by heading towards the children playing in the road environment. In the case of highly automated car, the programmer or the self-learning machine would have to decide what should be done in this situation. I unquote. This one point just I wanted to make about when animals are crossing the road. So the report says, I quote, the starting point when discussing this issue must be what status do animals enjoy in our society. Purely intuitively, we will deal with animals differently than we deal with property. This is supported by the theory of animals as sentient being. This sentience of animals make them creatures that are worthy of protection, and imposes on humans the duty to preserve these creatures as part of creation from harm, even though animals cannot be given the same status as humans. Priority must therefore be given to preventing personal injury, including over the interest of animal welfare. I unquote. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Outstanding delivery. And now I take privilege to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Mahabir Singh Sindhu, Judge, High Court of Punjab and Haryana. Member of audience, our focused area of this technical session 2 are AI, regulation, ethical implication, policy responses, and also community engagement. So I will invite all later speakers to address community engagement where possible. SAR's area is B2B, B2X. Thank you, sir.
Honorable the Chair and Co-Chair, all the dignitaries, very good afternoon. I'm taking a cue from Honorable the Chief Justice regarding the liability in case of any mishappening or some mischief. Then what is the role of the driver regarding these AV vehicles? AV vehicles are basically, these are scaled at 5 levels. There is one society is called SAE, Society for Automobile Engineers, is registered in Pennsylvania, USA. There are 138,000 engineers across the world. They have decided and upgraded from 0 to level 5. So these are total 6. 0 is when a driver is driving the vehicle and there is no assistance of any artificial intelligence, then it is called at 0 level. Once the feet are off, then it is called at level 1. If your hands are off, then it is called at level 2. If your eyes are off, then it is called level 3. If your mind is off, then it is called as level 4. And if there is no driver, it is going automatically, then it is at level 5. So as on today, in the developing countries, most of these automated vehicles are running at level 2. I think in Japan from 1st of April 23, it has been started at level 3. So far as China is concerned, they are claiming that we are entered into level 4, but I'm not sure whether they have gone into really or not. So far as our country is concerned, there is no provision for registration of the AV vehicles under the Motor Vehicle Act till date, because we have no such infrastructures, and probably it is a matter of great concern. In case any mishappening is there, then certainly the question would be who is liable, because all of a sudden the driver will have to calibrate with the machine, and suppose his hands are off or the eyes are off, then all of a sudden he'll have to control the vehicle. Even there is no provision that a vehicle can be driven without the concentration of the driver, because our law doesn't permit as on today. So we'll have to consider all these aspects. And going a step further, now few companies have developed another technology that is called V2V and V2X. V2V is, suppose a AV is running on the road, they exchange information from another vehicle. Suppose there are 5 or 6 or 10 trucks are going on, only one is the driver in the front vehicle and rest are behind him, then he can pass on the information. They can exchange all the relevant information and pass on for the vehicle, for speed and everything. But it can go to the next stage also, that is called V2I, that is infrastructure. What is the condition of the road? It can go to V2P, whether there are any pedestrian also, or it can go to V2X, any other information. So that may be also another dangerous thing, because there may be the information which is very sensitive and it can be passed on to third party also. So these are all matter of concern and debates to be seen as to who will be answerable, whether AI or the manufacturer of the car or the driver who has shared the information. These are the very gray areas which are to be looked into by the experts. That is my suggestion. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. I invite next Honorable Speaker, Mr. S. Guru Krishna Kumar, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, sir. Thank you very much.
My humble greetings to this distinguished gathering of a galaxy of dignitaries on and off the dais. First, a caveat right at the outset. I will point out what I'm not going to do. It is not going to be a long-winded monologue. On the contrary, I'm only going to make an attempt to flag some important issues, more so because of 2-3 important reasons. An idyllic setting, salubrious climate, and a heavy lunch makes for a very heady mix. And to top it, Shivakumar, I know, is a very hard-working person, and I didn't know he was also very strategic in his planning. I'm wondering how is it that we have all these focus lights and floodlights focused on the stage. I'm not too sure whether this has the imprimatur of the high authority of the Attorney General. Probably this has been done to ensure that the persons on the dais don't fall asleep, so that the people of the dais don't fall asleep. Ladies and gentlemen, talking of a free lunch, several years ago, a Deputy Attorney General in one of the US states had a very poignant statement to make. He said, nature has given us sufficient free lunches, provided we control our appetite. That, I think, in essence, encapsulates the idea of sustainability. Sustainability and intergenerational equity, which form the basis of any approach to take. More so in this era. In fact, today, we are living in that age where I think every day I'm having to adopt and apply this fantastic statement which was made by that great futurist Alvin Toffler. He said some 70 years back, the illiterate of the future are not those who cannot write and read, but are those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. We learned something when we were in school and college. We learned something as we grew up. But today, we are at the crossroads of technology, where we have to completely unlearn whatever we have learned and relearn a lot of it. Today, we are talking of when we studied, and when normally we thought that ML and LLM were signifying a master's in law. But today, ML is machine learning. LLM is large language model. We have reached the age of generative AI. As though human intelligence is not enough to wreak havoc, we have artificial intelligence. What we are talking about today is therefore AI, the impact of AI. The impact of AI on transportation and various sectors of life. Today, the development in technology is so massive. It is spreading across all sectors and all walks of life. Just in the light arena, the other day, I wanted to use the Alexa in my house. I started giving some commands to it. It so turns out that Alexa in my house has been trained in such a way that it will listen only to my spouse. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of technological advancement we have today. There is massive advancement of technology, but at the same time, the demerits are such that we need to have a serious reflection on regulatory, policy, and legislative interventions. We are at the crossroads today of this very, very crucial and important position. And it is in that context I wanted to flag 2 or 3 issues relevant and contextual to the topic that we have for discussion today. I just wanted to have a look at what kind of regulatory responses we have for transportation, because that's one of the major items of discussion today. In respect of AI and transport, in the light of recent technology, I dare say the regulatory and the legislative responses are far from satisfactory. The one direct intervention that I could come across immediately was the National Strategy on Artificial Intelligence sometime in 2018, which was made out by the Niti Aayog. Now that spoke about harnessing artificial intelligence in 5 core sectors: education, healthcare, etc., and also transportation. Now that essentially is a policy or an executive initiative, that too by a planning body, which seeks to take ABCD steps. That's one. Then we had the Ministry of Information Technology coming out with some advisories on deepfakes, on other AI models. This is pretty much what we have in terms of guidelines and advisories. What about the statutory regime? If one looks at the statutory regime, I think it's a mosaic of 3 or 4 legislations, which unfortunately, notwithstanding that it's a mosaic, it's actually resulting in a gridlock. We have some provisions of the Information Technology Act. We have some provisions in terms of larger constitutional interventions like the right to privacy under Article 21, where it essentially requires judicial intervention. We also have the new act which has been enacted last year in 2023, being the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Now, these are all some of the legislations which are far few and in between, and with some kind of a disjoint and disconnect. Now, there it is my burden of the song to place before this august audience that we need an overarching, larger legislation on AI itself. I think any legislative exercise, any policy consideration today has to urgently focus on an umbrella legislation for AI. And when we talk of a legislation for AI, I am only reminded of one important development in the EU. EU is probably the only geographic entity which has today a full law on AI, which was enacted and is coming into force in the next few days in respect of certain provisions. And very importantly, the law which has been enacted by the EU has a very graded approach to AI itself. It talks of certain prohibited AI in terms of its risk quotient. Then there are graded responses to other AIs. Now, I think it's high time that we look at legislation of that type so that we are able to create a comprehensive legislative response to use of AI, more so in transportation. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are really in that situation where probably we are all part of that anecdotal, just a couple of minutes, anecdotal plane journey which about 100, 200 passengers were undertaking in a supersonic jet. I think we are all part of that. Now the captain made an announcement a few minutes into the flight taking off and getting into full flight mode. He said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to tell you that the technological advancement today is such that we are approaching the speed of sound and may even surpass that sound. There was immediately a sense of great joy that technological advancement has become so much. But immediately a pall of gloom set in, because at the same time he also said, but I do not know what is the direction in which we are going. Unfortunately, we are in the same position today. We need a law for AI and regulation of AI to ensure that we use technology for proper purposes. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, member of the audience. Yeah, this is a crossroad, very important state of affairs probably, and the EU is fully regulating that. Okay. I believe we are proceeding and we are progressing as planned, and as Chair, Honorable Justice P.S. Narasimha sir told me to share with all speakers and discussants so that we can address compartmentalized other parts as well, and the focus on certain
AI, regulation, ethical implication, policy and legislative responses, also the community engagement so that it can be interactive. I now take the privilege to invite Professor Usha Tandon, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, National Law Institute. Ma'am.
Well, at the outset, a very awakening good afternoon to all of you. It's really very difficult to speak in the post-lunch session. Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, Honorable Srimati Justice Sunita Agrawal, Honorable Mr. Justice Anil Kumar Sinha, my distinguished co-speakers, discussants, Honorable Judges from the Supreme Court of India and the High Court, and distinguished guests. It's indeed an honor for me to speak before my lords and lordships, and amidst this galaxy of legal luminaries. I am really grateful to Dr. R. Venkataramani, London Attorney General of India, for extending the invitation to me here. Well, I'm going to be very focused. I have given a title also to whatever I'm going to speak, and that says something like that the potential environmental impact of smart transportation, issues of law and regulation. You see, when few decades before, when these vehicles came on the scene, we enjoyed the mobility. And then later on, we experienced the side effects of it in form of pollution, more so air pollution, noise pollution, etc. And then we have been talking, at least from, if I remember, from early 90s or late 80s, environmental awareness has come, at least in the universities and among the intelligentsia. And we have been then talking about sustainable development. So in the realm of transportation, one of the answers which has been given in terms of sustainable development happens to be smart transportation system. We are already enjoying the smart transportation system, maybe in the form of these electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles. Now this, I will call it STS for brevity, Smart Transportation System. It raises many legal issues. And one of the issues has very beautifully been dealt with by my co-speakers, particularly by the Honorable Co-Chair and one of the predecessors, which relates to the liability. It relates other legal issues also, like privacy or data management, etc., but I'm not going to speak on them. I have taken one specific issue on that, which I have said relating to the issues of the environment. So what I'm going to, briefly, whatever time is allotted to me on that is that the thing which is answered today is going to be a question tomorrow. That is, if we are talking about smart transportation system, if we are finding sustainability therein, in the long run, this smart transportation system itself needs to be sustainable. So in the morning, our Solicitor General has said one thing, that we take the right step, we do take the right step, but after committing so many wrong steps. So herein I will say, if we don't have to commit the mistake, it's the right time that when this is just coming up, at the same time, we should also be aware of its long-term this environmental impact. So not the positive, but the negative impacts I'm going to have here. So I have just listed briefly 5 of such environmental impacts of this. And thereafter, I'll be dealing with briefly how the legal system can deal with it. So those 5 negative points which I have listed, the first relates to e-waste generation. This smart transportation system, as we know, uses the widespread adoption of IoT services and devices. So this leads to increased consumption and the e-waste generation, and all the stages whether it is disposal, it is production, it is disposal or recycling, can have environmental impacts and resulting in resource depletions, habitat destruction, and of course the pollution. The second point relates to the sprawling of urban areas, because with the speed and convenience, there's a likelihood of urban sprawling, and whenever there is an urban sprawling, it will, it will further generate more need, and more need will further generate more consumption. When we are talking about consumption, there is always a pressure on be it water, be it land or energy. And naturally, when there is a pressure on these, again the same thing happens, whatever we have been talking about, loss of habitat and biodiversity. The third is very important out of all whatever 5 points I am taking, and this relates to dependence on non-renewable resources. Now, this system, this smart system may have to rely on new non-renewable resources such as lithium for the batteries or some rare earth metals for sensors. Now, the use of this will contribute to what we can say mining, extraction of these metals from the mining, and if it is extraction, more extraction for the mining, again we have to talk about the resource depletion, and this may also lead to unsustainable supply chain. And the fourth, its effect may be that it may accelerate already existing what we call environmental injustice. That is where the benefits, what are the benefits? Improve this mobility or less emissions. They may be concentrated in affluent areas, and the burdens may be borne by the marginalized. The fifth, I have given the name of long-term unknown environmental impacts. Why so? Because these emerging technologies are still in their infancy, and their long-term environmental impacts are still to be understood. But whatever we could see at this particular stage, that if there is going to be, one of the speakers has also told, looking to our 1.4 billion population, that it's a very less number of people, if I'm talking about my own country, India, who are the users of the vehicles. And still, maybe the less will be of users of smart vehicles, but that less is also very large in comparison to the many other nations. So there may be increased, how much? Okay, there may be increase of electromagnetic radiation. So quickly coming to what the law and this regulation can do to deal with these negative effects. I have pointed out 6, so I have to cover those 6 by just naming them in 30 seconds. All those laws are not, I will say, the new laws. These are the laws which are already exist there, and maybe we have to amend it to strengthen, to deal with the long-term, therefore I have said potential negative effects. The first relates to strengthening the EIA, the another relates to the setting the emissions, and of course what we say, the penalties, etc. But I would just like to highlight one of them, which again we will, I will say that the law has to prepare itself for those unknown consequences, in which climate change, adaptation to the climate change is very essential, but in different sense. Because herein this transport infrastructure has to deal with the, what we can say, climate resilience. It has to withstand whatever extreme climate events we are having. Last but not the least, one of the principles of environmental law, which is very less used by the Indian judiciary, herein I think the time has come to utilize this more and more. That is a precautionary principle. And I hope that that principle in the near future, we are hardly having any judgments to court if we are talking about not only those cases in which the judiciary has explained polluter pay, this precautionary principle, but those cases in which they have really applied it. So I conclude by saying, if I have overstepped, that I hope the law will take care of that whatever with respect to this system, sustainability, overrides the speed and the convenience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Omid Bhatt, Managing Director, International Council on Clean Transportation. Sir. Oh, thank you. You're counting time, please. That's great.
Yeah, I promise I will not go beyond my stipulated time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. We have been hearing three important words for this session: regulations, legislation, and innovation. And what I'm going to talk in the next 7 odd minutes is how can we use to improve our lives immediately. The reason I wanted to start this is that this, and again, I'm a researcher, so I will use slides, I will use some graphs and charts, so please bear with me. It's an interesting slide from US infamous Dieselgate scandal, where a prominent car maker was fined almost $40 billion with this chart. So what you see in the the green line at the bottom is what the cars were allowed to emit. And what you see in the bar chart, what these cars were actually emitting when the emission tests were performed on ground. So they had something called a cheat device where you take the cars in the lab, it will suppress emission, but when you're running the cars on road, it will absolutely give the real world emission. Now, why this is important for us in India? Some of us who are coming from Delhi, for us, the pollution season will start next month onwards. We will talk about particulate matter, we will talk about NOx emission. But both these two criteria pollutants are never even measured in the traditional PUC testing. So when you're not measuring particulate matter in PUC, how can I make my vehicle comply with the PUC emission? So the question is, how do we start and how do we address this? Because unlike festivals or farm fires, which are episodic events that happen once in a year, transport emission are all around the year. It's a continuous source of emission, and that's why I think it's very important for us to look at. Luckily, we now have technologies, these are remote sensing technologies, where within a fraction of a second you can find what is coming out from the tailpipe of the vehicle, both in terms of NOx, particulate matter, hydrocarbon, and you have cameras that can capture the number plate, and with AI and ML, you can actually find the vehicle, the owner, and what is coming out from the tailpipe within fraction of a second. Now, why is this important for us? Is that, so if you see this, I don't know if this slide will play or not, but one vehicle captured, second vehicle captured all the emission from the tailpipe. And this technology is it can be used to improve our health as well as drastically improve the public health overall. Now, we captured about 110,000 vehicles in and around Delhi, and what we found was, and we captured all vehicles of CNG, petrol, diesel, or BS1, BS2, BS4, BS6, everything was captured. And the results will release the official report next week, but I just want to share some snippets of what is going to come out. One, again, please bear with the chart. On the top left corner is the BS1 vehicle, next to it BS2, next to it BS3, yellow BS4, and on your right is BS6. So basically what is coming out is BS6 vehicle introduction has decreased emission substantively, and we now have data to prove it. But that's only one part of the story. The second part of the story is this graph. So I want your 30-second attention on the left of your screen. So the first chart that you are seeing is NOx emission of various category of goods vehicle. So category 1, category 2, category 3. What you see in the orange bar in the bottom is the approval limit of what this vehicle can emit. These are stationary limits. And what you see on the chart is what they are actually emitting when they are running on road. That difference can be, from the first chart, 14 times for category 1 vehicle, 16 times for category 2 vehicles, and as high as 25 times for category 3 vehicles. These are CNG vehicles, supposedly clean vehicles. So the point we're just trying to make is what happens on real world is very different from what happens in lab. But the air we breathe is not the lab emission. The air we breathe is the real world emission. And that is something that we have to realize this. And we have this data for various criteria pollutants as well. So I'm showing for NOx, light goods vehicle, we have a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, trucks, buses, everything. We also have with different manufacturers and make as well. The second important point is, while BS6 has reduced the emission, but even in the BS6, you see huge variation in terms of the real world versus the lab value. It may not be 25, 26 times, but it is still significant variation. And what we found was, and again, apologies for the table, I could not figure out a better way to protect it, but what we did was we mapped different categories of vehicles, so two-wheeler, three-wheeler, passenger car, taxi, light goods vehicle. On the y-axis, you will find BS1, BS2, BS3, BS4. Any vehicle which is less than 4 times the emission limit, lab versus real value, is highlighted in blue, and any vehicle category which is more than 4 times is highlighted in red. So what you will find is commercial vehicle, both passenger and freight, are probably the gross polluting vehicle in Delhi when it comes to transport. And we anticipate this is largely due to vehicle abuse, lack of maintenance, and poor driving culture. And again, my last slide. I think judiciary has actually taken a lot of leadership role in this. In fact, if you look at the Calcutta High Court Directive of 2009, which talks about using this kind of technology for measurement, we also saw NGT making a case. In fact, Supreme Court also gave a directive in 2008 to look at remote sensing technology. But things have not moved on ground. So we had something called an AIS 170 from MORTH as a measure for looking at this technology, which is in 4 years. The document has still not been finalized. But I think now we have to seriously think upon how do we use this technology to better improve the emission, because unless we are measuring, we'll not be able to manage the emission. Thank you so much.
This is my opportunity to invite Mr. Manu Mohar, consultant, Shui Smith, Brussels. Yes, yeah, please. I think it's for...
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organizers of the conference for inviting me. It gives me a nice excuse to come back home to Kochi, basically on a free trip. Who doesn't want a free trip because the firm agreed to pay? Right. So I'll agree to the moderator's request to deal with the other 2 topics as well. So I'll go to the latter part of my presentation. So the 2 topics I'll be dealing with are the regulatory challenges and how customer engagement would work. So in this relation, I would like to briefly speak about 2 recent interesting EU legislations. So one is called the EU Data Act, and the other is called the EU Data Governance Act. Now, one of the speakers referred to overwhelming legislation which covers data. So what the EU has done is they have something called a legislative package. So this includes the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, AI Act, Digital Markets Act, Digital Services Act. So all this has come in the last, let's say, 2 to 3 years, and everything will come into force by 2025. So there's a transitional period now running. So I'll speak only about the Data Act and the Data Governance Act, because I think that's what's relevant to this conference. So what these acts try to do is to try to give a framework for data sharing, data pooling, and customer engagement or user engagement. So let's deal with a concrete example. So let's imagine somebody is a patient at a hospital. They go into the hospital, your data is taken to, let's say, prescribe a test or administer medicine. So that's the primary use of the data that to which one has consented. But if you want to go further with the data, you have to write you have to consent to a secondary use, which is for research and statistical purposes. Now, this data will then be uploaded by the hospital to a data intermediary, and from that intermediary, a startup could download the data and use it for, let's say, for example, to develop cancer research, looking at specific areas targeted by actual practitioners to develop a new therapy targeting that specific area for skin cancer. So that's a secondary use. And of course, there's user engagement because we have consented. So similarly, if you take it down to this state, for example, in Wayanad, what's the next legislative, the proposal that's coming from the government? It's that you should take the content that's given by the local community to try and predict the environmental consequence. So Kumarakom is a good example. There are many fishermen who go out into the sea, and they should be able to share that data, and that data pool, the public authority should be able to have access to that data pool. Same with the Booking.com and the Airbnbs. They should be forced to share the data with the public authorities for everybody's use. Now, obviously, this does raise several challenges. So, and that's where you need a legislative package. So one of the challenges is, what's the cost? Now, it's not Booking.com. It doesn't run for free. They need to employ people to do this. So what's the cost? And then everybody talks about FRAND, but FRAND, believe me, it is very difficult to decide what's fair and reasonable. It's like a painting. So somebody might think a painting is worth 1 million euros, the other might think it's worthless. So determining FRAND is one of the, what's the cost to the company, what can somebody, let's say startup, pay for this data. The second is, how do you ensure metadata quality? Then standardizing the way of gathering and cataloging this data. Then prioritizing the data sets. What are the kind of data sets that you actually need? Because too much data is useless because you can't figure your way around it. So that's, for example, is it data concerning weather observations, air quality, noise levels? Are these the data that public authorities need? And the last is setting the legal and technical standards. So that's about how, that's about user engagement and regulatory challenges. One regulatory challenge that I can say from another practitioner point of view is data dump. So what happens these days is we employ e-discovery solutions. So everything is uploaded onto a platform. We have hundreds of people looking at these tons of data going back like 6-7 years. It takes a lot of time. The costs are prohibitive. You basically drown the defendant in costs. And it's also time consuming. So how do you reduce that data dump? Now, turning to the first topic, which is a favorite of mine. So this is talking about the transport of future. What's smart transport? So the future of transport is going to be electrified, autonomous, shared, connected, and updated over the air. The problem is, how long will the updates continue? If they say the updates are going to stop after 5 years, your car is useless. So that's one challenge. The second challenge is, if you look at the current car, you can say there's clearly a battle for the dashboard. So dashboard is where all the wars are happening. This is between the OEMs and the big tech. So the big tech, you have Android on one side and the Apples, and then you have the Volkswagens and the others on the other side. The problem is the software is being supplied by the Apples and the Googles, and soon they will launch their own cars, and the OEMs don't like it. There's a secondary question of, if there's the Chief Justice mentioned about liability, the problem is the software supplier will not take on liability for harm caused by the software, and it's very difficult to attribute. This is a current problem that's being faced by the industry. It's about traceable harm. How can you trace back the harm? It's super difficult. Indemnification, no software supplier will be ready to indemnify the OEM for the harm. So the traditional liability and warranty provisions would have to be looked at, because otherwise the insurance premiums are going to go up. Now I can quickly run through. So these are commercial arrangements and revenue arrangement. Other issues are IP related, intellectual property. So what's pre-existing IP and what will happen to IP that's learned through the usage. And turning to competition law, if you don't take Google Maps, they won't supply, for example, that's bundling. So if you don't take Google Maps, they won't supply the operating system. So that's restricting competition. So that means people like Map My India, etc., won't be able to run on your cars. So if the legislation fails to keep up, the litigation consequences, which I think the distinguished judges on and off the dais will have to face, which is judge-made law and also international spillover effects. With that, I conclude my speech. Thank you again for the opportunity.
That's great. We are almost concluding the speaker's part. And now I invite Dr. Matthew A. Burgess, Director, Center for Urban Studies, Mahatma Gandhi University, Quittam. Sir.
Greetings to all, and it's indeed a unique moment to speak with experts in jurisprudence and scholars. My sharing will be mostly based on the last aspect of the themes that we are discussing, namely the community engagement as well as the eco-responsiveness that could come in the broad arenas of mobility. The work comes mostly out of the ideas that come in the way of the context of inquiries done as part of the research on ecological relationships. This is also a joint work done with students who are engaged in urban anthropology as well as allying with city corporations. The third element of the work comes with the engagements with ecological infrastructure as an idea that may come through as a reflection. The idea of ecological infrastructure, if I may think from the context of Kerala, refers to the functioning ecosystems like wetlands, coastal ecologies, rivers, estuaries, etc., that deliver intangible services, and it can in turn become a context for restructuring imaginaries of mobilities. The wealth of this infrastructure, especially in the context of the disastrous consequences in less eco-sensitive infrastructural overlay, is increasingly proving to be the cornerstone that underpins urban and rural mobilities and well-being. In Kerala, like elsewhere in the world, the movement of goods and services in time and space defines and influences economic activity. When I focus on the more urban context, and because of the uniquely evolved urban characters, especially in the many second-tier cities that are populating places like Kerala or many other parts of the Commonwealth, the demand for variant mobilities has a shaping role. Another name that I could use for this kind of mobility is heterogeneous mobility. I may go straight into some vignettes that I could dwell on and quickly come to the concluding part. I share stories from the field because the work that I do is mostly ethnography. Take the case of inland waterways. How connected are the fields in the inlands of most of the waterways in the western coast, connected with the canal systems which were in use until the 70s, which is now in disuse? How connected that it can be to the navigable riverine waterways in a way in which ecology is taken care of. The second is a facet with which I can think of urban spaces as transit spaces. These are not usually spaces which are stagnant, but spaces which are transient into which people move in and move out. So can an imaginary of mobility also be designed in that kind of a way? The third is about the industrial and buffer zones and walkways, which incidentally came as buffers that ward off pollution in industries in the 50s and 60s. This has unintendedly become lungs and hearts of cities. How can you structure mobilities in such a way that people transact with such spaces and get learned in the process? An integration of informal and the underprivileged to a system of ecology is very significant if they have to be incorporated as active agents in urban and ecological imagination. And another significant vignette into which much of our work points at is the gendering of the ecology and urban systems. How far can mobilities be gendered? How far can the time and the engagement with ecologies can be put in such a way that the differentially empowered human beings can be accounted for? And the last point, by way of the vignette, that I would throw light upon is the creative aesthetics that can form part of the heritage. This is about a culture which is mediated by ethno-ecologies and indigenous knowledge. After all the disasters and after all the mishaps that happen, we reflect on it. And one thing that we seldom do is the incorporation in the frameworks of empowered abilities of indigenous knowledges to come into picture. Lots of examples galore, and I think we are already taking cues from them. I can readily think of the cross-references to the 24 section in the South African case, the Chilean and the Ecuadorian cases in which nature and ecology is an entity, an agent with rights. With those small ethnographic perspectives, I'd like to wind up for the time being. Thank you for patient listening in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We concluded the speakers' parts. Now, discussions part resume, and the self-restriction of 3 minutes. My privilege to invite first Honorable Justice Moushumi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Telangana. Madam's focus is on liability, ethical implications of AI and smart technology transport.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to my esteemed chair, co-chair, my co-panelists, judges, my colleagues, my friends who have very kindly been here to hear all of us, and ladies and gentlemen, all of you. Thank you very much. So quickly, I was thinking that to make it a kind of a departure, if I could just tell you, in order to show you the rich tapestry, gridlock, the intermingling of laws, or rather the absence of it, where AI or smart vehicles or automated vehicles, AV, popularly known, is concerned. Just to give you a quick incident, in 2018, an Uber crashed into a pedestrian. The first automated signaling system identified that passenger or that pedestrian first as a vehicle, second as an unknown object, and third as a bicycle. The driver noticed 5.60 seconds before the crash took place that it was actually a pedestrian who was on the road and not a UFO. Tried to swerve the vehicle desperately in about a 0.06 time difference. Managed to, but the braking system of the AV failed and the Uber crashed into the pedestrian, killed him. The driver, interestingly called Rafaela Vasquez, pleaded guilty of negligence, was given 3 years probation, and kind of escape prison term. The defense taken for the driver of the AV, of the Uber, was that there was no negligence because she was actually looking at work-related messages, monitoring messages, and not at a TV show or a movie. So there was no negligence on her part. The systemic failure of the AV was not part of that discussion at all. In fact, it's an ongoing case as far as my knowledge goes. The only discussion point was the failure of the AV to detect that it was actually a pedestrian and to give the last moment warning to the driver how to avoid and avert that accident, which did not happen. The analysis of the failure of the accident was that interesting terminology used there was it was automated laxity or automated complacence, that was the word, not laxity, automated complacency, where the systemic management valve even did not have the potential or the technology to differentiate between a bicycle, a UFO, an unknown object, and a pedestrian. That's number one. Number two, the liability issue is who is to blame. Is it the person who fed the AV with the software, with the AI? Is it the manufacturer? Or is it the safety driver? The counter-argument was of the manufacturer in that case of voluntary non-fit injuria, mitigation of risk, that if you have bought the AV, then you have also bought yourself into the assumption of risk. So therefore, you cannot say that I am not familiar with the technology or smart technology is unknown. It's an X quantity as far as I'm concerned. So therefore, you cannot really wash your hands off from that accident. In 2022, or is it 2020, in San Francisco, so that's incident number one. Number two, in 2022, in San Francisco, there were two very similar accidents involving General Motors Cruise vehicle. One in May, one in August. In that case, the AV was at the receiving end, as it were, of the accident because it was just a stationary vehicle. The driver did not have anything to do, was probably waiting for the next customer. When a Honda vehicle rear-ended the AV, in the May incident once, in the August incident twice, rear-ended it. And the driver was absolutely like a sitting duck, quote unquote, not knowing what to do, how to take care of it. And there was no discussion at all in that court case about the liability issue. In fact, the focus shifted completely towards the advertisement, misleading advertisement, tortious offenses, misleading advertisement, whether there was complete disclosure of the risk, whether there was non-disclosure of the risk element, whether there was misrepresentation as to the technology involved which would avert accidents. So the discussion went totally towards that. I remember one of my previous speakers speaking about the ethical issue. As far as AV and AV technology, smart technology goes, it's what Americans, or in US parlance, it's called a trolley problem. You know, there are two lanes, there is one AV. On one lane, there is one person standing. On the other lane, there are 5 people standing. So which lane do you drive your AV to? Would you kill one or would you kill the 5? So Jeremy Bentham, utilitarians, they would obviously say greatest good of the greatest number. So you kill the one person and you save the 5. But then if you kill the one person, saving the 5, then you would still not be able to get over or circumvent the ethical issues as to why did I make that choice in the first place. So, you know, I just wanted to flag these points. The last point is another one of my previous speakers, probably Chief Justice Agarwal, spoke about the no-fault liability. If I'm not mistaken, 1977, I just thought about it when the point came up. In 1977, Justice Fazal Ali in Raha, Munakshi Raha versus something, came up with this concept of no-fault liability, noting that there are so many road accidents happening and insurance companies washing their hands off, that manufacturers and insurance companies can no longer say that the pedestrian was at risk. So no matter what happens, the insurance company, the risk must be distributed reasonably, and insurance companies and manufacturers cannot say that, you know, there cannot be any instance of contributory negligence. And having said that, if you look at the Motor Vehicles Act, including the 1988 amendment, which actually brought in, what was it, section 163(2), I may be wrong, but 163 probably brought 163 in the Motor Vehicles Act. But even then, that amendment did not look at all into the AV technology or smart vehicles. And I'm told that there's a 2019 amendment which has also been brought into, or which will be brought into, it's a draft amendment, which has kind of opened up the scope somewhat for this kind of technology, for pooling of vehicles, one driver, many passengers. So how does the liability divided, and how will the laws, whether the law of torts, whether we have the acts, how they will come in and help us understand this problem, and to end it, as far as ethical issues are concerned, as far as the moral compunctions of a driver, who to put the blame on, how do we save one? Because this kind of technology, remember, just protects the vehicle and the driver, really does not spare too much thought about the environment, about the circumstances, even about the passengers, pedestrians who may get hurt in the process. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, my co-panelists, for just giving me the opportunity to flag off these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I request to subsequent discussions to restrict them in 3 minutes to allow us to actually conclude on time. May I now request Mr. Justice Ramakrishna Prasad, sir, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for you all being here in the afternoon today. Well, most of the speakers have touched on the challenges and the regulatory aspects of the transportation. Now, I would only very briefly touch upon one particular aspect of the regulation vis-a-vis the ecotourism, and that is also a part of our discussion today. Now, if you have seen, in the morning we have had a lot of discussion in the inaugural session also on the disaster that happened in Wayanad. Now, in 2011, a team of experts only concerning the Wayanad area, they have given a report and with certain recommendations. One of the very strong recommendations that was given was that about 11 villages in the Wayanad area should be declared as eco-sensitive villages, and with certain directions. The report has been ignored. Now, I'm mentioning this because as our session deals with the regulatory mechanism, if the regulatory mechanism would have woken up at the right time, probably we would not have seen this much of a disaster. The regulatory mechanism, as it starts with identification of a problem, like in this case, environmental degradation, and thereafter, after the identification, then the measures, the policy, and then the law. Then, of course, the regulatory bodies will also step in. And as we always talk about, that the law always is static, whereas the society is dynamic. So as even the environmental changes which have been happening, and the law could not cope up with it. This is one of the reasons that the disaster that we have just seen last month, that has happened. That is one part of it. Now, one other traditional regulatory mechanism that we have, that we all Indians know, that in our own culture, we worship all the elements of nature, the living and even the non-living. The non-living also is worshipped, which supports and sustains life. We worship each one of them. It is meant to respect each one of them, their right to live as well as the right of the future generations as well. And somewhere down the lane, we have all forgotten the link between what has been said traditionally to us, as in the morning, learned Attorney General also has touched upon it, that the wisdom is already there that we have, and that itself is a regulation by itself. And we have forgotten about that. That is also one part of it, which I would request all the participants to ponder over. Thank you very much. This is all. Thank you.
Now I invite Professor Harpreet Kaur, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Jodhpur. Ma'am.
Good evening, honorable judges and all distinguished guests in the audience. It is ironic that I have picked the topic of harmonizing cross-border transport, water transport, that I am coming from a state which falls in the semi-arid and arid area. But I find it highly profound that I took up this topic because in my state, the water is considered to be a very valuable asset. So I will speak briefly on harmonizing the cross-border water transport and what are the challenges. Since the time is only 3 minutes, I will only highlight the main challenges and put up some points for future discussions. So there are diverse legal frameworks and regulations and enforcement mechanisms which make it difficult for harmonizing the water transport. There are economic disparities between the countries. There are political and sovereignty issues. There is a problem of international cooperation and coordination. And also when we talk about domestic and international legislations, we do also have concerns for trade and economic competition. We want to protect our domestic industries. Then there are issues of compliance and enforcement. And there are varying environmental standards, technological differences between the countries, cultural differences, whether we want to comply with environmental regulations or not. And then there are language barriers because the interpretation of different terminologies is taken differently by different countries. So having a cross-border water transport terminology would be essential here. Coming to the inland water transport amongst the riparian states or the countries in the Southeast Asia especially, when we look at the increased integration, the pace and scope has been very high, but when it comes to cooperation in water resources, the planning and development has been really modest. And the national water-based sector plans are prepared and they are implemented largely independently from other basin countries, and so there is a possibility of considerable potential of water resources and also regional water cooperation and exploration of opportunity to promote harmonization of labor standards to protect the community is also important. I would like to quote here the first Lancang-Mekong cooperation, which was a declaration which was made, and they highlighted that they would look into the political and security issues, economic and sustainable development, and also the social, cultural, and people-to-people exchanges also. Since we are talking here in session about the autonomous bodies also, so autonomous inland shipping is something for which the regulation is required because at present the regulations do not allow any autonomous inland shipping because it has worked on the basis of a human operator only. And regulating it will be very difficult because this inland shipping has a multi-leveled regulatory landscape with different supranationals, regional and national authorities which have binding and non-binding nature, and also their geographical scope of application and hierarchical importance throughout the Europe is different. So innovations in shipping regulations would be needed to create a level playing field across the different stakeholders which are involved. Then there is one more important point that I want to flag is about prohibition of cross-border water transport in the Slovak Republic, which happened in 2014, and they adopted it through the Water Act. Now Slovak Republic is part of European Union. So though the issue appeared to be a matter of national Slovakian law, its implications, they were not national, they were cross-border, as the water moves from one state to another state. Now, it can be looked from one point of view that it's one problem of one country, but when we look into the climate crisis, this will have implications for the other countries. And initiatives have already been taken by Slovenia. They have started working on it. The Czech Republic is also working on it, and also the Finland is taking it as pursuing a public goal, protection of the water. Then it comes the question of multimodal transportation also, where the European Union is still not a signatory to the Rotterdam rules, and importance of European experience is important for us here because all European countries are not part of the EU. There will be some countries which are outside the EU also. So, yeah. So in conclusion, I will say that when we have to harmonize water transport regulations across different countries, the challenges are multifaceted and they are deeply intertwined with legal, economic, technological, cultural, and geopolitical factors. So we need not only the technical expertise, but we also need diplomatic skills and commitment to finding the common ground in the pursuit of a more coherent and effective global regulatory framework for water transport. And when we are looking at these regulations, we also have to look at from the lens or the point of view of local and indigenous communities when we are promoting the ecotourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Saji Geeta Shittu. She is providing leadership to Amity Law School, Dubai.
Good evening, everyone. Respected judges, on the dais, dignitaries. So this is what happened to me. I was going to talk about autonomous vehicle. I made a few notes because 3 minutes. And I realized respected judges here already covered all the points that I wanted to say. So I'm stuck here with 2 minutes wondering what exactly I'm going to talk. So I'm going to give a small experience, maybe a personal experience. I'm going to talk from it and probably derive 2 points I want to highlight. So I travel daily about 220, 230 kilometers from work home. So I'm mostly on the road and driving too. So in the beginning of this year, I decided to gift myself, like all most married people after a few years, the spouses or never gift anything to each other. So I decided to gift myself a better car, a hybrid variety. I was driving and I was not aware of the real technology that the car entailed. So while I was trying to shift the lane, I found that the steering was forcing me to turn back on the lane. And I thought there's something wrong. I got a new car and there's something wrong with the car. I should probably go back to the showroom and complain about it. Later I found out that this is slightly automated. There is autonomy here. If I don't put the lane changing direction, it will bring me back to the lane which I'm. So even if I accidentally sleep off, which I kind of do once in a while, not safe to say, but it puts me back. So when I'm driving from Dubai to, I live in Ras Al Khaimah, the roads in there, after a certain, it's just deserted, nobody there. So like a child who got a toy to play, I was playing with or toying with the particular car and putting it on cruise and then deciding, okay, let me see how fast, if I put on cruise, will it come back? Till what speed can I go? But I was about to do that. It's not, I'm not encouraging this on anyone, but I was about to do that just because the infrastructure there was really, really good and there were not too many cars on the lane, so I could do this. And and also knowing that it's going to change back the lane, I could not increase the speed. I was very careful with the speed in which I'm going. What if it doesn't? Even when there is an automatic brake system there, I wouldn't risk it. I didn't want to risk to the last moment. So I was wondering what happened when there is an autonomous vehicle. I could sit back and sleep, but would I sleep off the entire time where the autonomous vehicle is going? So 2 points that I want to highlight here. The point is, one, before we talk about autonomous vehicle, say in country like India, we should be talking about the infrastructure, which requires to think the starting process is the infrastructure. We need that in place here. Second thing is we're talking about the legal framework. I was trying to write something about blockchain and law. I couldn't understand how the blockchain worked. Days and days, I was trying to understand the technical aspect. As lawyers, we are not taught the technical aspect of many of the things. Right now in the legal education system, in our university, our students are taught about AI, taught by the computer science professionals, data-driven decision-making. So these are the subjects which will give the lawyers also the necessary know-how so that when they're making the laws, this will help them. So it should come from the legal education system. These are the 2 points that I would like to highlight here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
to your relief, we concluded. But, sir, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. I think we put all our panelists to test. The best comes sometimes at a time we have a time constraint. All of them have done exceedingly well, and everybody focused on the point that they were to talk about. Two introductory remarks and only one point I want to make. With environment, there is no he-man or a master of universe. Between humans and environment, the principle of sustainable development, the principle of intergeneration equity and trust were made secondary by the Supreme Court by declaring that it is ecocentric, which really means that after all, humans are only part of this universe. They don't play an additional, extra, much less an administrative or even a control power. What would happen if humans exceed that remit and seek to control the universe? What happens is what happened in Wayanad. This is going to repeat. We need to learn our lessons. It is in this context that today's discussion that we have undertaken. And another important factor which I seek to share with you all is culture is what we are, and civilization is what we use. If we are those who can think of what the future could be and how it would open up, then topics like this are very relevant, because this topic is futuristic. So much of AI, so much of automated vehicles may not seem really relevant now and today. But if you just think of your times few years back, when you had a camera, for that matter, where you would take the role to the developer to get the photographs made, can you remember how long did it take for that to be phased out? It looked to me as if it's overnight. When I went to Supreme Court, I was still in the mode of manual type machine. The learned attorney is here. We used to have cyclo-styling machines. From that time, how we moved on to the present mobiles which we carry data is very difficult to tell. It is insidious. Without even realizing, the technology takes over us. It is in this context that we have three competing things. That is how we should look at law. Technology is much faster than we can imagine. It completely takes us over. So how does law cope with it? That's the big question. From the very beginning, we had laws on environment. Contextual relevance is transportation. Contextual relevance is tourism. And we have had laws all the time. And we had issues of interpretation of laws also all the time. So as the legislature made laws, the government made subordinate legislation, and then the courts interpreted it. Many a times courts also tried to develop law, but then it couldn't cope. The technology moves on, and violations and transgressions continue. So what's going on? I mean, where are we not able to think in advance and prepare the situation so that no transgressions take place, and in this context, environmental degradation doesn't occur. I think the key is in regulation, and that is where we have failed. There shouldn't be any hesitation about that. All laws are in place, courts' interpretations are in place, but environmental incidents keep happening in front of our eyes. They repeat, the nature repeats them. Every October, Delhi wakes up to pollution, and there are writs filed in November, and Supreme Court says that there is stubble burning in Haryana or some other place, and then issue notices and writ petitions, call up the Punjab and other governments. The time's over, and then again there is a breeze and pollution is taken away, and we come back to square one. This is all ad hocism. There are no regulators. Why is it that there are no regulators? We have them in the statute book, and every statute speaks about a regulator. There are regulators like commissions which are established. I will tell you about the problems about those. But there are those regulators who are also officials of the government under the functioning under the government. They are also supposed to take care of it. It doesn't occur. It doesn't happen. Not only in our country, many countries. So where does the problem lie? Guru was mentioning about we need new laws. Then those laws will be accompanied with another chapter in that law which will establish an authority which will be regulating. And in fact, nothing of such will ever happen. The real difficulty is, and the real scope of improvement is when you have vibrant regulators put and made responsible for their actions. The feature of landslide is not unusual in Himachal Pradesh. The feature of cloud burst is not unusual in Uttarakhand. Cyclones occur every monsoon in Orissa and coastal Andhra Pradesh. These things keep occurring, but there are no regulators. It's only the governmental authorities which take place. Why is it necessary to have a regulator? It is because there will be institutional memory to start with. There will be also institutional expertise in it. It will also incorporate all the stakeholders in it. And in that process, a regulator will start working towards a particular objective. That's an area where we have failed. This occurred, this situation arose in one of the recent decisions of the Supreme Court. When Supreme Court was monitoring forest and environmental forest degradation, it was micromanaging it. Cases were brought to the Supreme Court. Court decided large number of cases. I was amicus for almost 4 years. Case law was developed, but then not much of an improvement. We have virtually taken over what the regulators under the Forest Act, Environmental Protection Act, the Wildlife Development Act. One day we looked at these statutes and examined, are there any regulators? Why are we doing this job? When we examined this, every statute had a regulator. The sad part of it is, none of those regulators were working. Appointments were not made to those regulators. There is no infrastructure, there is no funding, there is no process by which all the stakeholders' views were taken. So one of the recent decisions of the Supreme Court is that the process is not by micromanaging, but establishing a very, very strong, robust regulatory mechanism. If you have such strong regulatory mechanism, all those panelists who had spoken before me, every such concern will be a matter of duty of the regulator. And we have developed a new principle. Once there is a duty, then there is an accountability. So if further rules are to be made as normative rules, if a regulator doesn't make it, then there is a liability which we will first call upon the regulator to answer rather than asking anybody else. It is therefore, I won't exceed my 8 minutes. It's therefore extremely important that we ensure that regulators are put in place, and particularly for environment-related matters, for transportation and tourism, the regulation is of extreme and utmost importance. Thank you very much. I thank one and all of the. Thanks for your patient being here. Namaskar.
A big hand for the stream panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was not standing between you and your dinner, but time and this distinguished speakers. May I now invite, oh, he's here, Salman, convener, this is his part now.
So as a token of appreciation and gratitude, I would request Dr. R. Venkatramani, Learned Attorney General for India, Patron CLEA, and Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar, President CLEA, to present the mementos to our Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha.
Yes.
Can we have a big round of applause? Our co-chair, Honorable Srimati Justice Sunita Agarwal. Our keynote speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Anil Kumar Sinha. Now it's time for our speakers, Honorable Mr. Justice Mahabir Singh Sindhu. Mr. S. Guru Krishna Kumar. Professor Dr. Honorable Mr. Justice Maushmi Bhattacharya. Honorable Mr. Justice G. Ramakrishnan Prasad. Professor Dr. Usha Tandon. Mr. Amit Bhatt. Mr. Manu Mohan. Dr. Matthew A. Varghese. Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur. Dr. Sagi Geeta Setu.
Finished. So I call Nabila. Vote of thanks. Yes.
Mr. Prashant Barua. Professor Dr. G.G. Mohan V.S. Miss Nabila Zahra.
Now, this is my last part of my moderator role. Let me invite Ms. Nabila Zahra, doctoral scholar, Indian Law Institute and convener, CLEA. I conclude hereby. Thank you.
Distinguished guest, esteemed panelists, colleagues, and participants. As we conclude the second technical session of CLEA International Conference on Law Technology on the theme of legal and ethical frameworks in transportation and ecotourism, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to the success of this insightful and engaging discussion. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chair, Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Co-Chair, Honorable Srimati Justice Sunita Agarwal, Chief Justice, High Court of Gujarat, and keynote speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Anil Kumar Sinha, former Judge, Supreme Court of Nepal. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our distinguished speakers and discussants as your in-depth presentation on regulatory challenges and innovations in transportation technologies and ecotourism have provided us with valuable insights. Thank you all. So I would also like to convey my regards to our moderator, Barrister Prashant Barua sir, for guiding the discussion throughout the session. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the rapporteurs, Professor Dr. Jay Shankar, Dr. Arun Babu, Dr. Madhu Prata, and all the participants. Finally, I thank all of you for your commitment to this important discussion. And as we move forward in the conference, I am confident that the insights gained here today will inform and inspire us in the pursuit of sustainable development. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So, okay. I request everyone to kindly join us for tea. We'll be back here within 15 minutes.
Stream A. Stream A. Stream A കുറച്ചുപേര് ഇല്ല അതിനകത്ത് കുറച്ചുപേര് ഇല്ല So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I request all the delegates to kindly enter the hall and take your seats, please. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ കേട്ടോ. ഞാൻ 7 minutes ഒക്കെ കൊടുത്തു കേട്ടോ. So you are specifically instructed, I mean that. Sagar Singham Shetty. But this much seats we don't want this much seats.
Yeah, we don't want these many seats. We will have
See, stream A, that is 3 judges plus 5. So that means 8 persons.
plus 1, 9. Me. Only 9 seats we need. Got it?
Yes, yes.
That is the idea. Then I've given 8 minutes to proceed. It's only 7:30, no?
Yes.
7:30. And even if it extends to 5 or 10 minutes, I will be retiring.
Good evening, everyone. I kindly request all of you to take your seats and please keep your phone in silent mode. May I request our honorable judges, distinguished speakers, and other delegates to approach from stream A. Okay. From stream A to come to the stage.
Hand it over to me.
Yes. But I have to. Okay.
When they are being seated alone, you will be welcome. Before that, I will do this. That's right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the formal welcome will be followed. Before that, since it's a composite session, stream A and stream B, for the sake of convenience and as suggested by the honorable judges, we have divided into 2 sessions. So stream A will be, in stream A, the topic is uniting borders, enhancing ecotourism and cross-border water transport through technology. So I would like to invite Honorable Justice Rajesh Bindal sir, Honorable Justice Koteshwar Singh sir, Honorable Justice Tansri Datuk Nalini Padmanathan Madam, Sri Loknath Bera, former DGP MD and MD Cochin Metro, Sri Sonal Verma, Dhir and Dhir Advocates and Solicitors, Mr. P.S. David, President Houseboat Owners Welfare Society, Kumarakam, Mr. Amit Bhatt, Managing Director, International Council on Clean Transportation, Mr. Sagar Singham Shetty, Founder and Managing Partner, Grey Space Consultancy, Belgium. So I would request Madam Ruji Sharma to propose or to offer welcome to the guests, to the dignitaries as well as the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable judges, distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, and dear colleagues, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the plenary session on dynamic synergies, stakeholders meet and judicial colloquium. Today's session is an essential part of a broader discussion focusing on the interplay between law, technology, and justice in enhancing sustainable transportation, tourism, and empowering justice delivery through technology. This session is divided into two critical streams. Stream A, uniting borders, enhancing ecotourism and cross-border water transport through technology. The stream will explore how technological innovations can break down borders and create new opportunities for sustainable development in ecotourism and transportation. Stream B, on capacity building and empowering justice delivery, interplay between law, justice, and technology, will delve into how we can leverage technology to strengthen legal frameworks and enhance the efficiency and access to justice delivery systems. We are privileged to have with us our outstanding panel of speakers who will guide us through these important topics. Their insights will not only inform but also inspire us as we strive to create a more sustainable and just future. I extend a warm welcome to our chairs for the session, Honorable Mr. Justice Rajesh Bindal, Judge, Supreme Court of India, whose vast experience and judicial wisdom will be invaluable in steering our discussions. I am equally honored to welcome our chair, Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh, Judge, Supreme Court of India, whose expertise in legal domain will further enrich our deliberations. We are also delighted to have with us Honorable Justice Tansri Datuk Nalini Padmanathan, Judge, Federal Court of Malaysia, as our keynote speaker. Her Lordship's address will set a stage for thought-provoking exploration of dynamic synergies between law, technology, and cross-border cooperation. In addition to our esteemed judiciary, we are honored to have industry experts and technocrats who will share their perspectives on how technology can be harnessed to promote sustainable development and justice delivery. Their contributions are vital as we seek to integrate legal principles with technological advancements. Let us approach this session with an open mind and collaborative spirit, ready to engage with the ideas and perspectives presented. Thank you for your participation, and I look forward to the valuable insights and ideas that will emerge from this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchi, for a very nice and warm introduction. Good evening, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I promise you that this will be a very illuminating session where we will be sharing ideas, not only ideas, but also solutions, where we will be discussing in threadbare detail about the redundancy of the system, then how to put in place new systems, etc. But again, focusing on certain specific aspects on which the theme has thrown light. So, ladies and gentlemen, the title, the Stream A, is our stream may propose to discuss uniting borders, enhancing ecotourism and cross-border water transport through technology, where I think briefly an insight was given in the last session by a resource person, but then we will be investigating further, or we will be diving deep into the nuances for a nuanced understanding on this particular area. So with permission, I respectfully invite Honorable Justice Thansri Datuk Nalini Padmanathan, Judge, Federal Court of Malaysia, for her opening keynote address. Thank you. Madam, please.
Good evening. Honorable judges of the Supreme Court, honorable judges of the High Court, learned Honorable Attorney General, and honored attendees. Thank you for staying till so late. I should state at the outset that I am not conversant with sustainable transport, tourism, and technological innovations at all. And today I'm going to speak more about AI, technology, and the law. This is the third conference I've attended in the course of this year where judges and lawyers have gathered to discuss the, shall I say, collision of AI and how it's hit the law. And I found two areas to be of particular interest. The discussion this evening will center on the integration of artificial intelligence in the public dispute resolution process, its viability, benefits, and risks. That is, I speak essentially from a judge's perspective on AI and the law as we use it in the courts. I will leave the eco-transport and sustainable bits and the more difficult bits to the learned speakers there. Now, this is very exciting that we've had AI come in and do so much for us in the law, but with it comes the darker side of AI. Will it take control of our lives? Will it replace our work? More particularly, the ethos and philosophy of our work? Will the ethics and basic premise of the law be supplanted by AI? That's the first aspect I would like to reflect on. A second topic that I would like to offer up for consideration is the concept of legal singularity. This concept is the brainchild of a law professor, Benjamin Allary from the University of Toronto, Faculty of Law, together with his academic colleagues, Anthony Niblett and Albert Yoon. What is it? It's an aspirational or utopian concept of the law that envisages a stable and complete legal order capable of addressing and resolving practically all types of legal uncertainty in real time and demand. Today's innovations have not adequately met the needs of humanity as it has evolved, both, I think, nationally within our nations and globally. So let me start with AI. As persons trained in the law, we normally start with a definition. There are many definitions. I don't propose to go through them, but the one I liked was one by somebody called Kenneth Wenger. He's the author of the book, Is the Algorithm Plotting Against Us? And he defines it thus. Quote, we are referring to a specific class of AI algorithms, artificial neural networks, further described as a broad discipline in computer science which encompasses many areas of research, such that many algorithms fall within its definition. And in relation to deep learning, when used in conjunction with AI, the term often describes neural network models with multiple layers of artificial neurons. Artificial neural networks are the most popular and successful algorithm we use today. Alexa, Google Assistant, robotics, and self-driving cars, which we heard quite a bit about today. So what are artificial neural networks and how do they work? I go into this because as judges and as lawyers, particularly people of my age in our 60s, nobody tells us this. They just tell us, here's AI, use it. But very often, we need to understand how does it function. So what are artificial neural networks? The term makes one think of the brain. Do they really work like neurons in our brain? Well, certainly they start with the concept of a single cell, and complex networks are derived from that single cell, and these networks assist us in understanding and analyzing data. We use these networks to classify images and recognize objects, for example. Broken down to its elements, the artificial neural network has been programmed using a complex algorithm by modeling the biological neural network of the human. It is fed with complex and numerous amounts of input per unit time that exceeds the amount of input an average human could intake and process, with even a remotely comparable level of efficiency. The edge this gives the artificial model of the human brain is essentially the ability to yield a larger volume of rational output per unit time in a way the average human brain is unable to. The model can be said to function infinitesimally closely to the human brain. What is crucial to be borne in mind is that AI has the edge over the average human brain exclusively, as I understand it, in the context of rational output efficiency. And that's a feature that's strongly desirable in all lines of work. So artificial neural network algorithms are indeed powerful. And with that power comes deep distrust or concern from society, in that if they can achieve so much, what else can such an artificial neural network do? What is it thinking? Will it develop an awareness and control me? Basically, will it supplant my job as a judge? That sort of panic is driven by the media, science fiction, and in law. We all might lose our jobs. So while the answer, as I've understood and read the literature, and I'm sure the experts here might be better positioned to say this, it has the edge over the human brain in terms of rational output efficiency. It ultimately fails, at least presently, in the realm of objectivity, which deals exclusively with what is correct and incorrect. But the reality of human experience encompasses not just objectivity or rationality or irrationality, but also subjectivity and consciousness, which is the context of humans and relatively evolved organisms. In short, it can tell us what is right and wrong. It is distinct from a rational process. The fundamental missing component in AI at the moment is the potential inability to create models of the subjective experience of right and wrong. So the idea of the law and justice is not just considering facts objectively. It's an intangible feeling that allows humans to appreciate judgments. AI or artificial neural network algorithms lack that human-to-human connection intrinsic to the legal process. Justice requires a human element, which is unique, and that is something AI cannot replicate. It simply cannot engage in justice. As stated by John Linarelli, AI is not self-conscious. It operates based on human-written instructions. So there's a drastic difference between human intention and the intention programmed into code for AI to perform. Within the realms of human intention, there is an aspect of intentionality, that is the ability to plan and engage in shared intentions with others. Some may argue that the outcome created by generative AI is very different from the initial program, hence self-reliant, therefore conscious. However, that is self-learning rather than self-consciousness, and that distinction is essential, as the AI's ability to self-learn and perhaps hallucinate from time to time does not equate to self-awareness. So it remains a great innovation designed to assist human decision-making. The fear of AI taking control of law and justice is unwarranted, at least presently, as emotion and human experience play just as significant a role in human decision-making in the law as rationality does in terms of its impact on the pattern of decision-making in law and justice. As science presently does not even have a full theory of consciousness, the probability of AI being aware in the context of consciousness or transcending the human mind in relation to justice and the law is, to my mind, very much a matter for the future, and that too, the distant future. There are far more important questions to come to grips with at present, such as law enforcement in the AI world, as we've heard all day, levels of success of algorithms in terms of research and use in the law, and how AI can be used to garner access to justice. And access to justice is a real problem, certainly in our part of the world in Malaysia, where I would imagine, perhaps about a quarter of the population actually has proper access to justice. So to sum up with regards to AI in its present incarnation, I liken the position very much to the position of an agnostic. One simply does not know the future. As stated, but we must prepare for that, I suppose. As stated by Stuart Russell in his 2019 book on superintelligence, quote, "We cannot predict exactly how the technology will develop or on what timeline. Nevertheless, we must plan for the possibility that machines will far exceed the human capacity in the real world. What then?" And that brings me to the concept of legal singularity. The concept or philosophy of the legal singularity is the idea that law will reach functional completeness in the sense that practically any legal question will have an instantaneous and just resolution. At least that's the aspiration or the philosophy that one works to. It's a utopian concept or philosophy that ties up with our needs to cope with and possibly contain or deal with AI and technology. The question is how? The reality is that advances in the fields of AI and technology, while unseating and questioning our existing practices, hold the promise of the reconstruction of more effective legal infrastructure that is needed to meet society's needs today. As I stated at the outset, our current institutions and legal processes are not, in my view, fit for purpose. Laws are unduly complex or insufficient, unnecessarily burdensome. Legal procedures are bewildering to the layman, if not lawyers, and the entire legal system is clogged up. Lawyers are too expensive. Legal doctrine is often far behind the modern world, again, as we heard today. It's all simply outdated. And far too often, this results in outcomes that are unfair and unjust. And this is where AI and technology come in. These tools enable us to reconstruct the responsive legal infrastructure that is deeply needed. The concept envisages a stage where law will reach, and I quote, functional completeness in the sense that practically any legal question will have a just answer. This means that the law will be knowable or known with a high degree of practical certainty for a great deal of human activity. And this can be done through legal prediction. At present, you have to go to court to get a definitive ruling from a judge after a great deal of legal research through lawyers. The expense is immense, but the new tools that are emerging allow a lot of this work to be computed. The legal material we utilize, such as case law, contracts, statutes, treaties, and regulations, comprise training data for prediction algorithms which can synthesize and provide predictions of how the law would apply to a novel set of circumstances. This will enable lawyers to provide legal advice far more quickly at a lower cost and with a degree of accuracy and certainty. For judges, it allows them to hand down decisions more quickly with higher legal accuracy. And for the citizen, the most important person, it enables the resolution of their disputes quickly, inexpensively, and accurately. At least that's the theory. And all this is primarily due to the ability of AI's artificial neural networks to function more efficiently and at a rate that exceeds human capacity. Such tools like Harvey, for example, are already in the use in the market. And as we are continuously looking for better ways to resolve all problems, the use of such tools will eventually become widespread. In this sense, the legal singularity will evolve and be able to accommodate the legal needs of a greater segment of society. Ultimately, one can see that this is consonant with and meets the highest aspirations of the rule of law. It will assist in providing access to justice and contribute towards ensuring that justice prevails. Disputes will ideally be resolved justly in the best interests of society. The powerful can be held more accountable, and the weaker parts of the populace will be protected. Making sure that our legal systems and legal institutions continue to function the way we in human society would want them to do is an important aspect of aligning society and the law with the superintelligence of AI. If we can harness technology and AI to improve the capacity and capabilities of large legal institutions to meet the manner in which technologies are moving exponentially, together with the conflicts and problems they bring, we then have the possibility and hopefully probability of, if not controlling, at least containing, envisaging, and shaping the evolution of the law, or which is what is known as the legal singularity. We can only hope that the law will tend in that direction. Otherwise, the fears of being unable to cope with the superintelligence of AI systems, not only in the legal fields, but also the technological and economic fields, will be simply beyond the scope of mankind. Whether this be achieved via the limitation or containment of the capabilities of a superintelligence, or by way of controlling the motivation or selection of solutions by such artificial intelligence, this will assuage the concern of the potential adverse outcomes for humanity. As so aptly written by Stuart Russell, the importance of developing provably beneficial AI cannot be overemphasized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for throwing light on functional completeness through legal singularities, anxieties, as well as the scope and proactive nature of artificial intelligence and harmony that it has to create between system and its professed advantages. Only time will know as to how that gets integrated beneficially to the rule of law as well as to promote access of justice. Thank you, Madam, for kickstarting a wonderful discussion. Next, we have got a wonderful person with Midas touch. Wherever he has put his hands, he has come out with glittering achievements. And for us, while conceiving and evolving the seed for this particular conference, we had got innumerable discussions with Mr. Loknath Behra in his office at the Kochi Metro Rail Limited, where he have given us assorted ideas, and we have stitched so many of it, and then we were able to evolve it further. And I was particularly impressed by his conception of sustainability, that sustainability need not be discussed as a binary between development and environment, but sustainability is safety, which matters. Sustainability is cultural sensitivity, and sustainability is much more than that. So, why Mr. Loknath Behra's presentation will be so much informative is that his pioneering initiative of KMRL in the shape of the first and only one of its kind of water metro in this country is making big news across jurisdictions. So I, with immense pride and happiness, I invite Mr. Loknath Behra to present the Kochi Metro model as one of the finest of the sustainable solutions for transport as well as tourism. He has requested 10 to 12 minutes with a short video, I think. So I think it is worthwhile to avail that time. Sir, please.
Honorable judges from the Supreme Court of India, from various high courts, from abroad, learned Attorney General for India, legal luminaries, technocrats, students, scholars, and whatnot. Now, actually, when we talk about law and rules, there is when I came to this state of Kerala, I was told by my seniors, there is an unwritten rule. After taking sadhya, you have to sleep. Now, instead of sleeping, we are now discussing matters. So all the aberrations and mistakes should be condoned. So I request Lordships to forgive if any wrong thing also happens, because after sadhya, people gets disoriented. Okay, now coming to this particular conference, it has actually happened in a very different way. I think only very few people in this particular hall, including Attorney General for India, actually know the small background it happened. On 25th of April 2023, the Honorable Prime Minister actually inaugurated the one and only water metro. So first thing I wanted to tell you, water metro doesn't go inside the water, it actually goes above the water. It is but why we call it metro, water metro is that, just like the metro rail, it goes from one place to the other, and with something called the headway. That means we fix the headway between two trains, that is 5 minutes. That 5 minutes, you will get definitely a metro. Similarly, we have now actually done this one, and the same kind of structures, like you have to buy a ticket, and you have to go to an AFC gate, and you have to go with this much of certainty. All these things, just like a metro, it is only traveling on the water, connecting 10 islands to the city of Kochi. This is what is in a nutshell. I will show you a video. What happened is that this particular thing, when it was inaugurated, and after some time, and people compared riding a water metro, waiting for a ticket like first day release of a Rajnikant movie, because that much of people have to wait for that particular time to get a ticket. So it became like that. Then we actually brought technology, so people can just like book my show, you can actually book your ticket, and you have QR codes and all those things. All technologies helped us. But then one fine morning, actually just after the inauguration, I was traveling in the metro. There was a small girl, and she came and told me, will you kill the dolphins in this Wembanad lake? To the August House, I wanted to inform that there are very exotic dolphins in Wembanad lake. I said, no. He said, no, it's an electric boat, and it will be crossing, and it will kill the dolphins. I said no. Why I said no, before this particular thing was inaugurated, when we actually were discussing the matter with the PMO, we had actually told them that this is the only, very interestingly, technology has helped us, that this boat the hull is made in aluminum, not fiber. Number 2, it is electric. Number 3, it doesn't make any splash. It is like a Mercedes S-Class on the water. So the flora, fauna, and the embankments, everything will be remaining intact. Nothing to worry about that. Technology has helped. Our engineers have thought that way. Whether that is a part of sustainability, it is the August House to decide. Now, what happened? This particular model, when we introduced, lo and behold, most of the places, they are asking now to introduce the water metro. That is the great success. Anyway, talking about this, what I said, how this conference took place, I was having a discussion. When I said metro train, I am running metro trains. We are actually governed by 2 statutes and 4 rules. And for that, everything is written here that your station should be like this, the working will be like this, the operations will be like this, the shifts will be like this. But there is nothing like that in water metro. And it is just Loknath Behra is the decision maker. What he wants, he will do it. This is not the correct thing. We thought that there should be some governing statute which should actually be there. It's a beautiful public transport system. Then I had a talk with Sivakumar sir. And Sivakumar sir and myself, we went to the Attorney General sir. And then we thought that let us not only confine to making a legislation for water metro, but with, you say, self-charging roads, AI coming to the vehicles, driverless cars, whether the statutes will be sufficient, whether this technology, why India doesn't have a Indian Transport Act? We have an MB Act, which only talks about enforcement. Why don't have this? Who will look after the drone taxis which you are thinking? Who will govern the driverless cars? Nobody. So we thought that let us discuss, and this is how this happened. Anyway, not to think again, going by the rule book called Sadhya, I go to the Cochin Water Metro. So let me have a small video which will actually explain so that my talking will be less.
Kochi Water Metro. Connecting lives, connecting miles. The climate-friendly initiative of an integrated water transport system called Water Metro, conceived by the Government of Kerala, perfectly aligns with Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat to serve Kochi city with 78 battery-powered hybrid electric boats. The unique Water Metro project will ride the waves of sustainable public transport over 76 route kilometers, connecting 38 state-of-art water metro terminals around Kochi to the city centre. It would be a major boost to trade, business and mobility of the islanders and improve their livelihood. Expecting a daily ridership of 34,000 passengers in the initial phase, the 747 crore project, with the financial assistance of 85 million euros from German financial agency KfW, Water Metro will decongest the roads and reduce the carbon footprint of the city. The aluminium catamaran, that is twin hull boats, designed and made in Kochi by the Cochin shipyard, has a super efficient hull that will not impact the aquatic flora and fauna while moving through the backwaters like a swan. The state-of-the-art air-conditioned boats operating under a single command and control will be the largest fleet of electric boats anywhere in the world, saving an estimated 44,000 metric tons of carbon emissions per annum when completed. Equipped with LTO batteries that are the safest of batteries commercially available, superchargers that charge the boats in just 15 minutes, and the latest of navigational and communication equipment, Water Metro boats prove that India can lead the world in technological solutions and innovations. The concrete floating pontoons makes the Water Metro disabled-friendly that enable persons with motor disability to board the boats on their own. Working in the same manner like the metro rail, Water Metro can be replicated in other cities across the country that have navigable water bodies, fulfilling our commitment to a sustainable future for mankind. Water Metro. Think blue, go green.
So coming back again, actually, these are we plotted a company, KWML, to run this. And we have actually completed 2.5 million of passengers in last 1 year, which is much beyond our expectation. It has become a super hit movie, like Amir Khan's movie, like kind of thing. And people like it. Next, next slide. So this is actually, Kochi is a very unique place compared to other cities. We have a very good multimodal integration. So you buy a ticket for the metro and you can travel in water metro also. And we are now integrating things like all the taxis, auto rickshaws and buses. All we wanted to go just like the TfL doing for London, that buy one ticket, travel in anything, any public transport. So we are all, actually it has been done in a very large way, and we have to complete that. Maybe in a 1 year's time we'll try to complete that. Next. So what is actually, these are the 34,000 as has been said. This actually travels at 8 to 10 knots speed and not very, very fast, not like speed boast. And the best part is that the boat gets, the huge boat, 100 passenger boat gets charged exactly in 15 minutes. So by the time the passengers get into the boat is charged. And we have spent a lot of money for the battery, which we are using a LTO battery for that. Next. So it was again 50,000 trips in a year. It's not a very easy thing. And it did that, and on 24th of April, the Honorable Prime Minister, as I told earlier, inaugurated this and dedicated the system to the nation, and he told that it should be replicated in all those places where it is possible. So Varanasi, Ajodhya, Guwahati, Kolkata and Delhi, we are all, and Mumbai is actually in the forefront now. So we are going to execute this particular system. We have been awarded a lot of international awards, including, the best part is that we should be proud of being an Indian. Our boat was actually in 2022 was adjudged as the best electric boat in the world by, actually not by us, but by the body which normally does, and based in Paris. We received that award also. Next. So as I said that any kind of payment is acceptable for us, and we get it done through a particular, I think we have the cards where you can actually travel from one place to the other by using this thing. Next. So these are the first things. We have a very interesting AI algorithm, madam was telling about that. We have a passenger counting system where actually when we reach 96, the gate will not open. The gate's closed. So you can't actually put more people inside that. And it is all these particular things what you are seeing in the screen are first in India. Maybe some of the things are first in the world. Next. So we calculated that 40 places in India can have this particular system. I end this particular thing by saying, next, that we require a legislation. And we have to work on that particular manner. Various gaps are there to operate and govern this particular beautiful thing. And we have to work with people like you to bring a legislation, which may be a central legislation, to administer and govern this. To end this, I'll show a small, not a very long video, small video. And I only say that technology can bring many things. And I believe in technology, being from studying in the IIT and doing law enforcement through technology for a very long time. I believe that technology can bring many good things. Of course, it has its flip sides also, but we have to be careful on that. And water metro is a technological marvel. Up till now, it has not created any problem, technical hitch so far. So let us actually hope that it goes and it is there in your city also. I complete this by putting a small video shot by an international celebrity. And thank you very much for inviting me to talk. Of course, I'm a part of the organization, and I hope you have enjoyed your stay in the place called Kumargaon. Just about Kumargaon, one line I wanted to say. One of the leading world magazines and book has said, 100 places you should visit before you die, and Kumargaon is the only place in India which has been mentioned. So you are in the best, one of the best places, and let us actually take the best out of it. Thank you very much. The video.
Greetings from Kochi, Kerala, located at the southwest tip of India with the Arabian Sea kissing its entire west coast. If you ever choose to make Kochi one of your travel destinations, you are geared for an exhilarating and profound travel experience. Both Metro Rail Network and the Kochi Water Metro are envisioned for sustainable mobility, focusing on your utmost convenience, comfort, and safety. Kochi Water Metro is featuring a multitude of ultra-modern embedded technology and innovations. To begin with, it is supported by a passenger control system, user-friendly embarking and disembarking passages for the physically challenged. Our boats are genuinely quiet with a unique vibration-free propulsion, causing only minimum disturbance to the aquatic life and small boats traveling nearby. Spacious, fully air-conditioned cabins that can accommodate 100 people per boat. Huge windows to make sure that you don't miss out on the numerous sights and activities outside that can keep giving you thrills. Come, be our guest to experience the best of Kochi in the best possible way.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation and words. Sitting in the lap of Veminad Lake, we had a fine feeling of Kochi also. Now I invite Sonal Verma of Thiran Thir Advocates and Solicitors for his presentation on this topic.
A very good evening to everyone, to all the distinguished guests today in this hall. Now, this very topic which has been put in Stream A, uniting borders, enhancing ecotourism and cross-border water transport through technology. And I would honestly say in whatever, all the great thing what Loknathji just did show it, I'm still recuperating back to. It's just fantabulous would be the word if a word was there. And where we see in is these concepts of ecotourism, which is a subset to the bigger aspect of sustainable tourism. I would, in the realm of ecotourism and cross-border water transport, technology plays a transformative role in promoting sustainability and efficiency. The Galapagos Islands, which we would say is celebrated for their exceptional biodiversity and has a status as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, have embraced advanced technological solutions to address the challenges of balancing tourism with conservation. Now, whenever we talk around ecotourism and the legal community, 4 aspects come in. Conservation, community, the local communities, culture of that particular area, the indigenous rights of people, all of it comes in. And then comes commerce, which disbalances everything. So, on this very topic which we have on hand, I would be saying yes, we have got technology with now the world getting democratized from last year with ChatGPT. AI got just democratized. And at the very essence, we have a tough time understanding what is AI and what is generative AI. Now, if we see it out here, this very particular case study of Galapagos Islands, they're home to, I would say, 15 species of giant tortoise, world's only marine iguana, penguins found north of the equator, highest concentration of hammerhead sharks, pink flamingos, huge biodiversity, flora, fauna in the region. So what did they do? I think it's a good example to learn with such an eco-sensitive zone. Still tourists flock in there and it's balanced. Those 4 C's are getting balanced. What they did was use technology on visitor management, something called SIMAVIS, S-I-M-A-V-I-S. And another very good thing they put in somewhere in 2017 was Galapagos Guide Monitoring Network, GGMN, which they put in. Because with any tourist spots, guides are very inherent part of that whole ecosystem. And by empowering them with technology, the advantage what came was zoning aspects were well configured, visitor limits, itineraries. Yes, and with these tour guides, they were monitoring activities through technology and empowered through the mobile apps, and improvements in handling the tourists did happen. And the point which I started with, the 4 C's, conservation, community, culture, and commerce. If all is in balance, yes. If not in balance, I remember that movie in 2009, a huge box office hit, Avatar, James Cameron, which came in, wherein, okay, the rights of indigenous people getting taken off. We have those live instances in many parts of the world. Amazon forest we talk about, and many other places. And when we are seeing and talking on sustainability, UN Interplanetary Climate Change Committee, IPCC, has already told in that 1.5 degree pre-industrial is already breached. And there is no planet B. It's planet A. And definitely we saw that every country, we always had these environment laws in place. But a whole new segment called your climate change laws, like when in India, something like the Green Code 2022, which talks about the captive solar units and all of it, that was a part of that very thought process. So yes, we are evolving and technology will be important. A very important one, again, one example I would like to take in is on the fishing practices in many parts of the world. It does happen in tourist spaces, and there was an innovation case study with permission of Loknathji. I will use it in the next case study wherever I talk on this topic of what the Kochi Water Metro is doing. Now there was this on technology, something called shell catch in 2021. This came in. Now, one primary approach is the use of video cameras developed by Shell Catch. These cameras provide high-resolution data on fishing activities, including techniques and bycatch rates, helping to ensure accountability and create market incentives such as selling catches at a premium. And Shell Catch's AI algorithm integrated into its electronic monitoring system enables rapid detection of bycatch of non-target species. And I'm very sure with more technology getting developed on that, we would see some of the basic questions, problems which come in. Like now the drones, for example. Unmanned drones can now create highly accurate 3D terrain models of coastlines down to the centimeter, and genetic advancements allow scientists to detect species from minute traces of their DNA in water or soil. Now that's a great plus for biodiversity. Now, something I would say about Germany. Yeah, Germany, the RI River Information Services on the Rhine-Danube corridor, there's lots of learning coming from there. And very importantly, I would say to see the definition, how we taken from UNWTO, UN World Tourism Organization, when it comes to sustainable tourism, economical feasibility, local prosperity, employment quality, social equity, local control, cultural prosperity, visitor fulfillment, physical integrity, resource efficiency, biological diversity, and environmental purity. If we are able to ingrain technology on each of it, I would definitely see, far more, eco-balanced tourism coming in. And then the request will be to all the mega tech companies, Booking.com, Make My Trip, all of them, that yeah, fine. Just like how Uber has put in the Google Maps for tracking, on your portals, start using the open source plugin of forest locations, which is there on World Resource Institute. So yeah, so these were the small, just quick suggestions and note on this topic today. Thanks everyone, thank you.
Thank you, Sonal, for your thoughtful and insightful comments. Now we have got ground level. What exactly happens in ground level as a case study at Kumarakam? That's being presented by Mr. P.S. David, President of the Houseboat Owners Welfare Society, Kumarakam, where they not only unites borders, but they unite world. Thank you.
Good evening, all of you. I bring greetings from the Houseboat Owners Welfare Society, Kumaragam, representing all houseboat owners across Kerala, to respected and honorable judges and other eminent persons participating in the plenary section. We in Kumaragam are reminded of two distant occasions. When we received visible patronage which put us on world tourism map. First one was when the late Prime Minister, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, chose Kumaragam to celebrate his 77th birthday on December 27, 2000, and spent his time here. Later, then the President of Srimati Pratibha Patil and Prince Charles of United Kingdom also visited Kumaragam, further highlighting the significance and a tourism destination. In the CLEA conference on Law and Technology, Sustainable Transport, Tourism and Technological Innovations, as a prominent stakeholders, I would like to address a few pertinent propositions which matter is generating outcome of this conference. Let me tell this August gathering that the sector in which we operate fully and comprehensively address the scope of the matter of sustainability in the matter of operations. We address the operational level sustainability, increasing environmental issues, safely aspects of the operations by harmonizing the coexistence between us and the communities that we cater to. Thus, I find out presence in this conference meaningful and material when we discuss various aspects related to sustainable transport and tourism, which are strongly interlinked. I thank the Commonwealth Legal Education Association for providing us with this opportunity to share our thoughts while we discuss important issues in this historic conference. At the outset, I would give a very brief picture about and the industry as it exists, at least in Kerala. Kumaragam alone, there are about 100 stakeholders managing over 120 houseboats, ranging from 1-bedroom to 7-bedroom units, categorized as deluxe and premium class, with or without upper deck. Our society, which is only one of its kind, is a welfare organization working for the common cause of houseboat owners, while ensuring the well-being of our employees and safety, well-being and satisfaction of the tourist. Approximately 1,500 stakeholders across Kerala who are managing a total of 200 houseboat and 300 shikaras, small boat having no rooms. The compass of this industry is visible from the sheer figures that it is directly about 8,000 individuals with an additional 1,000 people indirectly employed depend on it. This includes carpenters, diesel mechanic, AC mechanic, painter, panamba thatchers, electrician, taxi drivers, hotel, mall, small vendors, the island fishermen who vend their produce, street vendors, resort and cleaning of etc. The annual turnover from houseboat operation is approximately 300 crores, contributing significant tax revenue to both the central and the state government. Thus, the well-being of this industry has a cascading effect on the relevant geographical and promote its collective and harmonious existence. Let me also put across the August gathering that we do our best in maintaining high standard while offering service while complying with all government norms and regulations. It is our priority to protect the environment by preventing pollution in backwaters and rivers. We distinctly contribute to the well-being of the geographical area where we operate and the local communities are benefited and we are having a symbiotic existence. During the tourism season, the houseboat generating a daily revenue of at least 15 lakhs and about 70% of the revenue being spent on operational cost. We provide excellent market to those engaged in livelihood activities around our operational area in all respects. Thus, our operations are hallmarked by sustainability and promote harmonious relations with the fraternity whose livelihood are critically depend on this habitat. Let me address some concern which was critical relevance in the themes discussing in the conference having an intersectional and cross-cutting effect. Despite the industry overwhelming contribution at all levels, the government has not recognized houseboat within the legal connotation of industry. Consequently, we neither figure the priority list of the government when policies are made, nor with the legal framework in that fashion, except for regulatory compliances under other laws. Thus, we are left to the vagaries of natural disaster and other hostile environment and left without any support when it matters most as bringing our survival and sustenance in question. Lack of proper destination market and engaging technology affects use in many ways. Lack of adequate infrastructure including adequate and spacious boat terminals in relevant places where embarking and disembarkment is done. Example, in Kumaragam alone, there are about 100 stakeholders managing over 120 houseboats, ranging from 1-bedroom to 7-bedroom unit, who are in difficult because of this same. Though the Vembanad Lake is the only area for boat cruise, the availability of the numerous canals that could have been beneficially used to explore the beauty of Upper Kuttanad, which is not done presently. The insufficient height of the bridges across the river and heavy siltation at the mouth of the river joining Vembrana Lake restrict easy movement from November to June, where water level is very low. There are hazards posed on regulatory front. I'd like to place before this August gathering for the following suggestions. A meaningful consultation with the operation is needed when the tourism policy is given shape by the government. Multi-layered targeted infrastructure development in an imperative. The government need to undertake urgent steps to build sewage treatment plants and provide a sustainable solution in this regard. The state government and the Kerala Maritime Board should do the needful to increase the number of surveys to facilitate the registration of all the houseboats. There need an arrangement to negotiate the insurance costs through a single window agency to achieve better pricing. The progressive conversion of diesel engines to solar power and hydrogen as an alternate energy source need to be explored. Promoting healthy competition and about house owners will helping improve the quality of service. Regulatory cost and to be downsized and incentivization for better regulatory compliance need to be thought about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri David, for revealing the ground level realities. Now I would like Mr. Amit Bhatt, MD International Council of Clean Transportation, to present his views, strictly confined to the theme of the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I'll summarize my talk in next 240 odd seconds. So, roughly India is about 1/3 urbanized. And if you look at 2011 census, and if you look at global urbanization level, countries reach urbanization stability when they reach about 80-85% level. Now, why is this important? This is important for us is that cities are engines of growth, and if that is the case, then transport is that wheel of that engine. And if India has to urbanize, which it will, we can debate on the pace, but it will urbanize, which means new cities will be created and cities will expand. And all this will be built on the transport infrastructure. Now, this is a good story. The not so good story is we are almost losing close to 170,000 lives every year due to road traffic deaths. We have 18 of the 20 most polluted cities in the world. And we also have a huge amount of people who don't have access to transport. Now, this is going to be very, very important, because if we are going to, from the economic side, move from a $3 trillion economy to $30 trillion economy in next 25-30 years, something has to change. Because the current level will not deliver us on either the public health goals or the climate goals or the economic goals or even basic needs and aspiration. So what do we do? And I think this is where we have to come to realize. If you look at the 2011 census that came out from the mobility, it said 50% Indians walk to work. These are non-agriculture workers, all urban population, 50% walking to work. People using car as a mode of transport to commute is only 3%. We have huge public transport usage. We have very high two-wheeler usage. So point I'm trying to make is, given our mobility profile, we don't use car as a predominant mode of transport. What we use is walking, cycling, followed by public transport, two-wheelers, and then comes the cars. So as we imagine the future of India with technology, we have to understand that application of technology, be it AI, ML, has to be looked beyond just the perspective of cars. So how do we make roads safer? very, very strong linkage of AI and ML and all the new advanced technologies. How do we make public transport much more convenient? Very strong usage. So summing up, I think we have to look at 3 strategies for India to address sustainable transportation. First is avoid, shift, and improve. And let me elaborate in 10 seconds all these 3 strategies. Avoid, let's not plan land uses which are devoid of transport. People from Delhi, if you have known, we have Dwarka, which is a ghost town. People come to Gurgaon, which is a work center. Distance is 25 kilometers. The question is, why can't we have housing and commercial built together as a mixed land use development? So the first strategy, avoid long distance trips by mixing land use and transport together. Second, shift. Let's shift our focus to modes which deliver best, which is walking, cycling, and public transport. Our investment, our priorities should be on these 3 modes. And last is improve the quality of fuel, the quality of technologies. We have to rapidly increase electrification, and we saw water metro is a classical example. We have to rapidly electrify all our modes of transport. So with this, we can deliver on sustainable transport, which will help us on the overall development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Amit Bhatt, and I'll request Mr. Sagar Singham Shetty, founder and managing partner, to.
3 minutes is good enough, sir. I think a lot of them have already made the points. Good afternoon, everyone, and on the dais, honorable judges of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you think transport is actually changing with the help of technology? Just raise your hands, whatever mode of transport you actually take. Very few, actually, not very positive. Okay. If you think it is going, so you think it's going slow or fast, the technology in the transport sector? It's going fast? How many of you think it's going fast? Okay, good. I think it's good to be pessimistic. I'm glad to see that, because transport, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is not one of those sectors that whatever we heard so far, is not one sector that adapts to technologies just like that, okay? COVID has helped us accelerate some of these things, but unfortunately, it is not a sector that goes like, unlike pharma or any other financial sector. No, you don't see that in transport. Okay, that's the first thing. Having said that, there is huge potential. So that's the upside. That's the opportunity we all have. And especially in a country like India, it is a huge opportunity. And when we talk about water transport, even bigger opportunity. Go to Germany, go to UK, go to Italy, any European country. Look at the inland waterways and the way they use it. Okay, I come from a coastal town as well, Visakhapatnam, Vizag. Okay, from my childhood to now, nothing has happened where we use water transport to the best of its ability and efficiency. Okay, so the point is, with the help of collective mobility and active mobility, what Mr. Bhatt was already referring to and many others during the day, it is a standalone. If you work in silo, so if the Kochi metro would have to be successful, and if we want to be very sustainable, or if we want to see that zero carbon neutrality, whatever, a result, or the ecotourism, we all have to get together. All modes of transport have to work in tandem. Because imagine you have come from far off places today. I have flown from Hyderabad to here. From there, I took a cab, I came here. Okay? So every mode of transport has its limitations. No mode of transport can carry you from A to B in a single shot. Okay? So keep that in mind, because it's very important when you talk to government or when you do your research or whatever you're doing. It's all the mobility, all the modes of transport have to come together and work together. And that's when we see the real results of sustainability. And how is this going to, and how can we improve on it, is because of digitalization. When you have an app, okay, Uber app, whatever apps, sir was also showing that people could do their booking online with passenger information coming ahead, okay? It's the same with airlines. It's the same with any other mode of transport. But everything helps when you digitize. So that digitalization efforts are happening in India, and I think we need to keep that momentum going on. There are a couple of other things as well. Safety is one of the key elements, and there you have intelligent transport systems, the ITS system, that could always help. In Europe, they're already setting it up. I think in India, we already use it for our signs as well. I think that's another aspect that probably we should be looking into and investing more into the ITS systems. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is coming, whether we like it or not. We have had this discussion earlier. I think it is coming, it is going to go. Companies are investing. That means they want to reap the benefits. They want to see that consumers are there. Not because you're a consumer now. They'll make sure there is a consumer. EV is a good example. We are very reactive in our, whatever we do. But companies are not thinking that way. They're very proactive. They will create bubbles, they will create pools of consumers where they will see that data is collected, and then they will create the hype like AI. Everything is going to happen. So what does that mean? It means, sir was saying we need some regulation. Sir, I completely agree with you that we need regulation. But I think also, as I said this morning, we need to implement the existing rules first before we look into new regulations. So that is very important. Unless and until the existing rules are implemented properly, which is not currently the case. I'm sure there were some enforcers here in this room earlier, and I think you should invite them to talk as well. So the topic for one last point, sir, if you may give me 30 seconds. This was a topic on uniting borders. We are here today. How is it possible? Amit already pointed out, transport is key, okay? Without transport, and this is something I'm very passionate about, without transport, nothing would have moved, no people, no goods. And by water or air, or even these days, in the last couple of years, our investments in space, every mode of transport is contributing for us to move from one place to another. So transport is definitely uniting borders, uniting people, but do not forget that passengers alone in transport sector is not running the business. There is a huge, huge trade flow that happens through water transport. So let us also talk about how goods are moving from one place to another and how efficiently all these networks actually are working. So with that, I hope I've given you a couple of thoughts to think over. And thank you again for the opportunity. And
Thank you, Sagar. So that, in fact, marks the end of the presentations in part A, but I would say that the broad topic remained untouched. Because the digitalization-driven innovative ecotourism sector, importance of promoting border tourism, cross-border river tourism and its dynamics and synergies, community-based tourism for high levels of community involvement, inland waterway transport for regional cooperation, and finally water diplomacy. So many things to discuss on this aspect. So majority of this remain untouched in the session. I think hopefully there will be follow-up attempts where we will be discussing all these things. Thank you all. Respected speakers, and we will wind up stream A here. So it's my pleasure to discuss, invite the speakers of stream B. The honorable judges will remain and finally sum up. Honorable Justice Raja Vijayaraghavan, Judge, High Court of Kerala. Honorable Justice Dr. Pushpendra Singh Bhatti, Judge, High Court of Rajasthan. Srimati Aishwarya Bhatti, Additional Solicitor General, Supreme Court of India. Jishnu Nair, Counsel for IBM. And Utkarsh Saxena, Founder, Adalat AI. They are the distinguished speakers for the next session. I would request Honorable Justice Raja Vijayaraghavan, Judge, High Court of Kerala, who is pioneering the efforts of High Court of Kerala, which in fact is a pioneering institution which has embraced technology in all respects. Sir, please.
Justice Bindal, Justice Koteshwar, all the esteemed dignitaries who are present here, I have been given 7 minutes to complete the entire thing, and I'll try and do my level best to do that. Now, we have a heady mix of people out here. Now there are judges, we keep technologists at arm's way. We have all these hardcore technologists who drink, eat, and never do technology. And we have the academicians, the scholars. They are actually gasping exactly where do we stand. That is their question. Now I went through the paper, background paper, and I found there were 7 points which were written there. I thought I will delve on how can we make the most of digital courtrooms and e-filing systems. That is 1 point. And number 2, how can technology be used to bridge the justice gap for the marginalized and underserved? This is what is given in that particular statement. So I thought, since I am from the Kerala High Court, I'll speak about what has happened during the last 5 years in the Kerala High Court. Now, what has happened was that Kerala High Court is one of those high courts who have a dedicated IT directorate. Sometime in the year 2018, we realized that we had to have our own IT infrastructure. We were, like all other courts in the country, NIC was guiding us. So we had a small NIC unit out there. So we requested them that we wanted a better case management systems, but unfortunately they were not up to the task. So we convinced our state government. They said, yes, you can get 5 top people, we'll pay a good salary to them. And that from 2019 onwards, for about 8 months, they acquired domain knowledge in respect of our litigation and everything. And with a lot of inputs from judges and lawyers and everything, even advocate clerks, we developed a case management systems that handles everything from e-filing to hybrid courts to automated delivery of judgments. For those people, I'll request you, because there are a lot of legal think tanks in the country, like Daksha, Vidhi, Agami, Pukar. All that you need to do is search Google, technical digital transformation of the High Court of Kerala. You just search, and you can see 100, 200 page documents by which independent people have come in and have audited our CMS. Now, where do we stand now? Now, I can definitely say that I've been to a lot of conferences. I can definitely say our CMS, this is just a window of my dashboard. As you can see on the left-hand side, I can search for the cases. The listed cases will come up before me. The performance of my staff, the roster management, the entire thing is in one-stop shop. Nobody needs to go elsewhere. If I can open my dashboard sitting here, if I'm in Delhi, I can open my dashboard, look at my case files. I can even dictate my judgments using AI. So it is just a one-stop shop. This is my office. I can do whatever. If I want to sit at home and do my case, that is also possible. Now where do we stand now? Our CMS is interoperable. Interoperable in the sense, whichever document filed by whichever respondent all come to one particular place. Our e-filing module is completely indexed, paginated, everything is automated because the system will number it. No need for the human intervention in numbering or pagination, etc., etc. Now, most of the places where I've seen it's just an opening of a PDF is not a digital code. You open a PDF, somebody gives you a pen drive, open a PDF, that is not a digital code. Digital code in the sense the e-filing should be seamless, it should be paginated, absolutely no human involvement, it should be sent to all the people, the judges as well as the lawyers should be able to look into the entire thing, there should be a dashboard, etc., etc. In our case, insofar as bail application is concerned, we have used technology, AI, it is automated. No human involvement is there. Earlier, it used to be taken 1 day for a human to scrutinize a bail application. Now it is, you file a bail application, it's automatically scrutinized. It will check whether the provisions are correct, the names and the other details are there. It will scrutinize, no human intervention is there. Now, we have something called vConsole, an Alapi-based unit. Their video conferencing software is used by us. And even for our online dispute resolution as well as for the functioning of the High Court, we use vConsole. Now, one of the biggest achievements is machine scrutiny of cases, automatic delivery of court orders. You know what the man hours which have saved. Insofar as machine scrutiny of bail applications is concerned, we have saved 919 man-hours. In a quick certified copy, earlier somebody had to file an application, pay a court fee physically, go to the High Court, get orders. He can sit at home, he can pay using UPI or credit card, the order he can download or it will be sent to him also. We have served 624 man-hours for that. Early posting petitions is another thing. People want their case to be taken up early. You can file your early posting petition. We have saved 625 man-hours. So as things stand now, when I check about my dashboard, I'll know that 2,068 man-hours have been saved up to date. Man-days, not hours, sorry. We have also automated the roster management system. The Chief Justice can look, what is the life cycle of a case? If it is a bail application, it will be disposed of within, let us assume, in 2 days in Kerala. We are only one of those cases because you can see in the chart itself, the number of filing is less than the number of disposal. That it comes in the front of the chart itself. So everybody knows that as on date, our disposal rate is 125%. That is, if 100 cases are filed, 125 cases will be disposed of. That is by roster management. It's an automated software. We checked out the case clearance ratio, the number of cases, the period during which a case will be kept pending, and the Chief Justice has got the flexibility to shift it so that a person who is conversant, or if it is a particular judge is having difficulty, or the disposal rate is less, or there's a particular jurisdictional matter is pending, he can tweak it and ensure that the disposal rate is good. Now, but we progressed, we realized that technology is evolving so quickly that it is impossible for us, with our own 5-member IT team and 20 poor little kids who just passed out, we do good interviews and get them pay good salary also, but we found that it is not enough. Over. Okay, then nothing can be done about that. So what I am trying to say is, we've networked with the Digital University in the state of Kerala, Kochi University of Science and Technology, Utkarsh is here, all Vidhi, Pukar, all those people have been taken by us. We are harnessing capacity. We decided that just building capacity is not enough. We need to harness capacity, get the best brains inside, or else you can't go elsewhere. If all the judges, I'm just asking you, just introspect, whether you have an interoperable module, whether you can decide cases like this, whether there is e-filing, machine scrutiny, etc., etc. If you don't have, please harness capacity and go forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In the race against time, I just forgot to give you the heading, the title in which we are deliberating, that is Capacity Building and Empowering Justice Delivery, Interplay Between Law, Justice and Technology is the session in which we are deliberating. Now, I would respectfully invite Honorable Dr. Justice Pushpendra Singh Bhatti, Judge, High Court of Rajasthan, to make his presentation. Time is, that's already on the cards.
Thank you so much. My Lord Justice Bindal, my Lord Justice Koteshwar Singh Sahab, Madam Judge from Malaysia, Justice Raja, Additional Solicitor General of India, Aishwarya Bhatti ji, and all the respected colleagues, Attorney General Sahab, Madam Mosmi, and all the distinguished colleagues who are here. It's a beautiful evening in the God's own country. The time is less, and I'll not consume it even lesser. So this is all about, a very simple logic, how the technology is moving our daily lives. I'll give you just a small example and touch 2, 3, 4 points. When as a 21-year-old lawyer, when I entered the court in Rajasthan High Court, there was a big hall. And in that big hall, it was like a day and night industry. It was working up to 12 o'clock at night in court. It was the causeless section. I take you there. Those big cyclostyle machines going in day and night, and then they would produce those 200 pages, cyclostyle it and put it in a rubber band and deliver it to the lawyer's home like newspapers early in the morning. Those would be the causeless days. And those 200 pages at Jaipur, 200 pages at Jodhpur, so many judges, so many lawyers, so about 4,000 publications in a day. So something like in a month it is in few lakhs, and in a year it is few crores gone. One step of technology, how it impacts, almost it is not thousands, lakhs, but it's crores of papers gone as soon as the causeless go. So causeless is now nothing but an app. So you put your app, put your name, put your case, search it, and everything you do it is so easy. When we entered the profession in 1992, the seniors were very closely protecting their registers, which were the point of search, where it was the treasure, which they treasured, of course. And we used to look at them as if some point is required, something is stuck, they could help us. They could tell us how to go about it. But now it is all gone. It is all gone. Now it is everywhere. You have a software, you have assistants, everywhere you are looking forward to, even so much so that now there is a software, Supreme today, sir, which is given AI chatbots, and it is doing it is having the highest software of Supreme Court judgments, and it is giving AI answers. We have given it to the judicial officers in Rajasthan too. Everything has changed. It has completely changed. It cannot be done. It cannot be, it cannot be synchronized in one direction. It has happened in every direction. Lawyers' lives have changed, judges' lives have changed, staff has changed, court digitalization is happening frequently. Suvas we are using for translation. One day I was taking interview for law researchers. So I just had my iPad with me. So I was just thinking what would do to say. I gave it the chat GPT a question that please give me 100 questions to be asked to the legal researchers in short points. It gave me 200 questions to be answered to questions which I could ask to my legal researchers in the interview. So the meaningfulness of technology is unlimited. Like banks, like railways, the judiciary has completely changed. Suddenly the COVID came. 4 years I haven't touched a paper. It's very rarely that I touch a paper because all my court is screens. Now, like my division bench has 4 big screens. One screen is Brother Justice would be holding, 2 we will be seeing, VC will be doing, virtual hearings will be going, and another screen we would be having our files, having our documents, annexures, everything, bookmarks and everything. Everything has changed. The lookout in the court has changed. The demeanor of the judges have changed. The indications are that the manner in which the data protection and things are coming in, it is going to change even more. And I also see that not only this, the basic thing which judiciary exists upon today, the constitutional journey, the basic thing goes to the access of justice. And I am happy to share that today access to justice is at its best, because anywhere in the world, even when I go to the tribal areas of Rajasthan, I tell them that from this tribal area you can reach the High Court, you can reach the Supreme Court, you can do your e-filing. I tell the lawyers there, today the boundaries are all washed out. From anywhere in the world you can file your cases, you can do your cases, you can make your submissions, you can reach the judge, you can reach the number. There were times when there was only a postcard coming in once in a year to the client telling him about his case. Today it is all changed. Every day he can follow what reply has come, what affidavit has been filed, what record has happened. Everything has changed. Believe me, being a part of the system, particularly for those who are not part of the legal system, is completely changed in the last 20 years. Every facet has changed. Access to justice has become very strong. And I also would like to say that e-filing, which is now happening, is even changing it even more. Lawyer sitting at his desk at 2 p.m. at night, at 2 a.m. at night, can do his filing. He can do his things. So that is the liberties that a person is having due to technology. And technology, I'm sure, will have to be used wisely, because as I said, AI, there have been instances in US and various other places where this precedent law, the AI is created for the benefit of the client. So that cannot happen. So that is why everybody is cautioning us also. That is why Madam Maushami was also cautioning us that use it, but use it carefully, use it with full wisdom, use it with full this thing. So with all the knowledge, small knowledge that I have, speaking after Raja Sahab is very difficult, but anyway, and the organizer also, I told I make a PPT. No, sir, don't make a PPT, just tell whatever you want to tell. Because the time constraints are all there. Anyway, it is a beautiful gathering. God's own country is beautiful. Thank you, everyone. And I think the technology will bring us nearer, make us faster, make our life more easier. And thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now it's my privilege and honor to welcome Srimati Aishwarya Bhatti, Additional Solicitor General of India, Supreme Court of India. And you might be knowing as to Both Bhatti sir and Madam Bhatti are siblings.
Thank you, sir. He is also my guru and the reason why I am in law, and I think I am his biggest fan. Well, I think I'll also just share one experience. First, I want to take you for a little imagination. I want you to imagine a soldier with a gun, maybe a 202, with a bayonet at the end of the gun. We've seen, I mean, in movies, the fights. Now imagine a smart soldier, somebody who is equipped with communication devices, with night vision glasses, with equipment which will give communication, with the grenade launcher, with an automatic machine gun, multiple rounds, thousands of rounds. That is the difference that technology brings. Technology is a force multiplier. Technology is not here to replace us. It cannot. I think human race is capable of extinguishing itself. Technology is not. We need not worry on that account. It will always be us working with the technology. Technology there to assist us. So I think the debate is no longer about whether the technology is required, whether the technology will be there. The debate is only how to embrace the technology in a more positive manner to make it more efficient, effective, efficacious, to deal with the problems that we are facing. Today, our justice delivery system is facing such acute problems of delays that people with genuine grievances don't want to bring their grievances into the system. The problem is very acute. The problem is bound to get even more acute if we don't use the technology as a force multiplier for sorting out the problems and the challenges that are there. Technology will bring new challenges, but we'll deal with it. The issue today is we use the technology to the maximum potential it has to deal with the challenges that the world has thrown us at, the world of justice delivery has thrown at us, at the institutions, and how to find the feasible solutions to it. This is my entire office. All my files are here. I am also completely paperless, and I think it is very liberating because I feel like a smart soldier when I have my files here. I feel like I can't do half my files if I am not able to, if I had not embraced technology wholeheartedly. Now, as a law officer, there's one more thing I must share with you. There used to be a very interesting loading taxi, which used to carry bundles of paper books with pink and blue dockets, and that used to go deliver the paper books to, after the lists were made, that used to go for delivery of paper books with the dockets to the law officers, to the attorney's office, to the other panel counsels, and it used to make rounds. All that has stopped. That loading taxi has disappeared. For the last 5 years, I have not seen that loading taxi, and it was an eyesore. It was not a good sight. Otherwise, Lutyens, Delhi is a very regulated area for what kind of vehicles can ply there. But this loading taxi, which was an eyesore, has gone. Now there are e-dockets, there are e-files, and I'm happy to share with you that a large part of a law officer's day is giving fitness for matters whether the SLPs should be filed. And we have huge volumes. The Justice, the Legal Department of Government of India, every file comes to the law officers there, whether it has to be, and earlier it used to be bundles of paper. Now it is completely e-filing. We just have those e-files, e-dockets are issued, we scrutinize them online, and online it is gone as a fitness or a non-fitness. So the manner in which the government as a litigant has embraced technology and used it as a force multiplier has made incredible changes on the ground. And I think the efficiency and efficacy of it, the empowerment and the liberation that comes with technology by making an ordinary, the soldier remains the same. He's the same ordinary soldier. Whether you give him a 202 with a bayonet in the end, or you make him a smart soldier and empower him with the technology. So I think we need all of us as foot soldiers to empower ourselves with the technology, embrace ourselves. Of course, Raja sir and others have much more things to say. Ethics is something that will go with us. It is not, technology will not add ethics or remove ethics from our life. It is with us. But we as humans have to stay on top of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jishnu Nair, counsel for the IBM, to deliberate on his topic of choice.
That's a hard act to follow, but I'll still attempt giving a summary of what we believe where the regulation and where the policy should lie. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jishnu Nair. I am part of the regulatory, legal and policy team for IBM, where we think about these issues, right? I mean, how do you regulate AI? How do you sort of like think about policy for AI? And how do you kind of sensibly bring down issues to granular legislation and policy issues? So we work with governments around the world, including the Indian government, to recommend policy frameworks and structures that can work for the industry, for the government, for the end users who are citizens like you and me. So Peter Norwood said a very famous sort of like statement: AI is basically a philosophy on a deadline. So in today's world, technology is sort of like reshaping the entire service delivery, and I think we heard from the honorable judges on the dais and throughout the day that how AI is sort of like transforming the judicial infrastructure and the judicial thought process that we have available in the country. And I think in some time we'll hear from Utkarsh about Adalat AI, and it's like a brilliant example about how technology can be used to create feasible infrastructure that can change the way that accessibility for judicial systems can be created for citizens and for the general populace worldwide, right? Now, I think I'll have to kind of speak about what we think about what responsible AI deployment and development will be, and what we think where the policy and regulations should land. We believe that regulation should be precision regulation, and an example for that is the European Union AI Act, and we have completely supported the activities in the development of the UA Act and where it has landed right now. And EU has done a very good job of thinking around this issue to say that, hey, we will not regulate the space in its entirety with our whole ecosystem of regulations, which European Union is famous for. But they're like, we will think about the risks, right? So if you have a specific or a categorical high-risk use case, like probably a military use case is something that is considered to be a high-risk use case, we'll regulate that specific space. The key word that we believe needs to be applied for this policy space is precision regulation. You precisely regulate the risk, the harm. Now, thereby you achieve a very important and a key goal, right? You don't stunt innovation. You enable companies to be innovative, and you enable companies like Adalat AI, which Utkarsh is going to speak about, you enable that ecosystem so that they can flourish, right? If you start regulating the structure in a usual manner where you sort of, I'm just giving an example, where you ask companies to go back and take license before you deploy this technology, you are killing the startup ecosystem. Now, we don't want that, right? So you want a system where you want to enable the startups, you want to enable the economy, while also thinking about high-risk AI use cases. So the concept that we are driving and we are advocating is precision regulation, and we believe that works. Now, having said that, in countries like India and probably a few of the other Asian countries where I focus on, the struggle has always been that getting a regulation in and kind of passing that out through a legislative assembly or or the Indian Parliament might be a time-consuming process. Now, what do you do when you have that regulation? Obviously, the Indian central government is sort of thinking about this. While that is happening, what do you do to responsibly deploy AI? You create a structure called AI governance. So AI governance is a simple framework where you think about how you develop the AI product, and there are three simple principles. One is that you have to ensure transparency. Second is that you have to ensure explainability of the algorithm. So whatever code you're creating, you should be able to explain that code when under scrutiny. And third is that you have to create accountability, right? So transparency, accountability, and explainability are the three pillars that we believe needs to be deployed as a governance structure over the product, right? So while the regulation is getting deployed, we feel that the companies like, again, startups be like Adalat AI or companies like IBM or any of the other industry peers that we have should think about governance structures over the product, that because tomorrow if something goes wrong, we're able to come out and transparently explain what our product looks like and what our product feels like, right? Now, we live this policy space on a daily basis. We feel that India has a great potential for this product. Obviously, we have the largest skill base available around the world. We could be leaders in the space, which also means that we need to sort of like sensibly regulate this space and potentially not over-regulate. So again, I'd like to conclude this conversation with one point. Precision regulation might be the way to go. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jishnu. I think when you have got constraints, you will give the best. That's the general rule. And next I would like to invite Utkarsh Saxena, founder Adalat AI. Please, Utkarsh.
Right, good evening everyone. I'm very acutely aware that I'm the last speaker on this panel and all that stands between you and dinner is my presentation. So I'm going to make this as quick and efficient as possible. My name is Utkarsh Saxena. I'm the founder of Adalat AI and we are a legal tech non-profit organization. I want to emphasize non-profit. We're doing this on a social mission, not for commercial purposes, to build AI technology solutions specifically customized and designed for district courts in our country where the problem of pendency is most acute. Many of us have been lawyers in courtrooms and I still remember thinking I was going to be an advocate for justice, but reached the district courts and realized very quickly that you're very limited in your capacity to do justice at the front end of the system as lawyers and judges when its back end is completely overwhelmed. We all know the statistics, 50 million cases pending, each case takes over a decade. But I think what we often forget in all of this is that the one most disturbing statistic is that India has one of the largest under trial populations in the world. 76% of our prison population is essentially people who are not convicted for a crime but are waiting for their cases to get over. Only 10 countries are worse than us. And therefore these delays and backlogs have a massive human rights component to them, and they also have a massive economic component to them because contract enforcement, dispute resolution, it all depends on our courts functioning smoothly. And therefore, I took a break from legal practice last year. I started practice in 2012. We've been working with courts across the country. I've been to about 250 district courtrooms across the country and tried to identify those manual clerical pain points. And this is not generative AI at all, because I know there have been serious concerns flagged all day, but the clerical pain points in the life cycle of a case that slows a case down that we can automate with AI technology. And here are the three ones that I want to talk about tonight that we are working on. The first is the acute shortage of skilled stenographers. I was a Delhi lawyer and I realized that therefore I was a little bit of a brat because I was practicing in the best courts in Delhi, and then I went to Bihar, UP, MP and realized there were no stenographers in courtrooms. We were in Kerala last month and found that many judges actually write depositions by hand even today, which creates all sorts of complications because you're burdened with manual clerical tasks and can't actually focus on the core judicial tasks that are before you. One of the judges in Delhi told me that she, at the first day of the year, New Year, plans her vacation with her stenographer because she doesn't see the point of going to court if the steno isn't available. And when I relayed this story to her Bihar judge, they said that's a classic Delhi problem because in Bihar we don't even have stenographers because we're writing by hand the entire day. The other thing is the excessive reliance on paperwork. We all remember that first day you go into court and that sight and smell of just papers everywhere. I spent lesser time preparing for cross-examinations than working with the Ahmad room in the as a junior lawyer or in the court records room, going through pages and files just to ensure that they were produced in the courtroom when a certain question was asked, which is quite tragic in the days of UPI, Aadhaar, online taxes that we still work in this way. In Kerala, for instance, when the lower court record is summoned, the Kerala is one of the best performing states in terms of technology, but even in Kerala, when the lower court record is summoned, in the district court you have a department for a fair copy section, which then takes the judge's writings and writes everything in a nice handwriting so that when it goes to the high court, people can understand what's been written. And the third is these broken, fragmented, disaggregate processes, which make it very cumbersome for anyone to work through the system. Someone's responsible for OCR scanning, someone's responsible for summons and warrants, and not having a one-stop shop for the court staff. And that's where Adalat AI comes in. We are a co-pilot to the court staff and the judges, particularly in the district courts. And the idea is to build AI solutions that automate these pain points and expedite justice. We offer a wide range of services on the platform, so anything from dictation, and this is not generic dictation tools that you use on your phones. Our language models are trained on Indian data with Indian accents and dialects so they understand our pronunciation, and they're also trained on legal data. Because all the formal jargon we use in courts, none of the generic softwares understand, but we've built a solution customized for that purpose. We have multi-party evidence recording, which you can also use for Section 313 statements, and I'll show you a small demo of that distinguishes between voices and in real time creates the deposition for the courtroom. Translation real time, summarization, because very often you get lengthy, dense written submissions by lawyers, which are very hard to go through, and summarization tools can summarize those and create these in a consolidated workflow. And we're offering this in over a dozen Indian languages. So this is an idea, this is a solution built specifically for our populations, our court realities in mind. And with the most cutting edge and sophisticated solution. So of course there's this online platform, but it's also being accompanied by a mobile application. And the mobile application is not like any other application where you can do the same thing you do on your laptop also on the mobile. We're leveraging the smartphone to do many more functions. So using it as a dictaphone. If you want to dictate a lengthy judgment, our judges travel a lot, and leave a recording on the phone, you can just use the smartphone, leave a long recording, and it'll appear for the stenographer on their system with the full transcript typed for corrections. If you want to use OCR scans, you can take a photo of an annexure which has come with a scan in your file, take a photograph of it, and the system will convert it to text and add it as an annexure to your document. You can use it for even mic controls and audio controls, because when judges, in many courtrooms we visited in states like Maharashtra, there are no mics in the courtrooms. So the lawyer can simply scan a QR code of the session and their mobile phone becomes a mic so that what they're saying is also being captured. So building an addendum to the courtroom through the mobile phone so that all those smart court applications are done. And we do this by actually extensively working with judicial academies of the state, working with their master trainers, conducting sessions for the judges and court staff so that this can actually be used in court. We're very short on time, so I'm going to quickly wrap this up. We are already in 5 states and are on track to be in 10 to 20% of India's courtrooms by the end of the year. And we also have interest from Nigeria, Kenya, Bangladesh, because we were all colonized and left behind with the same broken systems and have similar solutions that can fix them. We have a very interdisciplinary team. I studied law at Harvard, economics at Oxford, Harvard, and MIT. My co-founder is the CTO, studied at IIIT Hyderabad, worked at multiple AI companies, but we've all given up our careers to dedicate ourselves to this. And we are guided by Nobel laureates Abhijit Banerjee, Esther Duflo, to do actually rigorous impact evaluations, to actually quantify the evidence on how much are we making a difference in reducing delays and backlogs. And as a result, have been successful at multiple AI competitions, the most prestigious and competitive AI competitions, where we've come out winners at MIT, Oxford, and Microsoft. I'm going to play a quick video so that I can quickly wrap up after that, just to show you how the platform works.
Adalat AI is a legal tech nonprofit building AI solutions for justice systems. Our AI dashboard creates dedicated accounts for judges and court staffs to manage their daily casework. Daily orders, judgments, and evidence hearings can now be recorded seamlessly using cutting-edge and sophisticated AI features like speech-to-text transcription and translation, text-to-text summarization, and image-to-text OCR scans. The dictation feature is trained in multiple Indian languages on extensive legal data so that it understands our formal language, our bare acts, and case law for accurate transcription in real-time court hearings. The petitioners have also challenged the provisions of the Finance Act 2017, which, among other things, amended the provisions of the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934, the Representation of the People Act 1951, the Income Tax Act 1961, and the Companies Act 2013. The stenographer can go back and view the recording and play it back anytime to hear it and make corrections, and then once done, delete the recording and remove it from the system. Since witnesses often depose in their mother tongue, our system enables translating their speech in real time into English for court documents. मेरा नाम राजू है, मैं सरकारी नौकरी करता हूँ। 15 अप्रैल की रात को मैं अपने परिवार के साथ बाहर खाना खाने गया था और अचानक एक बस बहुत तेजी से आई और हमारी गाड़ी से टकरा गई। उस हादसे में 3 लोग घायल हो गए। हम उनको तुरंत अस्पताल ले गए। मैंने पुलिस को फोन किया और वो स्थान पर आधे घंटे में पहुंच गई। The evidence role allows you to assign multiple parties as speakers and record multi-party conversations like 313 statements and cross-examinations in real time. What were you doing on the night of April 15th, 2024?
I was having dinner in Keynote place.
At what time did you go home that night?
Around 10:30 p.m.
How many people were at home when you reached home that night?
It was just me.
The collaboration tool allows the judges to add their law clerks and court staff as collaborators, making them entirely hands-free. And an AI-based cleanup tool enables the judges to fix mistakes in punctuation and spellings in a matter of seconds. The Adalat AI dashboard will soon be available in a mobile phone application with new features like OCR scans, dictaphones, and mic controls for judges in courts, eliminating multiple clerical pain points and in the process empowering our courts to transform justice.
Thank you. Just one last thing I'd like to say, Justice Raja, thank you for prompting me, which is that since we're a non-profit organization, we don't have any purpose to monetize this data. It's all fully encrypted, fully secure, so no one except the user, that's the judge or the court staff, can access it to ensure that it's also safely and seamlessly provided to all the users. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Utkarsh, and that brings us to the end of presentation of Stream B. I would respectfully request Honorable Mr. Justice Rajesh Bindal, sir, to offer his views. So Stream A.
I'll try to wrap up within 2-3 minutes. We have had a wonderful deliberation since the morning on various aspects of the topic of sustainable transport, tourism, and technological innovations. Multi-layered discussion, various ideas from experts, domain experts. But as a judge, I'm a judge, so I'll speak from the perspective of a judge. As a judge, what do? I'm basically a responder to issues which come up in the court, issues raised, litigants, demands, and we decide on the basis of the law of the land. But then, as we have seen, so much of complexity has entered our lives, the litigation, but judges are ill-prepared. Actually, as the saying goes, the master of all trades, jack of all trades and master of none. But of course, I shouldn't be, there are so many judges who are master of all trades also, but I don't belong to that category. What is happening is that there is a deep dichotomy of actual reality, what is happening outside the world, and our courtroom proceedings. That is what technology helps to bridge that gap, for which I feel that we must, in fact, this kind of cooperate. There should be more coordination with a domain expert. This is, I feel, as a judge, I have been feeling, just to give an example of, I was Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir High Court, Justice Binder would know better because he was my predecessor there in J&K High Court. This High Court is the kind of, takes up a lot of PIL matters on various issues of great importance, environment issues, Dal Lake, issues relating to Dal Lake. They can't do anything without the node of the High Court. Similarly, these important tourist spots like Pahalgam, Sonmarg, or for that matter, Gulmarg, nothing can be done, construction can be done without the leave of the court. That's what we very strictly monitor the happenings there. In Sonmarg, this litigant comes, I own this property, you want to allow me to develop, you are violating my right to property. It's a very valid point, but then there are other larger issues. But as a judge, it's difficult to decide on pure questions of law and facts because it requires expert knowledge. That acutely felt, then we had to find out how much area is available for construction, the commercial construction, he wants to do it. Various affidavits from various departments, there would be conflicting versions. Said, okay, then why can't we have a satellite imagery? That would, give the real picture. That's how the technology comes. That's how the experts' opinions come. Therefore, I feel that in today's world, the court must incorporate as much as experts in the field, various fields, to help render justice in a much more realistic manner, which the litigants are expecting. Well, I do not want to go much, but two, three things I thought I would mention, that the court judges remain the primary stakeholders in the sense in justice delivery system. Therefore, we must make ourselves more informed of these issues, especially the contemporary issues, as I mentioned again, which includes the tourism, transport, and I'm so happy that we had so many experts in the field who have given insights into how this, what are the challenges and how to resolve these challenges. I'm very thankful that I have been able to take part since the morning. Then, of course, then there are other, how do we do this? As judges, we must, I think, make our judicial system, especially the judicial academies, is just not merely talking of the law of the land, but also various aspects, all these complicated aspects, which of technology, for example, or all other aspects. I think judicial academies, generally we only talk of law, generally, because Brother Raja is also smiling. See, of course, he has been doing his 5 minutes talk, which he would have done in 1 hour in Judicial Academy. But there are many other topics and subjects which require to be discussed in the Judicial Academy, which is our forum, official forum, where this exchange of ideas can take place. These obviously, by the very nature of this conference, it is limited to a few lawyers and judges. Therefore, it's very important that whatever is discussed in this today's function, it should percolate down to the people. After all, this justice delivery system is not meant for the lawyers and judges only, but for the common people. In fact, as we are driving yesterday inside, my driver said, "Sir, kal jaiega, please tomorrow see this bird sanctuary." See, he thinks that we all assemble here to watch, come to this, enjoy this beautiful water and these bird sanctuaries. See, he doesn't know what is happening. I think it's very important, big challenge for the institution is to see that, ensure that what is being discussed, brilliant minds here, it goes a little bit beyond this wall and make it relevant to the people, for which, again, I think we can take advantage of the legal services authorities. See, we have a large pool of PLVs through whom we can make people aware of the various challenges, issues which is before us. So these, I thought, are some of the ideas, because obviously every topic, the experts are capable of speaking for hours together, but unfortunately, because of time constraint, many had to cut short there, and so as I have to cut short my views and opinion in this, and thank you, and I'm very impressed with Mr. Utkarsh Saxena's presentation, and because I've been thinking, as a Chief Justice of the High Court, this was constantly in my mind, how to improve this the district judiciary. Because see, 90% of the litigations are taking place there. And we have identified and pinpointed those challenges. And I'm sure, and of course, the E-Committee also doing a wonderful work. And there'll be the latest infusion of 7,000 crores thanks to the Government of India. Mr. Leonard AZ also here, he can certainly convey. There is so much of a kind of good feel amongst the judiciary, in the judiciary, that now there are a lot of, funds are being made available to improve on this basic infrastructural as far as the technology is concerned. So thank you very much. Justice Bindal is there. He will wrap up the meeting. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will speak only for a few minutes, if all of you permit, because otherwise the time is over, dinner time is started now. Already 7:33. And what I feel is, since morning I was also there in some of the session, some part I heard. You have heard the experts in different fields. And the subject chosen, you see, is for future if we want to save this universe. We always say that we should leave the world as a better place to live. But we are, all of us are greedy basically. There is everything for the need, but greed is more than naturally we are exploiting more. This is what the problem is. And if you see, in this conference, most of the organizers are judges or the lawyers. So that's why you see these sessions have been kept up to 7:30. Because they all know their practical experience, the office starts at 5 only in the evening, after full day working in court. So they are not tired, never tired at 7:30 also, because the office, even it goes up to midnight only. The files will come at 9, 10, maybe in the morning also. So it doesn't matter to all of us who are in legal profession. Now just a little bit. Mr. Behera has said that your water metro in Kochi, a good experience. He also said that in Delhi also he will explore. Yes, in rainy season in Delhi also we can explore this. It's normally there in the news basically, so but not throughout the year basically, that you will have a limited business there. But one thing positive shown by him is that, which is I think helpful for ecotourism, is he had shown us the video of how the water metro plays and the inside also, outside also. This is how, otherwise somebody will be in a curiosity that I should go and travel in that. Now seeing that you feel that yes, you have seen it. You have in fact experienced this. So maybe few people may not go. So this is what can happen even in the eco-sensitive zones also. It is not the old era that you see pictures, faintly printed pictures in the books or maybe in some newspaper. You have the real life experience in the videos, online of every place. Even if you don't go there, you feel that you are there only. And now with AI and all that, they make you feel also that you are there. So this is what the technology can do, and we can save, I think, all these eco-sensitive zones. There are other presentations also in houseboats. He has also given the, no, he's there, sorry. The president of that. Brothers had touched the issue of Dal Lake. In Dal Lake, there are hundreds of houseboats there. And all garbage is being dumped in the lake, and the size of lake has shrunk so much, and lot of portion is stinking. So this is what is happening. And you can pass any order, brother is there, but implementation again is a big problem. That problem is there at many places, not isolated to one place. And there are many such water bodies. I will not name, I have been to 4 states. If you see the data, the water bodies which were there 50 years back, and if you see the data now, hardly 25% water bodies are there. Every place. All encroached. There is no buffer, that's why the flooding in the cities. Otherwise, this all used to be the buffer zone. We have all taken it. So what to do? But one presentation was there by Mr. Bhatt that we hardly use 3% of the people use the cars for going to office and workplace, and yes, that may be good data. But what is required is the change in mindset basically. If we want to change everything, because one thing is that whatever damage has been done to the environment, because all environment related issues, we have to stop somewhere. And second is that after stopping somewhere, we have to retrieve back also the damage which we have done. It's not simplicity that we stop here, because we have done a lot of damage. If you see the data for the last 2-3 years, you have seen the places where there was never flooding in last 50, 60, 70 or 100 years. Even in different countries you see, cyclones, your earthquakes, your rain. In a 1 hour time you will have huge quantity. So flooding. The old times when we were kids, there used to be very slow raining. We used to call that jhadi in our there. So that absorption in the land was also good, because slowly it is coming now. Rain immediately will come and then flooding at all places immediately. Now one idea that is good, I think, but all it is done on papers only. This was also given, that mixed land use policy, because normally they say this is the industrial zone, this is the residential zone, this is the commercial zone, so all are separated. Then naturally the people will travel from place of residence to the place of work. Lot of traffic again, environment, lot of issues and accidents also, he said, the large number. There are some cases where the environment impact study is there, or some approvals are required, but not in all cases. Environment, in fact, should be related in all projects wherever it is there. If that is there, maybe we are able to save something for future. Now, little bit, what I can share is that in this conference, all of us has gained something. And in this informal atmosphere, lot of things have been shared, lot of ideas, lot of experiences. And these all always help us in discharge of our duties also in court. Because many a time in our formal system in the court, many things are not shared. Maybe the lawyer who is assisting may not have that detailed idea of it. But this always helps us in discharge of our duties, and this is what I think all of us has gained. Now this is all balanced. You see the ecosystem, I read in one of the judgment, it has been quoted. This is Goda Varman's case. Now in one forest long back, they had killed all the wolves, and after some time it was all barren, because the carnivores were gone. So naturally the grass grazing and all that, these deers and all that, the population grew and they damaged the entire system. So ultimately they had to relocate them. Once they were relocated, they made all the balance. Because these are all, they have to make the balance out of it. There were some protected areas, in the sense the deer and all that who were there, herbivorous, they were not good in that area because of their terror basically. And once they were not there, so every place was free. So this is what happens. So in ecosystem, everything has to be balanced. This is what we have to see. And about, I think, ecosystem, many things have been shared. But one thing which I read was, with transport-related carbon emissions, there is some study carried out by the United Nations World Tourism Organization. They say it will grow 25% from 2016 level in next 5-10 years. This is how the emissions are growing, transport-related only. And as a result, you see global warming, and thereafter all we are seeing. Lot of encroachment we are seeing in the wildlife sanctuaries, lot of litigation coming to the court, and that is affecting, in fact, the overall system there, and human-animal conflict also is there. And we all have seen this change, I think, during COVID time. When we were not going out of the house, the animals from the forest had come to the cities. We could see them, because in a lighter way we used to say, that they were also seeing that nobody is coming to us, so we should go where the people have gone and see them. So this is what was happening at that time. And animal feeding is also another problem which is creating. Lot of monkeys on the roadside, and somebody shared, I don't know, there may be some study that because of feeding of all this bread and all that to the monkeys, because the bread is not their normal diet. Some diabetes and all that issues have come in them. Otherwise they eat fruits and all vegetables only in the, and their normal instinct to search for the food, that is gone. All easy food. And if you go to Vrindavan, many of you must have gone. You have seen the monkeys, how trained they are. They will take your specs, and if you offer them something, which is also a standard practice there, immediately it will be returned. So this is how they are trained now in all these things. And for enhancement of tourism, I think you don't need anything to be promoted, because the people are there all around, the businessmen, they will always promote it. Only thing is, as was said in the earlier session also, you need lot of regulation. And regulation is with the authorities only. If they regulate new laws, there are already plenty of laws in every field. It's only implementation of the laws which is required. And if it is there, I think we can achieve lot of things. And secondly, we have to see this as our own responsibility also, which we are not seeing. Our mindset is that if on a crossing there is a light, we don't see the light, we see whether any cop is standing there. This is our mindset. So we violate, seeing that yes, nobody is seeing, so I should violate it. So that mindset has to be changed. Now, for controlling all this, at many places they have put the restrictions on number of visitors. In forest areas also, otherwise also, like Rohtang Pass also, there is a restriction that only 1,000 tourist car can go. Because I remember in 70s, I had gone to Rohtang Pass when I was in college. At the Rohtang Pass, the snow would be around 20 feet on the side of the hill and about 10 feet on the side of the valley. And now I had gone 2003, 4 or 5. Hardly any snow there. This difference I have seen myself because of all global warming and all that. So similarly, the courts have intervened. We have NGT also. Like to visit Vaishno Devi, there is a limit of 50,000 per day. You can't go. And rush in hilly areas, you are seeing every time traffic jams on hills. The moment the little heat is there on the plains, the people rush to the hill areas. And they have brought there also all this heat from the plains. There also I remember when I was a young child, we used to go to Shimla. Shimla is close to Chandigarh. In summer, peak June, we used to wear sweaters there. And now you see we have all ACs in Shimla also. And in fact, they are using ACs, I think, barring for 3-4 months throughout the year, the ACs are used at Shimla. This is the change we have. I also remember, I can share one thing. We had our factory just outside the city, 4-5 kilometers. In the month of June, I still remember, we used to have a thick blanket to sleep outside in June. I'm talking about 80s only, 40 years, 45 years back. In June, month of June, also in June. Just see. So this also has given the signal that the matter is off. So I will not take more. I think this must have been timed with AI. This is the result of technology. So there are a lot of things, but one important fact is that we all got a lot of food for thought. That food is only for mind, but other food is ready. I think we will all enjoy it. Thanks to the organizers and for the patient hearing at this 7:45, since I think 9:30 everybody is here. Thank you very much. Jai.
So that brings us to the end of an extended session, plenary session, wherein we have deliberated on two aspects. We won't claim that we have made comprehensive coverage of all these things, but again, this is a starting point from where we would further tread on. So thank you. I sincerely thank all the respected honorable judges from the Supreme Court, from the High Court, Madam Solicitor General, Madam Nalini Padmanathan from Malaysia. Then we have got Utkarsh, then Jishnu Nair. It's a fantastic session, but we have to go a long distance forward. We have to address those things that we have left out also. Thank you for attending this program, attending this session. And now I would like to invite Ruchi for doing the final honors. Thank you.
As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, may I request Dr. R. Venkataramani, Learned Attorney General for India and Patron CLEA, and Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar, President CLEA and Senior Professor, Indian Law Institute, to present the mementos. To Honorable Mr. Justice Rajesh Bindal, Judge, Supreme Court of India. To Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh, Judge, Supreme Court of India. To Honorable Justice Tan Shri Datuk Nalini Padmanathan, Judge, Federal Court of Malaysia. To Honorable Justice Raja Vijay Raghavan, Judge, High Court of Kerala. To Honorable Dr. Justice Pushpendra Singh Bhati, Judge, High Court of Rajasthan. To Ms. Aishwarya Bhati, Learned Additional Solicitor General, Supreme Court of India. To Mr. Loknath Behra, former DGP and Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, KMRL, and co-chairperson of the organizing committee. Mr. Sonal Verma, Dhirendhir Advocates and Solicitors. Mr. Jishnu Nair, Counsel for IBM. Mr. P.S. David, President, Houseboat Owners Welfare Society, Kumaragam. Mr. Utkarsh Saxena, Founder, Adalat AI. To Dr. Girishankar SS, Secretary, Conference Organizing Committee. To Mr. Salman Kasmi, Doctoral Scholar, Indian Law Institute and Convener, CLEA Asia.
Ms. Ruchi Sharma D, Doctoral Scholar, Indian Law Institute and Joint General Secretary, CLEA. Sir, a formal vote of thanks. Distinguished guests, esteemed participant colleagues and all the present here, as we conclude the plenary session of CLEA International Conference, it's my honor to propose the vote of thanks. First, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our chairs, Honorable Mr. Justice Rajesh Bintal, Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh, Honorable Justice Tan Shri Dakut Nalini Padmanathan, Honorable Justice Raja Vijay Rajan, Honorable Justice Dr. Pushpendra Singh Bhati, Ms. Aishwarya Bhati, Mr. Jishnu Nair, Mr. Utkarsh Saxena, Mr. Loknath Behra, Mr. Sonal Verma, Mr. P.S. David, Mr. Utkarsh, Mrs. Radhika Katyal Narang, Deputy Secretary, Department of Justice, for joining us, and my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Giri Shankar SS for being a quite good moderator, and to Ruchi Sharma for delivering the welcome address. Thank you so much.
He has left the main persons, the audience, who are there to tolerate all of us till 8 p.m. Thank you.